Welcome to what I am gonna be probably calling the Apollo Justice Mega Stream. Now, the reason for that is, as I've said before, and I'll keep saying, I'm trying to finish this game pretty much before Wednesday. And we need to power through this last case. So what we're gonna be doing today, we're gonna be streaming for about 11 hours. It's right now where I'm at in Miami. 11:30 in the morning. I had 5 hours of sleep last night. Fun, I know. And then we're gonna essentially be streaming until, I mean, I might have to end earlier for some reason, but the idea of today's stream is to go all the way up to 11 p.m., which is about 11 and a half hours. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. I imagine we'll be able to, push through a decent chunk of this case by doing that. So that's I'm sure it's gonna be fun and not torture in any way whatsoever. So if you're watching the VOD and you see that this video is, has an hour, has a length in which the hours are in the double digits, you know why. But with that being said, I'm currently live, so I have no idea if we're actually going to be going for that long. I hope we will, because we do want, to get this game finished, and quickly at that. So, yeah, with that said, my voice probably sounds a bit off, because again, 5 hours of sleep. So, but yeah, let's just get into it. And yeah, see how this case goes on. Because I mean, I'm pretty and I'll go through a quick recap of what we learned last time. Yeah, basically the short of it is just the man was not poisoned using the coffee mug, specifically because here the poison residue is only found where his lip touched the mug. If someone were to want to assassinate him, right, they would need to coat the entire edge. They would either put the poison in the coffee itself, or they would put it on the edge all around the cup, or at least, like, if they know he drinks with his, like, right hand, right, at least they'd put it on, like, half of the cup, at the very least. Because even if he grabs with the right hand, you don't know what angle he's actually going to be drinking at, right? Not to mention the fact that if you are putting the poison on the rim, you would put it on the inside of the rim. That way, as the coffee flows over the poison, it would pick up the chemicals and deliver them into the person's system. Putting the vast majority of the poison on the underside of the cup's lip makes no sense, because there's a high chance that doesn't actually get absorbed. So basically, the short of it is just the poison was not applied on the coffee cup. The poison. Also, yes, this guy testified that the guy died almost immediately after consuming the coffee, despite the fact that it takes 15 minutes for the poison to actually activate, meaning that the guy was actually poisoned before this guy arrived, and this is just residue from when he touched his poisoned mouth onto the cup. Oh, hi, Firewall. How's it going? Yeah, we're doing a bit of a mega stream here. Like I said, I'm trying to, get this game done quickly. So, we're probably going to be streaming for, like, 11 hours or something today. Something crazy like that, I had 5 hours of sleep last night, so this will be fun. Hey, Darius, how's it going? It's been a while. Sadly, I don't think Danganronpa is gonna be continuing anytime soon, because Bryce has just been unable to stream like for a while, which is why we haven't been doing that series. And then Bryce will now be able to stream over the summer, which is great, except for the fact that I probably won't actually have a time to stream over the summer. So, but I imagine we'll be continuing Danganronpa in the fall. I think once the fall rolls around, I should have more free time, and Bryce should have his setup back, and we'll be able to stream Danganronpa again. Finally played it and started with the second game? Finally played... Played what? What game? Danganronpa? I thought you had already played Danganronpa. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else of note, but yeah. He had one sip, if that, the next moment he was on the floor. Now that is very interesting to me because we did learn from Emma that the poison is decently slow acting. It takes at least 15 minutes for someone to drop dead. The question is, do we actually have that written out in any of these? Slow acting poison, there we go. It's directly on the mug. So yeah, we present a mug on the fourth statement, I believe? Objection! Ah, beautiful. Dang it, Grandpa, yes. I thought you had already played the games. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used. Atroquinine. Also, just the actual residue on the cup should... I mean, yes. The most obvious one is the fact that, the time, indicates the fact that the poisoning happened before he arrives. But, also the fact that the actual shape of the traces of poison in the cup should have been enough for you to figure out that the poisoning did not take place via the cup before you even heard the witness testimony follow. In fact, I would bet my left nutsack that, Clavier has already figured that much out, just, without having to hear the testimony.
Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile.
Whole chapter would take around 8 hours, and already did the first hour last stream. It's gonna be 11 hours. The whole chapter is just 6 hours? Wait, okay, hold on, this math doesn't work here. The whole chapter takes 8 hours. 6 hours. I did the first hour last stream, but so it's gonna be 11? I'm so confused right now. I'm not even gonna try to work that one out. It's too much for my brain to handle. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information.
Omission?
Atroquinine is as virulent as he says, but death does not come upon ingestion. Not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow acting. Also, just because any kind of poison that is ingested will have to be to some degree slow acting, because you need to wait for it to reach your stomach, and then your stomach to digest the poison for it to work. Whereas Venom is much more fast acting because that's delivered intravenously.
Slow acting?
According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. I'd say dying is a pretty adverse effect, wouldn't you say? If we suppose that the moment Mr. Bishop sipped coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. God, he's so skinny.
Order! What is the meaning of this? Is what the defense says is correct? Why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard.
Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record?
Now, acting as L-O-W-A-C-E.
That was virulent, alright. What I'm trying to say is that the walkthrough I find on YouTube takes around 6 hours. The previous stream was 3.5 hours, and that covers the first hour in the walkthrough. Oh, okay, yeah, I get you now. So yeah, in other words, it's gonna take a while, but I guess we'll see.
Even then, it was already begun digging its claws into the journalist.
He's working on his scoop. It's Brushel, yeah? Brushel. Let's take a trip back down memory lane.
Huh?
Did the victim really die the instant he took the sip? Think it over. This is vital. This feels like coaching the witness. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that. I've been great. I was hanging out with Bryce last night and got back home at 5 in the morning, and then I woke up at 10 today, so that's been nice.
You know what I think? I think that was not so subliminal suggestion, end quote.
Wow! I did not expect this guy to be the smartest fucking witness in this entire series. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. Fuck. Auf Wiedersehen. Fuck, I keep. I'm way too tired for German right now. Wiedersehen. What is the. But. I know it's Auf the. I forget how I forget the pronunciation for the very last bit. God damn it. Hold on, let me look this shit up.
Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen.
Okay, yeah, Zine. Auf Wiedersehen. Taban. Okay. Good. Just trying to get this lore accurate. Yeah, I'd be forced to say Auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article.
Come again?
You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? This is literally fucking blackmail. He's like, well, you know, if this happens how the way you say it happened, then you're not gonna get a story. So how about we go ahead and change that little bit of your testimony right there? This is illegal. Jurors. Okay, I know the judge is an idiot, but can the the jurists actually be not retarded, for the love of God? Just mispronounce all the German words on the purpose so you can depict here as a fake German enjoyer. Oh no, he definitely spends like at least 3 hours a day practicing the pronunciation because he just can't get it right. Then the case drags on. Other reporters will pick up the scent, and you'll be forced to kiss your executive scoop and get by.
Scoop? Scoop?
Why does he have a toothbrush? I am so uncomfortable.
Look, just wait a second. Just 1 second.
We're waiting, out with it!
I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. Revival of recollection, end quote. Story survival, end quote.
Attorney utterly confused, end quote.
Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard of a poison that takes us 3 times, see?
But not what I've been saying for a few minutes, apparently.
Mr. Brushel, are you saying that you noticed something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say.
I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. Kinda like people that learn 2-3 Japanese phrases from anime and they mispronounce the hell out of them. No bitches, end quote. Oh no, that's more of a Gavin. Apollo, you have no bitches, end quote.
I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. Hey, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
Like hell you do.
Order!
As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. That Mr. Mishram died the instant he drank. Incredible! What? My God, I hate this guy. But he's like the only witness to like ever stand up to the prosecution's bullshit. Clavier's like, how about you change that little problem in your testimony? How about you give us that little updated testimony report for the court?
And he's like, no, fuck you. Of course I'm standing by my testimony and my dream of exclusive rights to the story.
I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course you wouldn't choose a simple case. Not him. Phoenix.
Him?
Phoenix, right. Who else? You need a shitposter to beat a bullshitter, it seems? I guess. Acting, Herr Bushel. Report for us, if you would. What is it that you noticed?
This court is a critical trial of the juris system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed.
I wonder how the jurists are actually going to play into the case.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it, at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
That could have been a suicide note, just not in the way that you think, buddy. I don't think it was I wouldn't think it was this letter, but if he sealed an envelope with his tongue, if someone knew ahead of time that he was going to be sending a letter using that envelope, they could have simply coded the part that you lick to seal the envelope. Because, this guy's an old-fashioned coot, right? Which means he definitely seals envelopes by licking them. There's no doubt about that. So yeah, if you knew that in advance, if you were to coat poison on the sort of adhesive bit of the envelope that you lick, then he would lick the envelope to seal it. That would in turn put the poison in his system, and then later on, that would leave traces of poison in the cup when he drinks from it, and he would die. What that doesn't explain, though, is the poison in the actual frame itself. So, I don't know. Yeah, the poison in the frame is what's really throwing me for a loop here. I have no idea how that could fit into the into this whole thing. But if this testimony about the guy writing a letter just as he arrived is accurate, then I'd say it's a pretty decent conjecture to believe that he could have been poisoned through an envelope. What that also means, though, is that the murder could have been anyone, because it's entirely possible that this murder wasn't... We have had nothing so far in this murder that suggests it was urgent, right? Nothing that suggests that the murder had to happen at a specific time. It's entirely possible for just someone to have wanted to kill him and have just, when he was getting his supply of envelopes, they just put poison on one of his envelopes so that then eventually he would lick that one and he would die. There's nothing about the case suggests that the murder necessarily had to be timely. I mean, it probably did, but until that's proven, we could probably fall back on that. So, yeah, no, pretty much this means that the envelope is really the... Or, I guess alternatively, if someone sent him a letter and then asked him to reset... Hold on. True mission. I've deposited the 100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. There you go. There we have it. There's the murder weapon. It was an envelope. He was specifically told to send the papers in a specific envelope that was provided by someone, it would have been perfectly easy for someone to put poison on the glue off the envelope so that when you licked it, you would you would ingest the poison. So we've got our murder weapon, but I don't know if it would be this envelope though, because this one is 7 years old, you know? Like, I suppose it's possible that he's gotten more letters since, because this is simply a thing of like, he got paid for making a copy of an art. So, and I mean, he's been doing that for years. So it's entirely possible that while this specific letter is from 7 years ago, I think it's entirely possible that, he's still, getting contracts like this where he's made to, use a specific envelope and then 3 days, I think we've got our murder weapon and it's an envelope. Not this envelope specifically, but just an envelope. Which makes me suspicious of this envelope and me. Oh, no. This envelope has a seal, though, so that's what's actually holding it in place, so I don't think that's connected in any way to that. Yeah, again, I don't know how the tiny frame actually plays into this. When I used to lick envelopes, I never really pressed my lips on the actual glue. I just used the tip of my tongue. Also, the mark of the cup seems way too big for just slightly pressing on it. No, I mean, well, yes, you would just lick it with your tongue. You don't lick envelopes with your lips. That you would be a psychopath. No, but like, you lick it with your tongue, and then that poison ends up in your tongue. And then your tongue is in your mouth, which means, like, it's just naturally throughout the course of, like, a day, you'll, like, lick your lips or whatever. And, like, the poison will essentially be everywhere in your mouth really fucking quickly. Just due to basic entropy. And then, right, and it would simply need to be that this this chemical that Emma uses is able to highlight even very small amounts of the poison. As for this, way too big from simply pressing your lips on it. Well, no, on the inside it's fine because you don't press your lip there, but you do press like your bottom lip against the cup if you're drinking from it, right? Like, just resting your lip on the cup to drink from it. Like, that's enough for that profile. It's not exactly a very big profile on the cup. And yeah, it would only need to be a small amount of poison, since I assume what this chemical, this blows it up so that it's, easy to spot. Test the theory, hit pain up and tell them to lick the goddamn envelope. Yes, a suicide note in more ways than one.
Yes, yeah, this look at his face. Man's face, inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote.
You know what? If you want to rule this a suicide, I'm game. You know what? Let's get Vera acquitted and we're done here. I don't give a shit.
Suicide? Or Mr. Misham? That means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview?
I don't know. It would be dramatic. Most certainly.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination.
Studio, Mr. Mission was at his desk. You're writing a letter? Alright, well, yeah, we should just press on everything. Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Mission?
Well, his daughter Vera, of course.
Was anyone besides Mr. Mission and Vera present?
Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse.
The only person who didn't belong to the studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brusham?
I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney, use this classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy. End quote.
If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting your assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? You know you're writing a letter, but quickly sealed the envelope. There we go. And by sealing the envelope, he also sealed his fate. neither of us made this joke. Look at Bushell's yeegy ass haircut. I don't know. I tell you, I don't know. That haircut's pretty fly, I have to say. Definitely gets a lot of pussy with that. So after he put the letter away when he saw you,
Early reporter gets worm. End quote. That's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow.
And then out of the interview, I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, I barge in.
Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry? Really?
Mr. Mission sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter in that yellow envelope as fast as he could.
Okay, yeah, we've got our murder weapon, boys. Yellow envelope. Thank you. Just keep giving me more details. This man is unironically one of the best witnesses we've fucking had. This is ridiculous. He's actually one of the best witnesses. Just giving legitimately, like, just truthful testimony and actually important information and not buckling at the prosecution's demands. This man is incredible. Jesus fucking Christ, journalistic ethics through the fucking roof. There's barely a cut at this point. Just better doing bald man or tattoo your headline or something.
I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one.
Does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice.
I wonder, is that in a ring of something important? Add that to the testimony for later. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add it to the testimony then.
Why not? I got them free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene.
This is news to me. Hold up. Yellow envelope at the crime scene? I don't remember any yellow envelope. The crime scene. Alright, we'll press on that later.
I thought nothing of it at the time, of course.
You didn't think anything might be wrong at the time?
Hey, when I go in for an interview, that's what I'm there to do. Interview finds looking more effective than caring. End quote.
So what about now? Looking back on it, did he sense anything strange in Mr. Mission's behavior?
Well, yeah, that's why I'm telling you all this to begin with.
Very well. Continue with your testimony.
Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note?
Well, yeah, don't quote me or anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know?
So you didn't actually check the letter?
Of course not. You know, sealed. Contents of can unknown until can is opened. End quote.
You can always check the label. You think Mr. Mission was writing a suicide note? And if he was, that would solve the case in a jiffy. Kinda makes me wonder about the letter. Well, yeah, if it was left at the crime scene, we should at least be able to look at it, right? Prosecutor
Gavin posted cringe in Court General Channel. End quote. Moderators, come get his ass.
Well, let's talk about this envelope. And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with the letter.
Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw.
Apollo, you think this might be a big break? Yeah. But I need us to show some decisive evidence now. Okay. What do we show here? So I definitely need to present something here, but I don't know what. My envelope, there's card, the coffee mug, the red envelope. I mean, it's not yellow, I can tell you that much. Unless this guy's colorblind, which would be interesting. Hidden painting, letterbox, tiny frame, portrait, acrylic, landscape, Misham's autopsy report. 30, yeah, Africanine poisoning. Damn! What the hell am I supposed to present here? Because I understand where the testimony is going, I'm just not sure how to get it there. Could we maybe ask the prosecution where this envelope is? Seems like an important thing. The only thing here related to envelopes is the red envelope and the letterbox. So I'm not sure. The letterbox is empty, so I don't think that's a thing, especially since he says it was left at the crime scene. I think we present the red envelope since that's the only envelope we found at the crime scene, right? Let me think. That's a bit of a shot in the dark, definitely. But I suppose the yellow envelope could be inside of the red envelope. That is a possibility. Since it specified he is a specific envelope, right? Alright, I'm gonna present the red envelope since that's the only thing I can think of here that is like in any way related to this. Yeah, let's see. Objection! Yes, okay. As it happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What? Prosecutor Gavin. Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But her forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already. 7 years ago.
Well, Mr. Brushel?
I can explain that. You're right. You wanted to get the letter in an envelope. Pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So we grabbed the nearest envelope and grabbed away.
What about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump?
Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim?
That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. He had been writing in a red envelope. Not possible, I think, because we have looked inside of the envelope itself. And the envelope contains a letter written to Misham, not by Misham. So I don't think, no, he couldn't have put the letter in this envelope. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Gavin is like, that fucking bitch. Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Your Honor, I think the witness source to support his argument was made the fuck up. No, it's fuck, hold on, let me see if I can find my favorite image. No, I think this is one of those cases where the witness's testimony is indeed correct. It's just that that envelope was removed from the scene of the crime later on, but hold on. Let me create an image source. One. This is where half of the witnesses in Ace Attorney actually get their information, by the way. It is true. It is true. They are all, you know, they're backing their claims up with evidence. It's true. How long did it take you to take,
Well, if it isn't Sussy Jack.
We're done with that. How long did it take me to beat Bridge to the Turnabout? Quite a while. Here, I'd have to check. I mean, it's on. Yeah, it's one of the good things about live streaming. You know, I can, you know, always go back and like check how long it took me to do something. Let's see. Bridge to the turnabout. Trials and tribulations. Right versus wrong. Diego. I think it was this. Was it this episode when we started it? Yes, okay. So that would be. What is that? 4 hours, 4 hours, another 4 hours, another 4 hours, and 7 hours. So what's that? 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah, about like 23 hours. I watched Incorrect Summary of Metal Gear Rising and can't stop quoting it. Yeah, it's really good. Oh! Why would he address the letter to himself? I mean, he was an artist. Those people are crazy. But no. I fully believe that Bushel is 100% telling the truth and that the guy put a letter in a yellow envelope, and that yellow envelope is the murder weapon, which is why it was removed from the scene. Let alone send a suicide note to himself. Could be a narcissist. I've been scooped!
Order! Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court?
Oh my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old forgotten slots.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel.
That's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, and Mr. Misham sat there, searching his desk drawer for something.
This desk drawer?
Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote.
A stamp? Whatever for?
Well, to mail his letter. What else? And why, yes, I think I saw one of it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently this yellow letter is nothing.
Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story.
There's nothing more American than shooting a man at Walmart. What is Walmart?
It's heaven, Jack!
Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. Falls. End quote.
As I was saying, that has nothing to do with the case. That's sad.
Yes, Your Honor?
It makes me wonder about the contents of this red envelope. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money.
So this was from 7 years ago, yeah? Ah. So Gavin knows something.
So, am I finished? Here, I mean, am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing.
Yeah, I'd say we're done here. We've got a pretty fucking good testimony. I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone. When you catch the scent of a story, you make that rather unique face. Why did you have to point out his big nose?
Come on! Attorneys, active imagination. Little else. End quote.
Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about.
Judge has active imagination. End quote.
Please, continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of that story.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually.
All right, so far, flawless testimony. Legitimately.
Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leveraged his story, gets his interview, end quote. And the story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago.
Finally, okay, now we're getting into the real stuff. This music is not appropriate at all for a murder trial.
Red envelope probably had something to do with it. Oh, but you will, say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
So you threatened to go to the press with this story, and that's how you got your interview. Blackmail.
Oh, yes! I mean, no! I wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not.
Something wrong, Mr. Brushel?
Look, this is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is a livelihood. And quote.
I see.
Oh, you have me chatting away here. What's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Snooper gets wind of my story? It could be going to press while I'm going to the waste.
The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace.
A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Yeah, that fucking case keeps popping up. The pee pee poo poo 9 incident, as I'm sure it's gonna be called. Something to that effect. Bushel was one step away from saying the N-word. Ooh, our ring is buzzing. Alright, well, let's press him first. The victim, Drew Misham, had an aversion to reporters.
Boy, I guess. Not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until he got my thumbs up, that is.
Maybe you can elaborate on that bit for us. Exactly what sort of story was this?
Oh, a little one, like I said. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing in between. And, but, I better suggest that I had a lead of this particular story. But I didn't threaten or cajole or nothing, honest.
Have I watched Multiverse of Madness? No, I haven't. I'm gonna go sometime this week, probably. Suggestion was enough to get an interview? Mr. Mission must have been really wanting to keep it under wraps. Certain case? 7 years ago? Tell us what case?
Let me say one thing, Mr. Attorney. And you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case. But why not? It's about journalistic pride, and staunchness, and credibility, and connections. Journalist reveals source only over his dead body, end quote. So, what'll it be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney!
He sounds pretty determined not to talk. Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good. He is uncorruptible. His journalistic integrity is unbeatable. This is incredible. Goddamn, it must be amazing to live in a Japanifornia land where you can land whatever job you want with 0 degrees and no credentials. What are you talking about? Have you seen this man? Compare him to the only other reporter we've seen in Phoenix Wright. Lot of fucking heart. This man, this is a model reporter. Protects his sources, chases after, his stories ruthlessly, provides accurate and helpful testimony on the stand. This man's incredible. On the other hand, we have your story. On one hand, we have your story. On the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related?
No, I was just saying it was possible. Call it reporter's intuition, end quote. Yeah, I say a lot of things. You gotta pick all of them apart. Be my guest.
All of them? Oh, just the incredibly suspicious ones.
I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Misham?
There are, I want to say, 2 people we have met so far in the Ace Attorney universe that are actually good at that are actually top tier at their job. Those being, well, actually, let me think. Three people in Ace Attorney that have been excellent at their jobs. Spark Brushel, Manfred von Karma, and fuck, what was his name? Jake Marshall. Those three and none other. I mean, technically Jake Marshall's brother, who was a prosecutor, was also pretty based, but we never actually met him, so I'm not counting him. It's those three and that's it. Everyone else sucks at their job. How amazing was Mr. Misham's talent?
Huh? Oh, wee boy. I mean, hey, he's a star, man. A star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist paints lights up studio like sun, end quote.
This guy's full of wacky gestures. That one just now was wackier than usual. He looks kind of nervous to me, Apollo. Definitely. There's something different than before here. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what. That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth. Oh, I mean, I guess I'll say I didn't mean to. That was an accidental click, but I'll take it. Brushel's red pill to such a degree that he can't be corrupted by mere memes and e-girls and VTubers. It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. I wonder what the story he's talking about is. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Misham out of hiding. I wonder, maybe it had something to do with Mr. Misham's art. We already know he was a forger, Apollo. Get with the program. Man browses Cringetopia every day. No, he gets posted on Cringetopia. Interview. Story. Dreamcast to 7 years ago. I'm interested in this case, so let's see if we can proceed. I didn't spot anything there. I don't see anything on that one. Can you use your bracelet or is he that pure of a being? I'm not spotting anything! He's an uncorrupted soul. Mangekyo Sharingan! Get a thumbs up on the interview. No, again, I didn't see anything. He's too powerful! What the fuck? Alright, let's try this one. That is terrifying. This is the last thing you see before you die. I want to hear that one again. Further leverage his story. Yeah, sure. Like, the only part of his body that I could think to look at is the face, because his hands are not visible. So it's entirely based on the face. God damn! This is the only one I have not done. This is the final boss in RPG, and the MC just pulled some BS out of nowhere, like the power of friendship to defeat us. Oh, damn it, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. A red envelope. Probably had something to do with it. I'm not getting anything! I can't think of anywhere else on his body to look. Right. This is incredible! I'm getting nothing. We are not worthy to be in the presence of such a god. A bad taste in my mouth. It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. Nothing to do with Mr. Mission's part. Yeah, which is why I thought the last one. Hell, when I pressed this one, he specifically. Yeah, he's definitely a bit more reserved about this one. Yeah, okay. See, it's definitely the last statement, but I couldn't find anything on him. Alright, go. Do what you will. But yeah, this one has a hand. Without compare. Nothing on the hand. Okay, let's look at the face. Rue's talent was without compare. Okay. What about the throat? Couldn't. Nothing. Zero. Unless. It has to be this bit. But where? This is incredible. I've got nothing. Nothing at all. Why do we have to deal with this guy? I mean, he is literally the only witness to the crime. Hold on. How amazing with Mr. Mishra's talent. Yeah, he seems nervous about that one. Artist paints light up studio like a sun, despite the fact that all of his actual paintings himself were black and white sketches. You guys are full of wacky gestures, but that one just now was wackier than usual. Looks kind of nervous. Definitely, I'm sensing something different than before here. Maybe it's time to bring you know what. Yeah, so Apollo is literally specifically saying, use the ring on this statement.
Sharingan!
I've got nothing. He's unbeatable. His poker face is immaculate. Like a sculpture, rock solid. I've got nothing. This guy's completely stumping me. He's like the only, like his face and his like toothbrush hand are the only parts of his body that are actually showing. So it has to be one of those two, but none of them move. Alright, I'm gonna give it one more try. If I can't figure it out, then yeah, go ahead and tell me, because this is ridiculous. Yeah, no, I've got nothing. Alright, what is it? What the fuck is it? I think I've been like 15 minutes on this one fucking perceive. He's too pure. He doesn't have a tell because he's not lying. I refuse to believe that he's... Look at... I don't want to do that! I can't deal with this shit. I can't do that. I can't do this. I don't want Apollo just staring into his armpits, like sniffing them, like Jesus fucking Christ. I don't want to look. Gotcha! Like, it came out so quickly, too. Like, it just shoots out. Sweat too much, Mr. Brushel?
Yeah, well, man can't help his glance, you know?
It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. Ah! You're hiding something about his talent.
What? That's ridiculous.
Eric, what the bloody hell are you playing? Why are you looking at a man's armpits?
Evidence time. Show where Mr. Misham's talent truly lay. Just so happens, I got evidence showing the talent mentioned in the letter. I mean, it's either the hidden painting or the landscape. I'm gonna say the landscape, since that was, like, in the middle of a crime. He heard that he might get a cup of breast milk coffee and got excited.
I can't help but wonder what the court is supposed to conclude for this evidence.
Oh.
Other than, you've made a horrible mistake. Man burns bridge, forgets to cross first. End quote.
Oh, let's try this again. All I have to do is reveal what Mr. Misham really was. Okay, so 8's the stolen one. Okay. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one. Except it was only half done. I feel like both of those should have counted. Then we have this letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. Business of making forgeries.
Ow!
That is all, Your Honor.
Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop.
Forgery. That's a serious crime.
Richard Wisham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art, meaning forgery?
The game is just a huge fetish. First gibbling, then panties belong to an underage girl, and now sweat fetish. Oh.
Drew Misham was talented, alright. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? You can't seriously be talking about...
Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago.
It's all about fucking forged evidence, fucking, isn't it?
7 years ago. So, are we to understand that this letter is payment of $100,000 for?
Exactly. Forged evidence, that's tiny profit. End quote.
Order, order, order. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life.
Aha. This is my chance. The victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. I certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned the mug that night. No one poisoned the mug, you stuck-up fake rock star. And you, of course.
Hey, the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony up to this point has been quite unreliable.
What are you talking about? weird! Fucking witnesses will come in here and lie about what day of the week it is. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, you know, I was big friends with the victim. I knew him since 3rd grade." And Phoenix is like, the victim grew up in Germany. Is like, "Oh well, yeah, you know, I must have gotten them confused from Jimmy John back in Alabama, you know. But you know, don't worry, I got it all on camera. You know, I recorded the video in 4K. That's a Polaroid. Okay, you know, fair enough. But you know, I'm very alert on Tuesdays, and of course I witnessed this murder on a Tuesday, which of course it means that my mind is fresh. I just gotten over the rage of Monday, and I was revitalized. And of course, I saw everything. The murder happened on a Wednesday? Wednesday? I was eating hot dogs on Wednesday. Wait, are we talking about the same murder? The guy with the yellow hair? No, the victim in this case is a brunette. Oh, I think I got the wrong courtroom here. And then Edgeworth is like, "Now, witness, you stay right there. This testimony is vital to our case." And the judge is like,
Oh yes, I concur, Mr. Edgeworth.
and this motherfucker, it's like, testifies. The guy died after drinking his coffee, and we're like, "Well, that can't happen."
Ah, yes, it can.
Yes, that is exactly how it happened. Then he testified about the victim putting a letter in a yellow envelope. 100%, I'm guaranteeing that is exactly how it happened. And the fucking, like what? Did he lie about fucking, yeah, oh, 1 second. And then, I mean, the witness had talent. I mean, the victim had talent. It was talent for forgery, but it was still talent. He wasn't technically, he was protecting his, you know, his fucking story, which is a fair thing to do. But every other detail he gave us was completely accurate. Where did you in the world get we did not contradict basically anything in his testimony. Oh my god. This is reminding me of Mr. Kudo from Recipe for Turnabout. The man gave a perfectly detailed and accurate account of the events at the time of the crime, and no one believed a word he said. It's incredible.
It doesn't speak well if you're reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid it can stand an elephant on it. End quote.
I believe that 100%.
In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in the studio for the recap, the trial is over.
Oh, what's he talking about? Cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have a reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects. The killer had to be Vera, that's what. This next testimony is our last chance.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please.
Or you could talk about the pattern of the poison in the cup and how it, you know, makes no fucking sense, but whatever. The interview, a recap.
The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lip during the interview was that mug.
But before the interview.
And nothing left the studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
Judge Peelick.
Imagine, Apollo, a world freed from cancel culture, in which nobody can call out my bullshit. A world where I can say the N-word.
A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt.
Ah, shucks. You really think so?
I believe it clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination.
Right. I still have one trump card left to play. I won't let this trial end until I use it. Okay. What trump card is that? Tiny frame, I guess? Apollo, what are you doing shoving your head under Mr. Brushell's armpits? It's all coming together, Trissy! I've finally seen the light! That doesn't prove Vera poisoned it. How many times have we heard that one, her forehead? Well, the poison reached its victim via the coffee mug. False! And from where did that coffee come from, Well, not to beat a dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in.
I'm on it. You need a horse beat? I'm your man.
That's animal abuse. And you witnessed her pouring the coffee?
Of course I didn't witness it. Wait, she came in with that tray. The coffee was already poured and steaming.
Well, let's not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement, I poured, I served, and I killed.
What?
That last part was just a little joke. I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case. I mean, no, the mug is literally the biggest weak spot in the case. You're just too dumb to see it. That's, I think, the correct one. Say clearly as though it were obvious. This claim that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, you see, in my business, it's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. A bad habit, I know. Yes, well, actually, I guess this is more a case of ridiculous journalist sounds wrong, end quote.
The court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from wild conjecture.
Understood loud and clear.
If only I could believe that. What do you think, Apollo? Everything he says seems to so not flawed. Well, that's kind of what you want from a testimony, really. I need to keep my eye on what matters. How and why was Drew Misham killed? Vera poured the coffee, and that's not gonna change. If that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find what did and prove it. Funny how Ace Attorney is allowed to happen because all the people in this universe are incompetent. Can we call the next witness, please? His name is Mike Cock. I would not put it past the Ace Attorney devs. Not one thing? Sure?
Yep, as sure as can be. Well, with one exception.
One exception? What?
Journalist Spark Brushell does interview. Leave studio. End quote. Come on. It's a joke. Get it? Not funny? I know. But still.
Did they leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? I haven't heard something like that before.
Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio then?
Just one thing. The envelope. I think one thing might have very well left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene.
By which you mean? Something other than our witness?
Of course. Don't tell me. Vera Misham? Believe me, any comedic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional.
Then let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice.
Well, this thing wasn't at the crime scene, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows it could have been taken from the crime scene. The letters on it. This is the only link between the studio and the outside world.
A letterbox?
What did Mr. Brushell just tell us? When he entered the studio that night of the murder, The victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, he went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox.
Ah!
But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared.
Ah, yes, intriguing. So the envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing.
Huh?
He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. It is really important that the envelope is it really important that the envelope the witness says he saw disappeared?
Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. Seems very important to me.
Very well then. The witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it.
I still think these fails to change anything, her forehead.
I wouldn't be so sure. Letter disappears from the crime scene that night. It's exactly the opening I've been looking for.
That letter is the murder weapon. Hey, you know anyone named Yagami? Can you spell... I'm a gay.
A letter was put in the post for the studio, but I hardly think that matters.
Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from the studio. You were hiding that fact from us.
Yes, well,
Actually,
I don't argue the possibility that the letter disappeared from the studio, but her forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us?
how Mr. Misham was poisoned, I know. Mr. Brushell's testimony has changed. The facts of the case have too. But what he's told us means something entirely different now. I'm starting to think. Let's keep thinking, Apollo. Alright, and now for the coup de grace.
I swear when you do your clavier voice, you slightly tap into a croquet brush. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense. Oh, God.
Sure about that?
to be really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies might have been poisoned.
And at the time of the autopsy, you know, fresh fragrance of mint filled the room. And now mint residue is found. Yeah, it's a long shot anyways. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee?
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof.
Possibility is there. I can feel it. I cannot prove it. Yeah. Possibility isn't gonna cut it. Not now. Mr. Bishop ingested the poison via a route other than that coffee.
I can prove it.
Proof is possible. Here goes nothing.
You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, her forehead, not possibilities.
Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof.
What did you say there?
I have proof of the disappearing envelope.
I saw him writing a letter. I did.
Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume.
Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it.
A stamp.
As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp.
Here, cat, fine. No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age.
Yeah, but Mr. Misham does because he's an old coot. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all.
Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait! How does that explain the atropine on the rim of the coffee mug?
If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if you were to put a coffee mug to his mouth? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around.
What?
The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Mission. Mr. Mission poisoned the coffee mug himself! I wouldn't quite put it that dramatically, but in a manner of speaking, yes. Our postal service is still a thing in 2026? The United States Postal Service is the closest thing you get to like a secret organization. How those people manage to keep running at a profit, I do not understand. But they somehow do it. It's literally, it's the only like section of the US government that legitimately makes a profit, other than the IRS for obvious reasons. It literally, it makes the government money. It's incredible.
Order, order, order.
And they still manage to be cheaper than like private postal services.
But that doesn't... Does it?
Recall, if you would, atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on the envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched the lips of that cup of joe. Yeah, which was exactly 15 minutes, as Brushel pointed out, which is the exact time it takes for atroquinine to act. It's run by the MGS Patriots. Yeah, in our timeline, they just gave up on world domination. They just decided to run the United States Postal Service.
Oh, he smells.
You have something to add, Mr. Brushel?
Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent.
As I believe mentioned earlier. Well, the thing, see, after he put his letter in the envelope, Mr. Mission sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But, you know, I don't seem to remember ever finding one.
Maybe he just ran out.
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one.
That does pose a problem. How will you prove that that stamp was coated with poison?
Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. Makes proving the stamp he used as poison possible.
Good show, good show. We can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place.
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyways.
I'm gonna go ahead and save just to be safe.
Where is your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp?
My guess is probably the tiny frame. Out a Netflix adaptation of Metal Gear Solid in which the Patriots just runs postal services and their plans for world domination destroyed the concept of emails.
Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little.
It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself.
I noticed that too during my inspection. So what?
And apparently, you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something important.
Missing something?
Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue.
What? I wasn't told about this!
Oh, see, this is what you get for having poor working relationships with your lead investigator. Say what you will about Edgeworth and Gumshoe, but Gumshoe had the utmost respect for Edgeworth. So Edgeworth was always informed about every single discovery that was made. But Emma doesn't respect a single hair on your fucking body. So of course she's gonna tell me this shit and just not give you anything. The frame is 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. And also, bear in mind, Gavin has not once slashed Unlike Gumshoe, who's just incompetent, Emma has actively helped us in various cases, and Gavin has not once attempted to cut her pay. Maybe an inch wide at most.
You aren't saying.
Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps?
Order! The poison stamp was in the frame?
Impossible.
Prosecutor Gavin!
Well, why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck.
You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see?
Emma didn't give a shit. She probably didn't tell him Clavier on purpose, and her excuse is,
It didn't seem relevant to the case at hand.
But, Mr. Russell, please stop jittering around like that.
The victim was a forger, right? And there's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too. End quote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. Oh, yeah, trying out some percussion too? Trying to add some percussion to her repertoire, Clavier?
oh, Rich. that is rich.
Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Governor song lyrics, please.
Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one.
Oh, I disagree.
Come again?
Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. True mission hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail.
The mail?
Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew red letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon.
Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof.
Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. The red envelope. The fact that it was explicitly sent, that someone explicitly sent him a stamp and explicitly told him to use it.
I have to back up your claim. Bushel is the only witness so far that willingly gave up important information without having to pry too much.
Yeah, like, obviously, you know, you still have to pry a little bit for the sake of the game, but, like, he was pretty fucking forthcoming with, like, really important information, didn't allow himself to get bullied by the prosecutor. Man was a Chad. I might not have evidence, per se. Things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it. I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Mission was killed.
Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice.
A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Mission the stamp of death. For some reason, when I look at Vera, I think of Chiaki. Yeah, she has that sort of like she has those vibes, I guess. But yeah, it has to be the red envelope.
Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago?
Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This page 1. And this is page 2.
It pains me to say this, but Brushel is the only professional in this game.
It's true! You would never expect it. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor.
Ah.
In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, gasp, and quote.
Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. The clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. Drew. And the murder weapon would have been taken away from the scene.
Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system.
You got nothing, Gavin. Nothing.
It's a splendid imagination you have, her forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe? Really?
Well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there is a possibility.
It's a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? You have poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then became a murder weapon? How do you intend to prove that seeming coincidence?
Well, it was 7 years ago. We don't even know who sent that letter.
And your answer is silence. I see. Very well. I move to...
I imagine it was probably Kristoff. Please don't tell me! Speak of the devil's name, and he shall appear! It has to be him. He's using Folane. Did I just summon Kristoff from the depths of prison? I mean, it could be Phoenix, I suppose. I have no idea. But it is... Also, yeah, wait, no, he's using his first name. It's Kristoff. It's fine. I fucking say the word Kristoff, and he fucking just appears. God damn. Fuck, it's been a while. I need to remember what my voice for Kristoff was, because that was the first case.
Hold on.
How did he escape prison?
That's a very good question. Let's see.
And there we go. We got our...
Let me just pull up the old video on my other computer. Alright, let's see.
Returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the... You would have had to be at the scene, in other words, of the crime at the time of the crime.
In other words, you'd have to have been the real killer, is what you're trying to say. I haven't been entirely honest.
Mr. Gavin?
I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
Okay, I think I got it. Used his manly charms to bewitch every one of his cellmates to dig him a tunnel? Or he killed them all.
It's not nice to pick on the Frolaine, Clavier.
Jesus Christ! Emma? Wait, what the fuck just happened? Am I seeing things? I'm so... Was that just Emma? Just fucking trolling Gavin?
A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one.
Well, like my Kristoff Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Yes! Terrifyingly so. Oh my god, I adore her. Just trolling Clavier so hard.
Don't quit your day job.
I don't know. You literally looked at her and saw Gavin for a second. I'd say she was pretty convincing.
Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fräulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you out of all this mess. Someone had to come dig you all out of the mess you're making of this case. Yes. You know, none of this would have happened if you had just trusted science a little more. You could find out if that stunt was in the envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fräulein Detective? Clear me all you want, but science is on my side. It's on the residue, right? That's right! Poison detection spray!
Produce the red envelope at once! You can open it on the authority of the court.
Emma, just coming in clutch with the fucking spray! Her impression is so good, she transformed into him!
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Emma literally just coming in clutch. Holy fuck! What? An actual competent fucking detective? What the fuck? There we go.
Well, would you look at that?
No mistaking it. That's atriquinine residue.
I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Nice poem. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago?
Well,
There's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out.
Figured what out?
He realized that the person who sent the letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp.
And put his decisive evidence in a frame.
Emma actually coming in with a fucking genius.
Ah! You're still here?
Can I make a statement here? On the record, I, Spark Razor Toothbrushel, claim this scoop as mine. Do me some guilt in cold blood. I sent her a 7-year-old letter, end quote. Now maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote.
Order. I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock to think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. A stamp is taken straight to afterlife. End quote.
Sounded kind of badass.
Uh-oh. I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge.
I don't think he can get much worse than he already is, honestly.
I see no need to further debate on this matter. The sender of the letter 7 years ago could hardly have been the defendant.
Hollow. I think we just won.
Very well. The court finds the defendant.
So unnecessary. That's your third guitar solo this time. Is this the bright future of our legal system?
Prosecutor Gavin.
Also, I love the fact that the fucking judge was about to, just hand down the verdict without even consulting with the jurist, which was the whole point of this thing.
Ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavin or shows are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense any other way.
It boggles my mind that so many people have not noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in her forehead's claim.
A contradiction? Hi, Mommy. I mean, no, Mommy. I mean, yes, Mommy. I mean, no, Mommy. I mean, yes, Mommy. I mean, no, Mommy. I mean, yes, Mommy. I mean, no, Mommy. I mean, hi, Emma.
A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed, until now. If that's the case, then what would Drew Misham have done? Why would Drew Mission have done what he did? That's what I was wondering, but I mean, 7 years ago, he may have forgotten. Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger drew Mission sensed the trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question: why 7 years later did he use the stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest Mr. Mishram simply forgot. I mean, he might have. He put the murder weapon in the frame of his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? Oh!
Well, I admit this is all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall foul of a trap.
That was interesting. That was like almost a not guilty verdict, and Gavin had to stop it. We got him on the back foot there. Damn nice. Also, let me just reiterate the fact that if Gatto had been the prosecutor for this case, we would have just won then and there, because he does not have the mental faculties to actually argue that. He would just instead ask me to provide evidence that, I don't know, the victim paid for, I don't know. Don't you find it funny how Clavier is at the Madam moment playing the invisible guitar? The music is playing in his head while he's doing some awkward hand movement. Gavin is just practicing his gangs. No, I like to think that he brings in the Galvaners. I assume he got a replacement for Shark Dude. I forgot his name. I assume he got a replacement for it. He just has the Galvaners in here in the courtroom behind the judges stand, and they just play his theme whenever he wants them to. So I mean, that is just the guitar solo from Guilty Love.
It does seem highly unlikely that he would run afoul of the trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Paulo, I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see you're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for it. Okay, how do you explain the poison stamp that was in the envelope? Poison stamp? What exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court with us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. We have the traces of poison in the envelope! What else do you want? Do you want me to drag the murderer in here and have him confess? Some lobster to go with that? What about the atraconide residue, huh? Oh, I agree. That does seem to be atraconide residue, but our forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Mission would never have used it. That is all.
I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again.
Apollo, were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be a coincidence.
Just what do you mean by coincidence?
Gotta be like, Apollo, can you undeniably prove that the victim was dead before the autopsy was performed on him?
Mr. Justice.
Yes, Your Honor?
Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Mission received a red envelope. There were traces of poison atraconine on the document inside that envelope. Similar traces also found at the crime scene on this tiny picture frame. the defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with a poison stamp on it.
Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in the frame. He never would have used that stamp.
I'm afraid you're right. Which means there's a fatal flaw in the defense's case.
I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. Traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame. And Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us?
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be fake.
Ah, a fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable? Yeah.
The clue that's thrown us off in this poison trail is none other than Drew Misham, the red envelope, the frame.
Can you impersonate Kristoff and knock some sense into this guy?
No, I'm sure Kristoff taught him all he knows.
Let's see.
Fake clue that thrown us off the poisonous trail is none other than... I don't think it's the red envelope. Oh, it could be. I don't think... Drew Misham makes absolutely no sense. Like, what? The red envelope is what I'm leaning towards here, because the idea that... Yeah. What if the envelope wasn't actually from 7 years ago? What if there was... What if he had actually received a recent envelope and he followed the instructions to the letter and got poisoned? Alternatively, the frame could be the fake clue. Because, yeah, that doesn't explain the frame, though, because if he never received a stamp and realized it was a murder plot years ago, then he wouldn't have framed it, so then the frame shouldn't exist. So the red envelope can't be a fake clue, because if the red envelope doesn't exist, the frame doesn't exist either. So we can discard that. What about the frame, though? It's entirely possible that he never actually realized that the poison was fake. He never actually framed it in the first place. But then what? But then that doesn't explain why would he use the stamp now rather than 8 years ago? 7. So the frame is better than the red envelope, but I'm still not sure. I have no idea what the hell Drew Misham even means here. Would it... The victim is fake? What? What are you saying? The fake clue is Drew Misham. Apollo, what drugs are you on?
If you rotate Drew Misham 180 degrees, you get these nuts.
The frame... Yeah, I mean, there are flaws with both the frame and the envelope. I want to see Drew Misham. I guess I just need to know what ridiculous shit Apollo is coming up with here.
The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'll explain. You have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. It all makes sense. Doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection! Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master faked evidence himself, the forger.
So, okay, so I guess what it means that the victim is fake is that, like, the victim's actions make no sense? I guess? That is such a stupid way to word that.
It makes a good story, I'll give you that.
Fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries. Ah! I know that face! That's the I just had an idea face! I don't know if I'm right. I'm gonna go with it anyways. What if our forger is the fake?
What is happening? Come again?
7 years ago, our forger sniffed the trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Are you saying that the Drew Misham that died here wasn't actually Drew Misham? That it was a body double? Is that what you're getting at? Now the forger stumbles into the very same trap and dies. Why?
That's what I want to know.
Because the forger who's killed was a fake.
Here we are again! The victim was a fake.
One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake.
Order! Apollo Justice, what kind of drugs are you on? Please, I need to know the name of your dealer. It's very important.
Yeah, no, this is, yeah, I gotta put it out. This is Apollo right now. This is, this is Apollo right now. Wait, no, hold on. Transform. There you go. Smoke it. Oh my god. Incredible. Yeah, no, I think he's overdosing. Someone get the paramedics.
So you're telling us the Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake.
Did anyone bother to run a DNA analysis?
Well, if he was fake, who's the real forger? You better not be claiming there's some kind of switcheroo.
I'm afraid you're gonna have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us who the real Drew Misham was.
Drew Misham wasn't the real forger. Only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham was himself a forgery. The real forger was... Vera? Can you find online like a bong with a transparent background and use that on a paw? Right. Phoenix Wright! Lucy Wright. Vera Misham. Spark Russell. Not Valent fucking Gare. Apollo, rather than playing the pursuit theme, how about you go pursue some bitches? Vera? I mean, she's the only one else who had access to the studio, but she's 19. That would have mean she was 12 at the time of the case 7 years ago. She couldn't have been a forger back then. You know? Apollo, what have you gotten us into? This is a mess. The only person I can think of is Vera. It makes no sense, but everyone makes even less sense. He's never met Valant. He's never met Emma. He's, well, 7 years ago probably met Gavin. He's never met the reporter. He's never met... Vera Misham? There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Misham, was none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Now this court is up.
Order! Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb, even for you.
I kind of agree. I mean, Vera? A forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in the trap 7 years ago. This can only mean the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger.
Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense.
One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. We know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger. That leaves only one possibility, the process of elimination. Phoenix just felt the disturbance in the force. He felt the bullshit of not even 1,000 words to come up with in 1,000 years. Phoenix is just watching this case, obviously because he's like leading the jurist project. And he's just sitting like, I erased that boy! The forger was Vera Misham. Well? Fascinating!
Vera Misham. You've been paying attention to the trial so far.
Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you?
Who is the forger?
Drew Misham.
Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face.
I'm used to being stared at by Freunds, believe me. Well, they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art?
Does she recognize them from 7 years ago? Okay. Yes. Yeah, no, she definitely gives some Chiaki vibes. No denying that.
So, the forger, Drew Misham, was you?
Yes, it was me. So what, you're telling me a 12-year-old child figured out that they were trying to murder her with a postage stamp, so she put the postage stamp in a frame, and then years later her dad killed himself with it? Yeah, Apollo, I'm gonna have to side with Gavin on this one. You're fucking insane. Give her the Chiaki voice? Hajime! Hey! Yes, it was me. Yes, it was me.
What?
Court was in an uproar, and it wasn't coming down.
Alec, this is fucked up.
Get a break for a 10-minute recess. All right, we got a trial former. I take it. Oh shit. This is fucking insanity. I'm loving this case so far. October 8th, 1:24 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Okay. So, where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically? I'm gonna take this opportunity to go get, like, something to eat and drink, because, we're in this one for the long haul. So, you know, if we're 2 hours in, if this all goes according to plan, we're still in here for, like, another 9 hours, you know? So, 9.5, in fact. So yeah, I'm gonna take, like, a short 5-minute break to just get a quick snack, and I'll be right back.
All right, we're back. Let's go ahead and continue. This case is certainly shaping up to be an interesting one, I can tell you that much. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually... doing her nails. So, you really made those forgeries? Yes. Her father. Right, so this is what I was kind of imagining, that our father didn't exactly have great talent for forgery, so he essentially used her to essentially create the forgeries. Yes, I am back. Yeah, so her father used her to create the forgeries. That I completely understand. That's perfectly fine. And like Drew Misham seems like a piece of shit anyways. So I would not put that past him. What I'm really don't understand, like, to believe that Drew Misham is a fake theory is just a red herring so the game can go gotcha at the end and make you restart. The only issue with the with her being the fortress, how does that work with the because like, so she is a forger, right? She makes the paintings, but for father, right, she was the talent, but he was the brains of the operation, which means he was likely the one handling the mail, which means he's the one who actually received the stamp and saw the murder plot 7 years ago. That wasn't her. She was 12 at the time. Fucking 12. Okay, we'll see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out. I know. It was wrong.
Could you tell us how it happened?
My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries. How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But, in the end, I was making those. So that Drew just forgot he poisoned an envelope 7 years ago? I mean, like, the whole idea for for Apollo, was that the person who had opened the envelope 7 years ago and placed the stamp on the frame was a different person than the Drew Misham who had taken the stamp and used it on an envelope and poisoned himself. The problem with that is that his idea is that that was Vera, even though she was 12 at the time, and I don't know yet. I don't know, but I haven't met any 12-year-olds able to foresee an assassination plot on them and take actions to prevent it. Forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, father is... You know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So, you were already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So, the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time to the courtroom, please. Right, out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Who's the paintings in the studio? I painted those as part of my work.
Right, see, we checked them out and we saw that there were what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice? Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. You're late, Father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who's Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know? Fucking Phoenix doesn't tell me anything! What if he was Daddy's daddy? Okay. Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. I mean, now that the victim's daughter Vera was the forger, what does this mean for the case? I guess we're about to find out. All right, we got like basically exactly 9 hours left today, so let's make the most of them. October 8th, 1:36 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session.
Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off.
Perhaps we could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona?
There's that stare again. He's drilling more holes into his head. Yeah, clearly something happened between these two 7 years ago. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Phrasing! What is hard? Now you're making me wonder, Apollo. What is hard?
Very well, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries?
Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted those paintings, the remarkably similar ones?
Ah, yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So, she was the one who made the forgeries.
She did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation, so the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. For the world at large, he was the forger, not her.
I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I?
Regardless, we need a little more information. How about, for instance, this? Yeah, here we go. You have seen this before, yeah?
Yes, it was in the desk drawer.
Very well. You may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope.
I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Right, your first piece of forged evidence. Father handled the deal. All of it. I received the stamp that was in the envelope. It was after that job that I moved to the current studio.
There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony.
Not that the witness realizes it.
Very well. Please begin the cross-examination.
Right, okay. I need more information about this forger.
It's Drew Misham. Okay, grab things father sold them, fair enough.
So, these things you're making, I mean paintings? Identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier father was. I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she has no idea what she was doing. She had no idea what she was doing was illegal.
Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery.
True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Miss Vera, please refrain from drawing porn in the courtroom. Put that in the appropriate not safe for work channel. That's the courtroom down the hall that my brother runs. Wild in there.
All right. By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes, but Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint I left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all!
Yeah, the $100 promised in this letter was the start, the beginning of a new industry for Drew Mission.
A new industry?
The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words.
Uh-oh! It always comes down to forging evidence, you know? Von Karma forged evidence, Damon Gant and Lana Skye forged evidence, Edgeworth accidentally used forged evidence without knowing it, fucking, yeah, and fucking, yeah, it's all just fucking forged evidence. God damn it. So, you didn't know who the things you were making for were how the things you were making. Fuck! Whatever. I enjoyed painting very much.
I think I understand. But Fräulein has lived in an unusual little world.
Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp?
This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought.
What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? No, you're doing fine. I'm just used to shouting. You didn't use the stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atroquinine.
A moment, her forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. And now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fräulein Vera? Why did you receive this stamp?
There's something wrong.
It was beautiful.
Ah, I mean, it was one of those commemorative stamps.
Yes, I think it was. So, you didn't know about the poison? It's a dangerous thing to just hand to a child? I guess not?
So the trap failed by chance, by mistake. Thanks to this commemorative stamp.
Quite the close call.
Okay, so I'm guessing that Drew liked the stamp so much that he wanted to keep it, so he told Vera to forge a copy of the stamp so that then he could use that stamp to send the envelope back while being able to keep the original stamp. And as a result, the stamp remained in the care of Drew for all those years in that little portrait, in that little frame. And then when he needed a stamp to mail a letter and he had nothing else, he ended up choosing to use it, probably because the letter had some kind of urgency to it. And yeah, there we go. So in other words, the whole thing about Drew Mission being fake and Vera being the actual forger had absolutely zero to do with why the stamp didn't work the first time. Incredible! In other words, Apollo made up some random bullshit and just happened to, by complete luck, arrive at the correct answer. Incredible! Phoenix Wright in the fucking jurist room like, that's my boy! You moved to where the current Drew Studios is? Yes. Saw very few people there. I began drawing pictures, books.
A single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Mission wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large.
But we had to meet someone for some reason. Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist, Drew Mission. You did the work, and he supplied the face.
So, you really didn't know anything, did you?
Phoenix is shedding a tear right now. I'm so proud of him. The way excrement flows through his mouth. Reminded me of me when I was just a young lad.
Oh. You had no idea how much danger you were in.
Hold on, there's a quote I need. No, I can't find the quote. Whatever. Okay, whatever. Let's continue.
Apparently not.
About this commemorative stamp. Could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty. And more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Okay, this is gonna be... I've never seen such bullshit before. I'm proud of you, son.
Apparently we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you'd be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fräulein.
stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Goddamn Troop Gamurai! Magicians? I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe. Now, where have I heard that before? What's going on here? You got a license for that testimony? Red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted the forgery made. Hello! We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. Deadly weapon in a red envelope. And the path it took to Drew Misham's life. Hey. Okay, so I imagine we have to present here. Yeah, would be... It's obviously Troop Gamurai, and that's what we have to present. The question is, what exactly? I'm guessing we present the magic show ticket? Imagine so. Let me go ahead and save.
Objection!
Yep. Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? Paulo, they're not a bunch.
I see. Still, I have to wonder, why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter?
Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better. And you can't beat Troop Gamurai.
But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it! Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin.
Well, that's new. I just realized I'm eating some biscuits named Phoenix. You're eating out Phoenix? Damn. How does it taste?
Prosecutor Gavin!
Ramarai. Oh, he does not like that name. So yeah, so my guess would be that whatever happened 7 years ago in the case between Clavier and Phoenix, where Phoenix essentially quit the law and also ended up adopting Trucy, that case revolved around tastes like bullshit, but it's alright. I'm guessing that case revolved around Troop Gamurai. I imagine that's that image we saw in the sort of intro like montage of like a girl being shot by two guys in the middle of a magic trick. I imagine a magic trick went wrong and one of the members of Troop Gamurai, Trucy's mother, I think, was said that she was the one in the middle of the picture when the picture was shown to us. I imagine her mother was the one that was killed by accident. Phoenix ran the defense on that one, but something happened, and either Trucy's father was landed in prison or he fled the country. Trucy becomes adopted by Phoenix Wright, who then, failing to save his client, quits the law. I don't know how Christoph Gavin plays into that, but I know him and Phoenix go back some time, and them being both defense attorneys, perhaps they worked together on that case. Then, 7 years later, Trucy's father returns to the Japanifornia Republic from out of country, likely seeking his daughter once again, now that, things have cooled down since the last time. And because, oh yes, perfect, 7 years pass, which means he's declared legally dead, meaning that the authorities aren't looking for him anymore. That allows him the ability to come back to the country under a new identity. Mr. Shady, whatever, I forget what his name is. He seeks out Phoenix Wright at the Borscht Bowl Club. But before he can, reveal himself, or after he reveals his true identity or whatever, Christoph Gavin murders him and frames Phoenix Wright for the murder. Then Shady Smith, that's the one, yes, from Turnabout Trump. Then Phoenix Wright recruits Christoph as his defense attorney, knowing full well that Christoph was actually the murderer, and instead does this as a ploy to get Apollo to defend him so that he can put Christoph behind bars. I guess all we need to know is what was the nature of the case 7 years ago, how it went down, and what happened to Trucy's father, Dak Garamarai, also known as Shady Smith, later on. I mean, I suppose we still do need confirmation that Zach Garamarai and Shady Smith are the same person, but considering they look virtually fucking identical, I'm gonna go with that. And that, didn't he have a locket with Trucy's picture in it? Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one, yeah. So, okay, I basically got most of it down. I just need the specifics. How was Christoph involved? How did the case go down all those years ago? Perhaps forged evidence was involved, and that's how Vera and Drew tie into the whole thing. Yeah, I got the big picture down, I feel like. What's up with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No! Answer the question! No! Brain cells go brrr.
Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me.
Yes, it's unbecoming of me. I apologize, but I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me!
It was a book. A single page in a book.
A book? Please, be more specific.
It was a handwritten book, like a diary.
No, I don't. No!
No, I think Gavin is having an Edgeworth moment. I think he's realizing that he won a case with forged evidence. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. And I'm guessing the man who actually had the evidence forced in the first place and tried to kill Drew to tie up loose ends was none other than the devil himself, Christoph motherfucking Gavin. There are a lot of parallels between this and the SL9 case from Rise from the Ashes. The forged evidence, the prosecutor wearing red who, uses forged evidence without realizing it, the siblings, one of which is innocent and the other one of which is, forging evidence to get a conviction. Crazy shit. Absolute crazy shit. Oh, hold on, give me a sec. I am muted. There we go. Yeah, no, this case is definitely shaping up to be one of the, top tier case already. I'm loving this case. Yeah, no, this is great. This is fantastic. Unless they somehow fumble the ball at the end, like Bridge to the Turnabout did, this case is going to be one of the best. We'll add all the Apollo Justice cases to the tier list once I'm done with this case. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. This mission, this book. Was there a picture of a silk cat on the cover? Yes or no? Oh, how did you know? Objection! Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant's answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. How the turns have tabled. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor. Nothing. Sullied? Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? My mentor is Christoph Gavin, who is in fact sullied. Daddy? I never told you about the trial 7 years ago. How the turntables have turned. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. There was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of the silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright tossed out of his profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence... Is the girl standing right in front of me? Farah, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Mission, you, forged that evidence? Well, she doesn't know, because her father handled all the business dealing. For all our sakes, who was it? We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? He's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. I think she thinks Christoph and Clavier are the same person. It was my cock. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Ah, yes, and the part we see in the... that's her head hitting the ground. That is brain damage. The devil. Whoa, Crystal! Defendant Vera Mission. Condition, unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis. Acute atroquinine poisoning! Dun dun dun! God. The end. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Mission. Vera Mission was during the trial poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. He is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. Very simple case at first glance, till it finally began to show its true colors. Alright, we're gonna pause here for a second. Okay, so I guess I've finally got my wish, kind of. Basically, my entire time playing this series, I've always wanted, like, a serial killing case where, like, people keep dying as the trial goes on. I guess this isn't really exactly that, but it is as close as we've had to it, and I do think it's really cool. It's also funny that she calls Christoph Gavin the devil. Despite the fact that, you know, and it's funny because, you know, obviously there's the famous quote, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear," and literally, at the start, like, earlier today, when I mentioned Christoph, I don't even know why, but I just mentioned Christoph, and all of a sudden Emma shows up, like, doing the fucking Christoph impression. We look, and there he is! They almost did that with Maya and Farewell My Turnabout? Ah, yeah. I mean, the thing is, Maya was kidnapped at the beginning of the, case, so that doesn't really count, I don't think. I think the closest we've had before this was, the, Masque de Masque case, where, at first, it's, you know, it's not a murder trial, it's a robbery case. And you solve the robbery case, but in the process of investigating the robbery case, you stumble upon a murder. You know, I think that's the closest we've had, you know? But yeah, looks like, also, a serial poisoning. I see that, the devil, Christoph Gavin, has been, getting his, he's been taking some advice from Satan herself, Dahlia Hawthorne. Man, those two would be perfect for each other. I ship it. I fucking ship it. Christoph Gavin, Dahlia Hawthorne. Tell me it wouldn't work out. Now that is a power couple. I want more cases that don't involve murders. Yeah, I feel like murders have a certain appeal to them. Like, you can't investigate, like, bodies, autopsy reports, that sort of stuff. That is one of the things, that is one of the reasons why, The Stolen Turnabout is one of my favorite cases in the series. Because at the start, you do also just do a straight up regular fucking robbery case, not a fucking murder case, you know? It does eventually become a murder case, but, you know, I like that it doesn't start off as such. Isn't Dahlia both dead and still not of age? Considering ghosts... Oh, I mean, first of all, spirit channeling. Second of all, considering ghosts can be channeled, I think it's pretty safe to say that, any time that passes... Also, no! No, Dahlia Hawthorne is undeniably of age. She should be about the same age as Phoenix Wright. She got executed on death row around the time of, I think, Justice for All, because I think they mention in Trials and Tribulations during Bridge to the Turnabout that that even though she had been put on death row all the way back during, you know, when Mia busted her, she hadn't actually been executed until quite recently. So I imagine it was sometime around the time of this, you know, sometime around the time of Justice for All Trials and Tribulations, and she was the same age as Phoenix Wright, so when she died, she was of age. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. Ooh. Younger Gavin. That is where we must go. And small Trucy to find the whole truth. Okay, so what now? Guess we're gonna have to look into that earlier trial, right? Showdown time. Oh! I lost. It's only a game of poker. Game I've played for a long time. Only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, seems I've found the partner I've been looking for all along. Yep, there he is. Over a game of cards? Oh, yes. Game of cards. I have no idea who's saying which line, so I can't do voices for them. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Phoenix Wright final trial. Ooh, we're actually doing a flashback sequence. Nice. April 19th, 9:27 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Okay! And I'm guessing we're gonna be playing as Phoenix. Nice. So something really interesting here. So yeah, okay. So that basically confirms the fact that Zach Garamarai and Shady Smith are the same person, right? So it seems he first met Phoenix when Phoenix was still an attorney, and they played poker, and he lost to Phoenix. Or wait, no, I don't know. Did Phoenix lose to Zach, or did Zach lose to Phoenix? Either one of the two only lost twice, but didn't Phoenix say he's never lost a game? So if Phoenix says he's never lost a game, then we reached the 2-hour mark in this 6-hour walkthrough. Oh, that's incredible. Oh, this is gonna take forever. Well, Phoenix says he was undefeated, so I'm gonna go ahead and guess that Shady, or Zach, I guess I should call him, was the one that lost during both of their matches. So he played poker against Phoenix. That's how they met, and he lost to Phoenix. And then many years later, when he comes back to the country, yeah, in Turnabout Trump, Phoenix won. That is what I remember. Yeah. And then when he comes back to the country, he seeks out Phoenix, plays poker with him again, and loses again. Again, really cool parallels. What I will, although, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, I think that makes sense. All right, yeah, let's continue. Whew, okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Got to try and relax. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Enigmar. Okay, I need a... So right, here we have a... Voice. I'm feeling a deep voice. But we're doing so many deep voices. Yeah, Kristoff, Clavier. Well, we made it. We made the other Garamar. We made Valent Garamarai a fucking Australian, so I guess we'll keep it within the Commonwealth and make Enigmar British.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have sprung this up on you so suddenly.
I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Would that attorney happen to be Christoph motherfucking Gavin? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared.
I understand. I'm asking the impossible of you.
Well, yeah, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards.
And that was enough.
Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. There she is.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
Oh, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They're picking on you?
Here's something interesting about Shu Takumi. He wanted the series to end with AA3, but Capcom demanded more games, and he agreed to pass the torch to another writer, only if the game doesn't have Phoenix as an MC.
Kim the Jeremy Clarkson voice.
Maybe. Only if Phoenix... Yeah, honestly, I think that was a great choice. I think Apollo is just a really cool... I don't know, I really like Apollo.
I'm fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me after all.
Young man, that's young man to you. All right, yeah, we should actually probably review the court record. That's important since this is a different fucking trial. My all-important badge shows that I'm a defense attorney. Prime photo, photograph received during the preliminary hearings. Body found in a hospital room, shot in the forehead. Oh right, yes, in the intro we saw multiple shootings. We saw someone getting shot on during a performance. We saw someone getting shot in a hospital bed. Let's see. Oh, an old man. Oh, shot through the forehead and then through the clown as well. Intriguing. So I'm guessing this is the old man that passed down the secrets of Troop Garamarai to Zack. Intriguing. Oh, we can check Phoenix Badge in 3D. I didn't even think of that. I mean, we could do that in Rise from the Ashes anyway, so nothing special, right? Each attorney's badge is a number engraved on the back. No two numbers are the same. So if you drop it, people know it was you. Better make sure I don't lose mine. Oh no! That, folks, is what we call dramatic irony. Oh god. Magnifies autopsy report. During the preliminary hearings, cause of death: single gunshot to the head. Estimated time of death: 11:30 p.m. Magnify Garamarai, male. Estimated time of death: 11. Loss of blood from bullet wound. Really? To the head? I'm not sure it was the loss of blood that got him. Remarks: malignant tumor confirmed in victim's liver. Okay, cool. It was on death's door anyways, I guess. Let's see, who are our characters here? Shady Enigmar. My client in this case usually goes by the stage name Zack Garamarai. Okay, so his real name is actually Shady? I'm sorry. I thought Shady Smith was a fucking fake name he dug. No, Zack Garamarai is the fake name. Intriguing. So, okay, so yeah, that basically confirms that Shady is, you know, Zack, so that's cool. Then Magnify Garamarai. The victim in this case died after being shot in the head while in the hospital. Right, so he died and the rights to perform his shows were passed on to Zack. Or Shady, I suppose. His brain got liquefied from a shot to the temple. Yeah. It was Betty. It was Betty.
From where you're lying in that hospital bed, this might seem like an 18-karat run of bad luck. Truth is, game was rigged from the start. Bang! I'm playing a lot of New Vegas recently. But yeah, okay, so I'm guessing the believed motive is he has the will as the successor to the Garamarai name, so killing him would give him the thing. Yeah, okay, whatever. Cool. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. Nice for the shows today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy. Huh, me? What? Why has he started? Here. Who the fuck? What's this? Maybe you grow up a 40-year-old man, you have a crisis because your parents called you shady. It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least, only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. What's this? Oh, this is... Okay, the question mark is Trucy. We just don't know her name yet. Okay, got it.
I don't know. I just got over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you? Some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. It is cool playing as Phoenix again. It's a nice callback. Okay, document received. Okay. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? I'll get through it. Somehow, I always do. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then. Yes. They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. Another year, another prodigy prosecutor for Phoenix to crush under his feet. First it was Edgeworth, then Von Karma, then Gatto. Incredible. Oh, I like that. So that's such a good line. I love it when a series can, poke fun at itself a little bit. It shows great self-awareness. But yeah, so this was, Gavin, or Clavier. I guess since Kristoff is involved now somehow, I should start calling him Clavier. Clavier's first trial, yeah. Or... Well, no, he said he was a new guy. Not necessarily that it was his first trial, but he's, on the... He's green, essentially. So, I don't know. A new year, a new influencer prosecutor. The switching of attorneys just before trial. I know it is a difficult situation to put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. Well, yeah, because the one... Yeah, so he's probably gonna escape and go into hiding using a magic trick if this does not go well. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Oh no, I'll find a way, don't worry. Payne would 100% call himself an influencer. Yes, isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can. They're sick. I believe the curtain will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright.
My client is Shady Enigmar, known to the world as Zack Garamarai, a wildly popular magician, star of Troop Garamarai. His mentor, Magnify Garamarai, was a rare breed of magicians. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. Still got nothing to Maximilian Galactica. And Zack Garamarai is the suspect. Courtroom number 7.
Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigmar.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Oh, that feels good. That feels good.
Is the prosecution ready?
I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? A bit of a buzzkill, really.
A buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime?
One of the worst. And this is a trial, yeah? Where are all the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? Governor's concert's got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Oh, God.
Who has anything compared to Maximilian?
No one! Maximilian Galactica is the greatest magician to ever grace this earth!
Oh, so he's a bit of good country hick. Why are you wearing shades inside?
Why wouldn't I? They look cool. Something you clearly have no concept of. Phoenix, right?
Who are you again?
Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah?
Gavin. Defense attorney Christoph Gavin's.
Figures my bro's more famous in this part of town.
Clavier Gavin, lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I like Phoenix being the actual experienced attorney for a change.
I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy.
Nutty! Toy! Nutty!
Your next line will be... True, my debut single, 13 Years, Hard Time to Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, y'all.
Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way.
I'm just getting warmed up. Attorney Wright.
Okay, so he's actually being respectful to me. I like this prosecutor.
Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case.
Acting, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it.
I've never been so happy in my entire life. Oh, I need to see him. I wanna see my little boy. Here it comes. I wanna see my little boy.
And you are?
Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Oh, yes! You like this prosecutor, but you don't like the same prosecutor 7 years in the future? No, I like Gavin. I think he's one of the better prosecutors in the game. He's just, at least here, he's respectful to Phoenix. He calls him her attorney instead of her forehead, you know? Chief of Police Gumshoe. Oh, yes, I need that. Hold on, let me see if I can find that. Hold on. Hold on, that's it. That is important. See, I have a bunch of images here. Let's see, what are you? No, what are you? That's the monk. That's the crack pipe. I should have it here somewhere. Hold on.
Okay, I need to... Okay, yeah, give me a second. Yeah, okay, so I need to swap... Swimming, anyone? There he is. Look at him. I'm gonna put him here at the bottom. I think that looks good. Then I just need to put him behind the chat so that it doesn't block the chat box. Hold on. Come on. Come on. God damn it. Ugh. Streamlabs can be a bit annoying sometimes. Where is... No! God damn it! There we go. He is beautiful. The return of the king. Incredible. All right, let's continue. And my name's Nick Gumshoe. Oh God, doing the voice again feels so good. Now I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Tell me about it. I had to time travel to see him again. So I guess the game hasn't forgotten about him. I guess he's just stopped working as a detective in the 7 years since. So I'm just gonna headcanon that he becomes chief of police since so far I haven't gotten any indication otherwise. In this universe, Gumshoe actually managed to hook up with Maggie? Did he? I don't remember. Oh, this is great. This is a great way to pay homage to the original series. Having you play as Phoenix, bringing back Gumshoe, bringing back poking fun at the prosecutors. The only thing that's missing is Edgeworth, but no, I doubt it. I doubt we're gonna see Edgeworth here. They wouldn't treat me like that. They'd be too nice. Did I just give him a Wisconsin accent? No, it's a Brooklyn accent. He's from Brooklyn. Because he says pal a lot. Hey, you? Me? Yeah, today's the day, pal. Yeah, today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, you see? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony. Detective, this is my stage. Candy antics. Huh? Oh, okay, pal. All this hey youing is and such. I could care less about your history together. Oh, already putting him in his place. Jesus Christ, he can't get a break.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe. If you would, please tell us about the case at hand.
Yeah, it happened 6 days back in a room at the general hospital. Oh, did they remove that retarded rule that all cases must be solved in 3 days? Incredible. Yeah, facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol in his hand, bam! Lights out. Them's the facts, pal.
Not so long ago, the victim, Magnified Gamera, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell.
Yeah, but can he fly, though? Can he fly, though? I don't think so. Only I, Maximilian Galactica, can. It's why I won the Magician Grand Prix, and he's won jack fucking shit! Comes to the most Southern American accent you can muster. Hey, you're rare pal, you're fucking... No, that's horrible. No, he feels very Brooklyn to me. They fly now. They fly now? They fly now! Ah, yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name magnified to one of my generation, you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Gamurai has made quite a name for themselves.
Anyhow, the retired magnified's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? Malignant tumor or something? Yeah, doing something to his liver, I think.
A malignant tumor, perhaps?
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
So someone was in a rush, it would seem. Magnifies chart, document submitted as evidence by prosecutor Gavin. Okay, let's take a look at that. Magnified Gamurai, age 67, male. Malignant tumor in the liver has progressed to final stage and no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Nice.
The facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right.
And the victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him?
Heaven's door!
I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but sure. I make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die. Yeah, incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes?
In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. And as much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir. Please don't cut my pay like the other 3 prosecutors. Or whip me. I still have trauma from that time. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. Yeah, a bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, and no doubt about it now. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
What? You're saying that the victim ordered his own shooting?
Goto never cut his salary, right? I don't think Goto ever was a member of the prosecuting department in the first place. I think he just walked in there and everyone, like he just did the, pretend like you belong thing. He just walked in to the to the prosecutor's office, grabbed a case with the name Phoenix Wright on it, and walked to the courtroom. The judge didn't even know him.
You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question.
My beloved student Sack, fuck you. That's way too fast. Alright, well, let's do that.
Very unusual indeed.
To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m., I will ready a gun with which you will shoot. One shot square in the forehead, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Okay. So then, what's this?
It seems fate will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life work, give thanks, farewell. So this is his suicide note, essentially. But this is the notebook case. So is this the one that was forged? This might be the one that was forged, actually. Intriguing.
Very unusual indeed. Although, would such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull the trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to the question can be found at the end of the letter.
Oh, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court?
And unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing that bothers me about this, why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05? Not some specific reason.
Well, the devil is in the details, Herr Attorney.
Well, what was the reason?
As it turns out, there was, every night for half an hour, starting at 11. The victim, Magnify Garamurai, was given an IV.
An IV?
And there it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed.
At 11, a doctor would come and set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night, without fail.
That was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV.
Very well. Shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you will.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? Could have at least mentioned it to me. Yeah. Alright, I need to just quickly go to the bathroom. This is gonna be a quick break. I'm not even gonna like announce anything for it. No. Just alright, let's continue. So I just want to try something real quick because Zach said that I oh no, I don't return to the fuck. Goddamn it. So Zach said that 7 years ago, trial former. Okay, Zach said that I'm not allowed to lose this trial. Wanna bet? Oh, that sounds so good! Your Honor, what do you think of the witness's statement?
I'm not sure I follow you.
It's clearly there contradicts the I thought.
You don't sound very sure, Mr. Wright. Objection overruled.
I don't think that won me any points with the judge. Wanna see me do it again? The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty.
Do they actually reuse the old music?
I don't know. I don't remember the. Is this the old? Did the cross-examination theme change on Apollo Justice? I don't know. The Pursuit theme should let us know, I'm sure. But like, which old music would they use? Because there's different music in all three of the titles, so I don't know.
I have to penalize you, Mr. Wright.
Right now, Gavin probably thinks I'm like the greatest. He's like heard about the great Phoenix Wright, who's like only ever lost a single case. And he's fucking just, you know, insane defense attorney, taking out Manfred von Karma. And then when he finally meets Phoenix in court, he just fucking loses the trial like a retard. Alright, so what happens if I actually find him guilty? Your Honor, what do you think about the witness statement?
I'm not sure I follow you.
Scalia contradicts the, I thought?
You don't sound very sure, Mr. Wright. Objection overruled.
I don't think that won me any points of the judge. Alright, let's see what happens.
That's enough. I see no need to further prolong this trial. The defense's case is insufficient to overturn the prosecution's claims. This court finds the defendant Shady Enigma. The defendant will surrender himself to the court's care to undergo a regular trial at a high court within a month's time. The court is adjourned.
So that was a fucking lie. Incredible. Man, just like, don't worry. You will. It doesn't matter if you find me guilty. I'll be fine. I won't be found guilty today. You cannot lose this trial. And then I was like, what the fuck? It would have been cool considering what he said if there had actually been something special if you had actually, you know, thrown away this trial, but I guess not. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it.
Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded.
It could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Yeah, thanks, pal.
Fine, I can play it slow as well, as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
Okay, a few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. And this letter was sent by the victim. Hey, there it is. Gotcha! You're mine this time, pal. Huh? Oh, what are you doing? Imagine Clavier reading his fanfiction based on true events for when he beat Phoenix, now reading it to the court. Yeah, handkerchief checked out. Of course it's the victim's. No mistake. Ah, I see. Let's go up for the boys. I didn't lose, I was just ascertaining the facts. But why am I so annoyed?
But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
I'm not sure this is exactly a commonplace event, even now, Your Honor. Yeah, so anyways, I guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead.
I shot the old man in the forehead.
He also made a footnote to include the time where Phoenix purposely lost in the first 10 minutes. Like a Giga Chat. No, Phoenix is a Sigma male. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cracking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. Yeah, first though, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead. Yeah, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Yeah, well, Mel, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. By murdering people? You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, detective. Average police officer. Average police officer. And we also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
A trace of gunpowder residue show has been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
Well, do you wonder this trial is so long? You're basically playing two cases at once. Yeah, but I think it's really cool the way they're done side by side. Photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar. Anything else? I have no clue. Unfortunately, nothing in this picture suggests he didn't do it.
I see. That is unfortunate.
Huh?
Well, let's pay no mind to it and carry on, shall we? I like a fast tempo.
Huh? Hey, I still got stuff to talk about, pal. Everyone's so eager to move on, so of course I want to slow down. Is there really not a single clue in this picture?
Back to the testimony, if you would, detective.
I just want to press on all the statements before I actually progress. Bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. You mean this pistol? The one on the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistake in it.
They compare the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from the gun. The rifling marks on the bullets are a perfect match.
So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. Hey, I bet we did. Yeah, pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
Why are you so certain?
Hey, what pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? Yeah, you never heard of Zack and Val's quick draw shoot 'em?
Oh, what's that?
And one of the defendant's specialties. You know, Zack and Val standing on either side of a girl, and then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. Yeah, it's one of the pistols they used in the shows. Yeah, we got a great design, huh? The kids love it.
Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear.
You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Yeah, Troop Garamine stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held onto that pistol ever since.
The court would like to see the pistol in question.
Yeah, you guys, sir. Here it is.
Well, this is truly a blast from the past. Ha ha ha!
Yeah, it's the stage pistol for a magic show, you see. Yeah, but if it can fire real bullets.
It looks much bigger on real life than on TV.
Ah, the judge is a fan. Incredible. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty, and it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun?
Unfortunately, no. And of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own.
No, it isn't, and you can stop pretending that it is.
Aha! Intriguing point. Well made.
Oh, whoa, not well made, not intriguing.
In any case, the court accepts this as evidence.
H pistol. Beautiful.
My grandchild will get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's a time to return to our testimony.
I don't have time to gather all the details while coming here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention. Read this letter carefully. See? Do you entrust the test lowering my life's curtain coming the 13th? 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with shoot one shot square in the forehead. You can't refuse, and we both know the reason why. Yeah, one shot square in the forehead. So why is there another shot in the into the plushie? Now my guess was just that the shot penetrated all the way through the head, considering it's a massive fucking revolver. It probably has a lot of stopping power. It's not unrealistic that the shot would come out the other side and then hit something else. Uh, 2016, right? Toy companies aren't allowed to sell realistic-looking toy guns to kids. I mean, I don't know. This is Japanifornia, so we don't know that. Fires one bullet, rifling marks. Where's the bullet found? The victim, no fingerprints found. Yeah, we definitely want to examine this. Engravings give you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Anything to examine? Oh, there was something. What was it? Well, there we go. Look closely, you can see how the pistol's made to bend here. The one-shot only model, and I guess the bend is where you load it. So, this is the famous Garamarai Golden Gun. I said kids used to love pretending they had one of these. I wonder if they pretended to miss their targets, too. Yeah, okay. We know what we need to say here. Hold the prosecution's argument. He shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Yeah, bingo, pal! 12 shots, more than enough to kill anything that moves. Is what I would have said if you could load more than one bullet. One bullet! Typically more than enough to kill a human that moves. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. Objection! What? What? And you can prove that with this photo. Yeah, the letter doesn't actually specify to shoot him. It just says to shoot in the forehead. I can prove that he had a choice, yes.
The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. He didn't shoot the victim's forehead. What did the defendant shoot?
The forehead of the clown.
The clown doll.
Take a closer look, see? Been shot in the forehead, too.
Ah, there's a hole in its forehead.
Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. I suppose you have a reason as to why you shoot the clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Ah! Well, let's read the orders once more, shall we? And you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. One bullet, typically enough to kill any human from a reasonable distance, provided you hit a vital organ or a major blood vessel.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. The judge in this clown's forehead. The hole in this clown's forehead.
The judge?
It definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate the matter.
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this does not mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did not have to shoot a forehead. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. That was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life.
Or the bullet hole in the clown's doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue. Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. Cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see that novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big the little hole is going to get.
Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony.
Yeah, so what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal! So, let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim. Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever.
Well, it was really more of a confirmation than a summary, but my defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Rudd has gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? I don't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. Oh, okay, we've already.
Fires 1 bullet. There we go. Do you not call this poor guy a clown on his murder trial? The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed a bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not.
The murder weapon? How?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds 1 bullet at a time. Ah! If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Yeah! That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. You claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. Woo! Phoenix actually asking the prosecution to present evidence for once, instead of just letting their claims go through with nothing. Incredible. Ugh.
I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started.
Oh yes, they are! Now that I realized, yes, that's very cool. I didn't even realize.
And I haven't proved anything yet, beyond my good looks and startling record sales.
And utter lack of humility.
And what's this? It seems the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, our detective was just the warm-up act.
Oh.
Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready.
Ready for what?
For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who you might find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Garamari who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess.
Yeah, this might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach.
Court is adjourned.
Goodbye, Gumshoe. I guess it's time to get rid of this. Be it a little bit remixed. The next witness is Mike Hawks. Save data? Yeah, of course. Why is that even an option? Bro, man, fucking Ace Attorney permadeath. April 19, 11:21 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less.
We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually.
I did not think you'd believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know.
I think we need a little less thinking and more talking. And out of the hospital, what really happened?
Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You're scared, Trucy.
Speaking of which, where is she?
You have seen the problem yourself. The letter.
The one shot in the forehead. One, right?
Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death.
Why not?
This is something I will not say. For now, at least.
What is this for now business? Don't worry about Gumshoe. He's off on his way to get promoted to chief of police.
I've done many things in my life. Some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves.
Hey,
You wanted to know about the night of the incident.
finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff.
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appropriate time, and found there upon his bedside lay table 2 pistols.
2?
Yes, the one I'd used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent.
Oh, for the Zack and Valence quick draw thing. Ace Attorney genocide run, you get the guilty verdict for each of your clients.
My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve flattered then, for a moment.
You faltered. You mean you thought about shooting him?
Recall, there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first.
There were other requests you couldn't refuse before?
To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnify coercing his disciples somehow? Intriguing. What was going on in Troop Garamarai?
Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I'd fired and placed it in my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be a different one than the one in my mentor. What were those called?
Rifling marks.
Yes, well, that's all I have to tell you concerning the case.
Concerning the case. You mean there's something else you can tell me?
You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright.
Thanks?
Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened.
What? Magnify Garamarai?
The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyways. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
What did you talk about?
Ha ha ha! Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
Zack Garamarai, he seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn.
Yeah, Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands.
Right, let's get back in there. Okay, now so this is interesting. So he shot the doll. The old man woke up. They had a 10-minute chat. Zack left. Then someone else showed up and shot someone else showed up and then shot him with the other pistol. Intriguing. April 19, 11:37 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7.
Court is now back in session.
During our recess, the bullet was found in and dug out of the clown's head.
Well, this is news. And the rifling marks?
There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did find the weapon type matched the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness.
You're a decisive witness. How many times have I heard these words?
Oh, they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Phoenix throwing all the shade. Oh, don't worry. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of Troop Garamurai's famous duo, Zack and Valent.
Valent Garamarai?
So we got to meet the great Magnify's other disciple.
Looking a lot younger.
Perhaps we start by asking your name and occupation.
Valent Gamurai, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt.
Fate, the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late?
If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes.
Okay.
I always get the characters, don't I? I've had an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this.
That looks very familiar.
Wait, that's the same letter Zack Garamarai received.
Yes, or perhaps I should say ta-da! Order! Ooh, what does this say? Surely not the same thing.
Perhaps you should see for yourself. My beloved's...
Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence.
Yeah, but the time is different. Oh, it hasn't been added yet. There we go.
This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks.
Just see the test of lowering my list curtain. Combat at 13. 11:20. Already gunned with it, you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You can't refuse, and we both know the reason why. Intriguing. So, I think maybe he expected Zack to shoot the doll, so he organized for Valent to show up afterwards? Huh.
What exactly was your troop Gamurai up to? By which you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask the students to kill him. Both of them, no less, at different times.
It's just my opinion, Herr Judge. From these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so, we shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there's a strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet, this has nothing to do with the case at hand.
By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes you wonder even more about the reason they couldn't refuse.
Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zack Gamurai, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I will do more than that. For where he walks, the red rose rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic.
Fascinating! Though I hardly need to remind you. But the evidence could just as clearly point to you being a suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything.
Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up. What is going on here?
And what the hell does how the hell does Kristoff tie into any of this?
The night of the crime.
That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifier requested. The smell of the gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police.
So you were the one who reported the crime?
Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion.
Let's not jump to any conclusion.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. Generally. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant Zach Garamarai is guilty.
If it wasn't Zach Garamarai, then the killer was you, Valent. No disappearing act will get you out of that. Alright! Had a visit to the hospital room. At the time Magnify requested. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m.
Indeed. In magic, timing is everything.
Right.
Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on the stage before my stunt double is left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic.
But now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You're at the designated time, and what did you see?
So, that's cool, because remember, later on, during 7 years in the future, during the Governor's concert, he does a fucking teleportation trick with Lamaror using a body double. That's quite cool. In other words, Phoenix knew exactly how the teleportation trick in the Governor's concert took place because he had heard it from Valent years ago. Interesting. I like how it all ties together.
Amateur taking his final bow. So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smell gunpowder, yes, but if the shooter was still nearby?
I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination.
Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imaginations? Yeah, that seems incredibly contradictory. How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid.
Now, you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding.
Even the judge noticed.
My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things.
I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse.
So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse.
But Magnify wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't?
Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't all that strong.
So which is it?
Mind if I continue? Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown.
There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. One in the victim and one in the clown. They're saying that the one who shot the clown was you.
No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing.
Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder.
So yeah, what was the purpose of all of this? Hold on, I need to check something. Okay. Yeah, because if you wanted someone to kill you, why would you specifically set up to get two people and so that there was an out? Was it specifically to test whether or not Zack would shoot you and then you had Valent as a backup plan just in case? Oh. But yeah, it's all gonna be the case of rifling marks, I suppose. Because one of the guns was removed from the scene by Zack when he left. She just hasn't washed and shows no signs of use. I wonder if this small syringe will have anything to do. It says nothing about poisoning in the autopsy report unless that's fucking forged too. I'd better dig around here a bit more and see what I can turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, the bullet in the pistol, location of the pistol. The number of pistols. Because... yeah, if there was... yeah, it has to be the number of pistols because... if it's as Zack says and there were two pistols when he arrived, he takes one pistol, shoots the clown, then leaves with that pistol, meaning that when Valent arrives, only one pistol should remain. Valent takes that pistol, shoots Magnify, and then leaves it at the crime scene before proceeding to call the police. Now, yeah, but what that would imply is that the second pistol that was left behind was the pistol used in the murder, right? Yes, okay. If he saw two pistols, then Zack left his pistol. We know that the killer left their pistol behind because the rifling marks match. If Zack left his pistol behind, meaning he's the killer, there would have been two pistols when Valent arrived. If Zack had taken the killer with him, if Zack had shot the clown and taken the pistol with him, meaning he's not the killer, only one pistol would have remained when Valent was there. So let's do the number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? Two pistols were used in the Zack and Valent quick draw shootout, correct? One for each of you. You are well informed, yet. Only one of my own friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? That Valent is the killer. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and I found there, upon the bedside table, two pistols. I took the pistol I'd fired and placed it in my pocket.
I see no problem with the statement. Only one pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all.
So you had to set up something for later? Oh, don't worry about it. So, you picked up the pistol and fired it?
Indeed I did. Alakazam! Alakazing! Alakaboom! Is the number of pistols really so important?
Not important because I still have another statement that I didn't get to press yet. Actually, let me ask about something else.
Very well. The witness may continue with the testimony. What can I do but obey?
Doctor, about the police. So, you informed the police. What did you do then?
What do you suppose I did? I used my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps.
I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Now please answer the question and skip the sarcasm. Also, I know that the only magician who has a competent levitation act is Maximilian Galactica. By the by.
After I made my report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed.
We've confirmed this with the doctor. It all checks out. He praised Mr. Vallon's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact.
It is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept.
Both Magnify students received the same letter. Both admit to having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed Magnify. Trying to find the cracks in his testimony. Alright. Yep, let's just skip forward. Tell me about the number of pistols, and we are going to have to add that to your testimony. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony.
What can I do but obey? Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown.
So, you took the only pistol there and fired it.
That's correct.
And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene?
Good show, I see you too. A magician of sorts.
And you're an idiot of sorts.
Phoenix is no fucking chill.
You have any idea what you just said?
I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. How about heating up this trial a bit? These slow violets bore me. I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe we should ask about something else? Bullet in the pistol, the location of the pistol.
I mean, I guess we'll ask just to see what he says.
In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet.
Where was the bullet?
I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. Magician is always prepared, you see.
Prepared for murder?
One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 domes in his pockets and a white rabbit up each sleeve.
Congrats, my guy. We just hit the halfway mark in this chapter. Let's go, I suppose. Yeah, it just depends on pacing, I suppose, yeah. Alright, let's go. I imagine I won't be able to finish it today. There'll still be another stream, but that shouldn't be an issue. So, which means we'll probably end up finishing the game tomorrow. Hooray! And then, what should I play after Apollo Justice? Should I play Investigations or Dual Destinies? I do not know what order it's supposed to go in.
Clearly, we're dealing with professionals here.
Is this bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important?
Sure, let's add it to this one. Without a loaded bullet, we couldn't have a murder. That's very important, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony.
The pistol was already loaded. I merely had to pull the trigger.
If the pistol was already loaded, something doesn't make sense. Why weren't the victim's fingerprints on it?
You should know that we of the Troop Garber are capable of many things. One of these is being the levitation of iron balls without touching them.
There's no magic involved in here. The shooter was just methodical, is all. He simply wiped everything off fingerprints.
Can't really do much with fingerprints that weren't there. Yeah, I should ask about something else. Yep. Talk about the location of the pistol. Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room?
Atop a small bedside table it was. As if to say, here I am, take me into your hand. Pull my trigger. Shoot him.
The victim clearly wanted to be shot.
But why?
Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang. Yet, he will never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess.
But I remember you can either play Investigations or Dual Destinies, so it depends if you'd like to see what Edgeworth is up to. Oh, in that case, I'm definitely playing Investigations. Yes, I want to see what Edgeworth is up to.
Is the location of the pistol all that important?
Not at all, but I'm gonna say it is anyways. Without a murder weapon, there would be no murder. It's very important, Your Honor.
I can't argue with that one.
I took up the pistol from the small table and shot the clown.
Why did you do that? I don't think calling the police would come first.
When you know nothing of the relationship between a master and his disciple, if your master says die, you die. Do you understand?
Sergeant Dornan would like to know your location.
You don't have to question my orders! When I tell you to jump, you jump! When I tell you to run, you run! When I tell you to die for your country, you will most certainly die!
Fallout 2 is fantastic. So, you're going to die?
Certainly not! It was but an example! In any case, I wanted to fulfill my obligation. A final courtesy to the great mentor, perhaps. Or perhaps not.
Perhaps I'm totally confused. Maybe I should ask about something else. Yeah, okay. The number of pistols is the one that's important here. Quite important. Sage pistol fired one real bullet. Rifling March matched the bullet found in the victim. There we go. The bullet. According to the defendant, Zach Garamrai, when he entered the room, there were two pistols on the table.
Two?
One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense.
What might that be? I told you. I took the pistol that was there, shot the clown.
That's your story, at least.
But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us.
We compared the bullets taken from the victim's skull and the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match.
Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead.
Order, order, order.
Okay, it's starting to get dark, so I need to go turn on the lights. Give me a second. Let's keep light in this room for a little bit longer.
Order, order, order. Well, this is rather sudden.
Oh, what have I done?
Prosecutor Gavin.
I owe the court an apology. Sorry.
Sorry for what?
You see, I was unaware that two of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that it fired.
But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon.
Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, might I add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth?
That was just this morning.
I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault.
Oh yeah, what is his age right now? He's 17? Why do they keep getting younger?
Gumshoe 32. Mount Gamurai.
No. I'm gonna play through until I can no longer go on today. And then tomorrow we'll finish it up because I don't think I'm finishing today.
Xiang's partner understudy, the two of them. Stage, sight to see.
Trucy Enigmar.
Zach Garamai's daughter, already dressed to the part of a magician to the hilt. Yeah, was it? I guess Franziska was 17, right? In Justice for All. This is what nepotism will do for you, by the way.
If the defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not have been having this pleasant discussion now.
Valet Garamai.
Yes, Your Honor.
You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
This happens a lot. Could have sworn Francie was 18 in Justice for All. Yes, she was 18, but she started prosecuting at 15, I believe. I don't know, I just know that she started prosecuting at like 15 or 17.
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Kavanaugh? Why the hell did you start with that?
When Mr. Valen entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, right, the real fight is about to begin.
Ring it.
Very well, the witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what.
I arrived at the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me.
Those times were rather close, you have to admit.
So please explain to me, Gavin, if not for dramatic effect, then why did you bring this idiot in instead of the actual doctor who determined the time of death?
Throw another ship on the bomber, mate.
You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. Here's a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi.
It's easy to explain in this situation, there, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years, Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it'll play for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same.
Debut single is only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff! Phoenix is Phoenix is so much. I miss Phoenix just throwing shade at everyone.
Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus Pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrivable truth.
Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus of this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Carry on, Wright. Who shot what? 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived?
Alas, such a feat may be beyond even the great Valet. For there was no one in that room but Magnify, and he has departed after a fashion.
I have here the defendant Zach Garamai's sworn disposition. I snuck into his room at night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive.
The time indicated by the letter to Zach was 11:05 p.m.
Exactly. Which means the witness could not have entered the room before 11:15, because his partner was still in the middle of his crime.
I see someone did their arithmetic homework.
You see, the defendant himself has corroborated the witness's testimony. Does that all make sense? For now, let's say sure. I don't see a problem with that testimony.
If you say so. Well, let's continue, shall we?
Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth.
Well done, the doctor. You walk in on a murder. The first thing you do is shoot a clown doll?
The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request, without reason, had caused me a surfeit of sorrow. For what would I, Valiant, be now without him? May the soul of Magnify the Great find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger.
In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Her Attorney.
May I remind you that the baseless remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind.
Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be. Objection! The truth is, you have no bitches, Gallant.
Oh, I vehemently deny that.
Doctor examined the body before the police arrived. Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death?
Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head."
It doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I believe I would have said much the same thing.
And that would have been the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation? In any case, I believe this is nothing more than we have already learned. Still, I'm still waiting for one of the... Okay.
Okay. See the Sonic 2 movie? No, I haven't gotten a chance to yet. I haven't had time for much of anything, especially not movies. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How can the doctor be so precise at the time?
We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death.
Magic V revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex, in this case, is a simple matter of subtraction.
I see another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Right? Recall we heard earlier about the victim, Magnify Garama's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnify took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IB bag right under the eyes, yes.
Now look a little closer. The tube down further back to the end.
Be going like this, Sonic's not gonna be a video game character anymore, and all the normies are gonna assume he came from the movies. That's an argument I actually heard. That's stupid. Everyone knows that Marvel characters came from the comics, even if they've only watched the movies. Plus, let's just... It's so stupid for fucking... People for years have been complaining about how bad video game movies are, and we finally get a good video game movie, so now we're complaining that it's good? Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Ah, a needle's been removed.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot.
That would seem to be the case.
When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips.
Ah. Could just measure the remaining IV liquid.
Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. That's how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began.
Okay.
And so it was when I, Valiant, entered the room.
IV stopped 10 minutes after the administration began. 30 minutes required to administer full IV. For the amount remaining, the IV stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Okay, yeah, but you still need a proof that the IV fell out when he was shot. It's entirely possible that, the IV was removed for some reason at the 10-minute mark, you know? Incidentally, I also found the prosecution's argument dumb right now.
"10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof."
Oh, well, Mr. Wright.
Does that seem important? Not for now. I don't see any problem with the testimony.
If you say so. Well, let's continue, shall we?
You entered the hospital room at 11:20 p.m.? The time given by the defendant, Zach Garamrai, was 11:05 p.m. You didn't run into him at the hospital then, right?
This is why I never perform with amateurs, you see.
Huh?
Picture, if you will, the nighttime hospital. Outside, only the pale light of the moon. If too dressed as we were to meet in such circumstances, I dare say that would ruin the mood completely.
The mood isn't in question here? Happily, the witnesses saying that they didn't meet, yeah?
For what is magic if not the study of beauty? Us meeting was not only out of the question, it was an impossibility.
Or what is magic if not the study of how to make absolutely no sense at all? That said, is there a contradiction in there? Okay, we need to go through them. Alibi over a matter of minutes. Precise is right. Impressing with impunity will earn me a nice penalty, too. Better focus on one thing. Time of death. 20 p.m. Allegation then called in the doctor. Let's see. Okay. I'll get the doctor was super precise with the time. Yes, okay, let's skip the mumbo jumbo about how it was determined. How the doctor determined the time of death. The amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after the administration began. Administration begins at 11, so that means 11:10. So it was when I, Valiant, entered the room. 10 minutes had passed since the horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Yeah, that seems fine. I don't see anything wrong with that. Almost right. Seemed important, sure. Well, seeing as how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold, the power of arithmetic! I failed math class in high school. Very well. The witness will have this detail to his testimony.
Sometimes the most magical things of all is the truth.
The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Alright. Did you notice the IV yourself, by any chance?
When I first entered the room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead.
and then his left arm did I spy arose drooping and wilted. It's Thor, the discarded IV needle.
Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Lucky for you. If the IV had not been there, he might have been a suspect.
Indubitably so. I might say thanks to my lucky color.
Your lucky color?
Indeed, even today I wear proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valeth won the first Magician's Grand Prix. Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians.
Wow, you guys had to do a joint act to win that? I know a guy who won it solo.
I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was.
This is one trip down memory lane no one needs.
What? No! No, shut up, Phoenix.
My lucky color indeed, and that IV too. I say, I think 'twas huge, especially for me, Valiant.
That does seem to be the case, indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony?
Alan sure looks happy with himself.
Okay, how about this? Lucky color test. Yeah, the IV is green, not yellow, right? Hold on, let me just replay that one because I don't remember exactly what he said. Such a gunpowder, next to mark of death. Drooping and wilted, it's Thor, the discarded IV needle. Force the shot, lucky for you. If that IV had not been there, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I'd say it's thanks to my lucky color. What are we trying to prove? That Valiant is the killer. Because he's like he's basically the only other person. Oh, I mean, it's probably Kristoff if I had to guess, but like, right now our only other suspect is Valiant. We're proudly upon my suspect. Well, always without fail brings me luck. Zack and Valiant won their first Magician's Grand Prix. Everyone held that is, yeah. So your lucky color is yellow, but the IV was green. My lucky color, yes, and that IV too is hued especially for me, Valiant. Well, yeah, there's an issue there. The actual color of the IV is green, not yellow. Right? Okay, yeah, let's go with that one. I mean, since Valent's still free 7 years to the future, my bet is on Gavin being the killer. I mean, it's also the fact that I'm pretty sure Phoenix loses this trial, considering Zack Garamurai has to go into hiding in a different country after it. So I'm pretty sure this is an L for Phoenix Boy. Which, unless something happened in the years that we haven't, the time we haven't played with him, would mark the second case he's lost ever. There's contradiction. Not even the AA universe would give a killer under 7 years in prison. Oh yeah, no, definitely. Gant and Dahlia both got the death penalty, remember? No, I don't think they ever explicitly said that Gant got the... Dahlia got the death penalty. I don't know why I thought Gant. They said he's swimming with the fishies. Apparently sounds like their lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. It never happened. Not this time. It's a total fabrication. We made that one up. This one was invented by a writer. It's false. It's fiction. Not this time. It's false. Not this time. God, I love that video of just Jonathan Farks just telling you you're wrong for like 7 minutes. This is something I got spoiled before even playing Trials and Tribulations. I got spoiled in the fourth. And in the fourth game, Phoenix loses the case. I mean, fair enough. I mean, he loses. It's not like he never loses. He did technically, in the most, yeah, he does technically lose Farewell My Turnabout because Matt Engarde is declared guilty at the end. Which is why I think Farewell My Turnabout is probably like my second favorite case. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you.
I'm afraid you've lost me.
Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be dully penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based.
Oh, I assure... Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based.
Very well. Let's hear the defense's claim.
That's a nice argument, Clavier. How about you back it up with a source? There we go. My source is that I made it the fuck up. No, that's Gatto. That is literally Gatto.
Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us?
The image itself. Take that! The crime scene tells all, Your Honor.
The photo of the crime scene.
Oh, this type of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, her right? Just where is this contradiction in this photo? Ooh, I've been demoted from her attorney to her right. My pleasure, and I assure you, it's quite based. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Woo! Phoenix did always have great one-liners.
Well, let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony?
The IV bag itself. Take that! Valent Garamarai. Let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes?
Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes.
There's something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright.
It's ugly, yes. Even if you get the killer or not guilty verdict, and still gonna plead guilty because of the killer. Well, yeah, but you still, you know, if he pleads guilty, he gets a guilty verdict, and you still technically lose the case, you know? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
What is that?
Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy?
Even my elderly eyes can see the problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV mag.
Oh, what is this? What foul magic?
So Phoenix technically wins from a certain point of view. No, he loses. Because, you know, as a defense attorney, his goal is to get his client declared innocent. And in the end, his client gets declared guilty. So, yeah, he loses that case. He loses on purpose, but he still loses. It would be hard to call that IV liquid yellow. I'm afraid no magic was involved in taking of this photograph.
No!
Order. What does this mean?
This is some kind of mistake.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness is mistaken.
Oh, the judge! Oh, Jesus Christ! He's not giving him room to breathe. Clavier is really fumbling one of his first prosecutions. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valiant Garamarai, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not.
Well,
This contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright.
Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as the court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright.
How do you mean?
How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance the IV liquid does appear to be a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow.
Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook?
It looks like I want to say a light blue.
Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag. You get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
I see. Your explanation does have a ring of truth to it.
Oh! As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? Phoenix is on a roll right now. Jesus Christ, look at that smug grin. What? You may tell a good tale. You've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave. Yes, the fact that Valiant knows the liquid inside. The fact that Valiant knows how much liquid is. I mean, the fact that Valiant knows the true color of the liquid, despite having theoretically only getting to see it through the IV bag, means that he actually took he didn't just see it through the IV bag. Because if he had just seen the IV bag, which was blue tinted, he would see that, the fluid is as green. But the fact that he knows it is yellow means that he saw the fluid directly. In other words, he himself refilled the IV bag to make it seem like the murder had taken place before it actually had. The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IB liquid appears to be green. Let me ask, how did the witness know the liquid was actually yellow?
Alakazong!
Alakazamogus?
Order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something. But what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Garamarai, testified that the IV liquid was yellow because it looked yellow, he'd seen it before. He knew the IV liquid's color. It didn't look yellow, and he didn't know what the color was because he'd seen it before. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag.
I suppose you would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what this means.
Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? And that's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing. So, what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. 30-minute hourglass with 20-minute worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin.
I remember it well.
However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Wait. I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid.
Giant brain.
I'm right?
I suppose so. As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor,
Yeah.
unlike sand through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Oh, let me get this straight, alright? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag. Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow.
No, wait. I said, wait a second. You got license for that cross-examination? Oh, how might an amateur such as myself are say to perform such a task?
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. White, can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to the IV bag to throw off the time of death. I'm tired of these fairy tales lacking evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth?
Valiant Garamurai, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime.
May I ask what you're strongly suggesting?
Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic. And the prop was the syringe. But it shows no signs of use. And I see nothing else in the photo. This chart, small syringe. Take a look here. Anything we can examine here? I don't think so. But yeah, no, it was washed. It specifically says it was washed, meaning that he could have used the syringe to inject liquid and then washed it.
The victim's syringe!
It's the perfect prop for a magically increasing IV trick. And easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe is clean, not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer the insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Garamurai, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. So how does Phoenix lose this? This seems pretty fucking conclusive. What bullshit does Kristoff pull out of his ass?
I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of liquid in the bag, the time of death cannot be proven, and that brings our trial to a close for today.
Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much needed investigative work.
I see there are no objections. Court is...
That goddess theme is so good. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. Now, word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. That is something that Phoenix shouldn't know about firsthand. You know, in a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? What are you on about? What are you talking about? What is going on with you? You sound insane. You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Ah, he's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This, I admit, after all, why linger in the past and the future holds so much.
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, Her Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less.
This is...
The diary. A page of which was forged. I see. This, the victim, Magnify Garamarai's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnify began writing down his memoirs at sea. Story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after my IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we?
This does appear to have been written just before his death.
Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine... something written down in this pen. Okay.
The court accepts this into evidence.
Read that very last part with particular care. So, Magnify's diary. So the last page, the diary ends here. Huh? What's this? Looks like the page was written out. Oh, now. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. And that is the page that Trucy gave us. The page that was forged by Vera, I assume. It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least, only less than 10 swift minutes remain. For all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks, farewell, Magnify Garamarai. Yeah, okay. So the diary was So the diary supposedly ends right before Zack walks in, essentially insinuating that Zack is the one that killed him. However, this page that was supposedly torn out of the diary tells us that in actuality, yeah, Zack didn't kill him, and he managed to get one last page in before Valent arrived and claimed his life. However, it would appear this page is a forgery made by Vera, I forget her name, but yeah, the Vera, I forget her last name, but yeah. So this is a forgery, and I assume that the person who commissioned this forgery was none other than Christoph Gavin, who was probably the man in charge of the case before now. For some reason, he wanted to take Phoenix Wright down, so he had a piece of evidence forged, and then told Gavin that the piece of evidence was, and then gave Gavin a way to prove that the piece is forged. That way, when Phoenix presents the piece of evidence, Gavin can prove it is forged, thus ruining Phoenix's career, right? So this is it. Once I present this page, this is when Phoenix's career ends.
This journal man here may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zack Garamara.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor.
But look at what he said before that. This journal man here, it may go on. It may go on.
Internet go burr, end quote.
Sun Tzu. Very true.
Magnify Garamara attempted to write again. That is, if Zack Garamara didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnify's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zack Garamara.
Order. Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnify Garamara wrote this?
There's no mistake in his handwriting.
Well, that does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnify did intend to continue his diary. Yet his diary ended here. Plainly it did.
Then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zack Garamara. Well, how do you like me now, her right? Still too green for your tastes?
Where's Mike Hawk? That's actually Magnify Garamara's pen name under which he wrote the diary. He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, for the witness's testimony we heard lacking, but put together with his evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
If the diary is accepted like this, the trial is over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Alright, this is it. This is where Phoenix is. Who wants to lose their attorney's badge? I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
So does Gavin know about what's gonna happen or not?
Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think about showing us this diary I've just shown the culprit. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary.
Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving the diary didn't end with this page is... My attorney's badge! I mean, you're gonna take it soon anyway, so have it. First, take a close look at the diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out.
Oh, what's this? I hadn't noticed that at all.
That's why we're still here talking about it. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Alec, I don't believe it!
Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnify Garamar. That's the defense's position.
Wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, it's the continuation of the victim's diary.
It was written by yes, Vera, also known as Mike Hawk. Note the torn edge of the page. All right, I mean, this seems pretty good. So how's it gonna come crashing down? How are they gonna reveal that this is a forgery? It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page of Magnify's diary.
Quite remarkable.
Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney?
The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Garamar and I left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Hey, Chadakami, how's it going? Why did I stream Persona 4 yesterday? Because was that? No. It was Ace Attorney yesterday, right? Persona 4 was like on Wednesday Persona 4 I think was Thursday. That's when I finished Persona 4. Yeah, you missed the finale. Don't worry, there is still gonna be one more episode of Persona 4, even though we have technically beaten the game. I do want to fight the Reaper, and I want to check out some of the social links that I missed. So at some point, either this coming week or maybe after the summer is over, I will be doing a sort of bonus episode to just, wrap up some loose ends that I want to get done. Mainly it's the Reaper fight that I want to do, but also social links. Leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valid Garamarai.
Yeah. This handwriting too. It matches that on the other pages. Handwriting.
Totally caught me off guard. I was expecting. My man, what universe were you? We literally reached Izanami, like last episode. Not the finale, but like the episode before. We literally reached Izanami. What do you want me to do? We were on the final dungeon, and we were like, I think we were actually under-leveled for the Izanami fight, actually, but that ain't never stopped me before.
This is, without a doubt, the genuine article.
I see. So does Clavier have some kind of bogus evidence to prove that this is a forgery, or is Kristoff gonna break in and essentially fuck me over? Because I do remember Trucy gave it to me, and someone told her to give it to Phoenix, right? And I can only assume that person to be Kristoff, the devil. I mean, I don't know if you were there, but like, we beat Marie, we beat, we beat the Hollow Forest a couple of episodes ago. Then the episode after that, we, you know, reached Izanami, and then the last episode we beat Izanami. You can go check out the video, Charikami.
Order, order, order.
But wait, that's impossible. The old man couldn't have read that.
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, her right? Oh, yep, he was waiting for this.
Resist what? Presenting solid evidence?
Our judge,
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin.
might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold. Prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But, Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only to put that up. To put it on hold.
Please. My new witness is a very, very important piece of testimony to give.
Oh, so he was in on the whole thing.
5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way, then, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear his new testimony sooner or later anyways. But might as well be sooner.
Then, this is highly, highly irregular. We will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom.
Intriguing! So I suppose the question is, does Clavier know that Kristoff set up Wright? Or does he just legitimately think Wright was purposely using false evidence? It's also, you know, Phoenix accidentally being given false evidence is a great parallel with, you know, Edgeworth being given false evidence in the SL9 incident. And then later on, Apollo being given false evidence without his knowledge by Phoenix, of all people, during Turnabout Corner. Which is, so, there, you know, the parallels throughout the different games are really fucking cool. Let's see, who is it? I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Remember that in Trump, Phoenix had no issue using false evidence. Yeah.
Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with a witness to secure his testimony.
Yep, there he is.
True mission.
Judiciary deal.
Details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this.
Very well. Are you the witness, I gather?
I love how 7 years later, the judge completely forgets that this dude was like an evidence forger, and Apollo has to tell him.
Yes, sir.
State your name and occupation for the record.
My name is Rumission. I'm a painter.
A painter? You are somehow related to this case?
No, well, not per se.
I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Mission, was it? Do you know what this is?
Oh, yeah, I know it well.
How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I made it.
Yo. The what? You made it?
Yes, you might call it one of my works.
Prosecutor's office revealed received a tip-off yesterday.
Motherfucking Kristoff. Face it, genius. You've been played. Can you give him Doctor's voice from Rising? Raiden, this is madness. I don't know. Why would I give him a German voice? If anything, I should give like Gavin or Kristoff a German voice, not him. But hell, I didn't even give like Von Karma a German voice. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zack Gamurai.
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. What the fuck? I don't care about Windows updates. Shut up. A painter to the world at large, Drew Mission has another side, I'd say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries?
Well, so we are to understand that this page here is
A fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence. The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented the evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. No, he should have taken off his glasses there. Now that would have been cool.
witness. Mr. Bishop, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client?
That, I don't know.
What?
Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want to receive my payment. That's the effect of my contract with them.
I know exactly how to disprove this. So is the game implying that Clavier is more skilled than Edgeworth? In what way? I mean, the guy that set all this up was Kristoff. This is a setup, you know? So, I know of an easy way to prove this. This is what we asked the witness. Witness, what is your standard going rate? If I were to ask you to manufacture this page, how much would I have to pay you? And when we realize that that is several zeros larger than my paycheck, then we realize that this is all bullshit. How's that? Because last time I checked, Wright and Co. law offices could barely afford burgers for 2 people, okay? So, hiring a professional forger, you know?
That's the extent of my contract.
But there's no proof this is fake.
It's a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say, without a doubt, this is mine.
Phoenix, just use the argument that you're poor. It's that easy.
Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court? If you had presented it in my brother's court, I mean, I would understand that. He's a bit of a dick. But my court, I've been nothing but nice to you all these years.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh boy. Here.
What's this?
I know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
You got played. It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court, a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal, too. Perhaps for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Oh, really? Because, I don't know, I seem to recall a certain case where a prosecutor used forged evidence to convict a killer, and the killer was actually still guilty. Phoenix, Your Honor, I'm poor, and the judge gives you,
You have my sympathies, Mr. Wright.
Phoenix says, no, Your Honor, that's my argument. Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for the actions I undertook as an individual.
I am sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor,
Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
I see no need for further discussion of this matter. Special witness dismissed.
I can't afford forged evidence. Mr. Attorney. Yes. Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I've seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Was Edgeworth demoted or anything when he used fake evidence? No, because he didn't know that it was fake evidence. The evidence was given to him and approved. The evidence was given to him by Lana Skye, and it was approved by both Lana Skye and the chief of police, Damon Gantz. So they can't really punish him, considering literally like both the head prosecutor and the chief of police both approved the evidence and directly gave it to him. So it's more so the fact that here they believe that Phoenix actually had the evidence forged himself. And he's not smart enough to prove that he didn't.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict this way. This trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must...
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Zack.
There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible.
I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you.
Except, tell me, how do you plan on denouncing your verdict when your defendant does not exist?
Doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this.
Mr. Enigmar? The defendant escaped. Find him quick.
Bailiff, close all access of the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape.
That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zack Garamarai, did not just escape from the court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day.
This is the Garamarai miracle. For my next trick, I shall fucking evaporate.
No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Garamarai vanished, along with him, for all eternity.
Maybe he should have said that he was poor to avoid fake evidence unless his salary somehow got multiplied by counts of a couple of zeros.
History that remained behind were all solved. However, not until 7 years later. Alright, now, we could save and continue here, but there's actually one thing I want to do before then. Also, how far into the, how many hours into it are we out of the 6? I'm actually not going to save here because I want to check out, I want to know what actually happens if you choose not to present the forged evidence. The trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. Mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. You'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnified Garamarai's disciples pulled the trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant, Zack Garamarai, go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary pages? What about the girl who was left behind?
Fucking creepy music.
Ah, the Mason system. Intro. Past left out these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. That's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And all the questions have found their answers. This trial, the final trial, will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. We are exactly at the halfway point. Okay, cool. Think of it as a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. Okay, now we're just getting meta. Okay, I like this. This is some Metal Gear Solid 2 shit. A terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Touch the arrow to switch between past and present. Let's begin 7 years ago. Past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Okay! So we get to like travel back and forth in time? Now that is cool! This is really cool! Oh, I didn't mean to go there. Oh. Before we do any of that, let's not save our game. Oh, I need to like Alt F4. Okay. Hold on. Because I do want to see what I do want to see what happens if you choose to not present the forged evidence. Let me boot up Citra once again. Alright, so let's continue from the last point. Tournaments. Oh, I never saved during this section, apparently. Oh, it's fine. This shouldn't take too long. Especially since I know all the answers, I should be able to brush through this pretty quickly. Alright, so first Valent shows up. I bet Phoenix is gonna say something like, I can't back down now. I need to present something. Something like that. Maybe, we'll see. Yeah, no, so yeah, this is essentially what I had to do to catch up to where we were because I lost my fucking save file. And it was hell. Oh, everything is happening super fast, but a twirl must be at real speed. If I requested, leave the same instructions. So we press on this one. Number of pistols. Quite important. So what is up with Cortana Phoenix? I don't know. Let me present the stage pistol. But yeah, no, this is great. Being able to play, you know, playing as Phoenix again, hearing the objection, fucking, having Gumshoe back, having the old music back is a great fucking callback to, and you know, this is great. I really like this. The fact that this because this is a flashback trial, much like the trial of Dahlia Hawthorne that we got in 3-4, right before 3-5. But I like that this is not a separate trial, but it's like a thing where you're like going back and forth between the two cases and uncovering the mystery throughout. Like, that's really cool. Okay, so here we need to press on, I think, the third statement. It's, yeah, doctor examine the body. This is the one.
Hold it!
Oh, no, this one, the time of death one. Got it. Yo, you know what's the best part? You get to investigate as Phoenix and flashback. Yeah, that's what I gathered, so that'll be cool. Important, very important.
Hold it!
Color contradiction. Is the crime photo.
Take that!
Let's see, I'm probably just I'll go until he presents the diary and then I'll save before the decision presents itself.
Take that!
I like that even when you're skipping through, it still keeps all the dramatic pauses because, of course it would, right? Why wouldn't it? Actually, while we're just skipping through this, I guess I'll take the opportunity just to have a snack. Indeed, I'm gonna make Emma proud. So now we save. You would have made Emma even prouder if you'd beat Clavier right about now. Yeah, just beat the shit out of him. Show him that he's a little pussy. I don't like anything about this situation. But the judge is already getting twitchy with his gavel. Better show them something thick or else. Okay, yeah. It forces you to show the evidence. What happens if you just present something random? Like, yeah, I'm gonna present my attorney's badge. Into the diary. Okay, yeah. No, yeah, it literally forces you to present the forged evidence. Fair enough. Gotta get some more snackies. Yeah, so this was... So yeah, Gavin wasn't... So Clavier wasn't really into it, on it. He essentially just was used as a pawn by Kristoff. So I wonder if Kristoff is actually working with Valant, right? Like, Kristoff seems like the type of person who would do anything to get his client acquitted, right? Like a sort of defense version of like Edgeworth, right? Well, except more ruthless even. No, like a defense version of Von Karma. There we go. So what he does is he gets hired by Valant to ensure that Zack takes the fall for the murder. So then he pretends to be take on Zack's case as his defense attorney, essentially carries him through the trial for the beginning stages, then hands the case over to Phoenix Wright, who he uses as his fall guy, and sets up the whole forged evidence thing so that Phoenix Wright takes the fall, and Zack Garamarai is declared guilty, and Valant is never suspected for the crime. That's what I would assume, because especially if Zack was guilty of killing, if Zack was found guilty of murdering Magnify Garamarai, that would invalidate the will that would bequeath to him the rights to perform the Garamarai Troop acts, which then would pass on to their next person in line, Valant. So it is definitely in Valant's best interest to get Zack found guilty. Also, incidentally, it didn't go according to plan, and Zack knew what was happening, and he escaped before he could be declared guilty, which means Valant had to wait a whole 7 years before he was declared legally dead, and he could have the rights. So I imagine Valant's not too happy at Zack, you know? And then I imagine when Zack returned, he had likely evidence to expose Kristoff, so that's why Kristoff killed him. Yeah, I think it's all coming together here, but let's get to this investigation.
Objection! Objection!
So I imagine the reason why Drew was inspired by Phoenix is because Phoenix essentially took the fall for it in order to ensure that his client, to try to save his client by being like, my client shouldn't be held responsible for my actions, as if he had actually done the thing. So I imagine that's why Drew respects Phoenix and eventually came to, study Apollo as he was Phoenix's successor. Beautiful. All right. Let's catch up to where we were, and then I'll be taking a short 5-minute break before we get into this, what's probably going to be a big fucking investigation covering 2 different cases in 2 different time periods. Investigations, you get to meet the best Ace Attorney character ever made, and I'm looking forward to that. All right. So with that said, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go take a quick 5-minute break, get some water, and yeah, be right back. All right, the final investigation of the game, spanning 2 different trials across 2 different time periods. Oh boy, this is gonna end well, I'm sure. All right. All right, let's go. I guess we can start. Sure, let's just go in order, I guess. Detention center. The nightmare trial was over. New nightmare figuring out what had happened. Done. I wanted to wake up, walk away. I figured I'm the only one who can do this. Probably. Maybe a snotty-nosed kid with All Might hair will come along later on and, you know, he'll help me out. If his name was Justice, now that would be poetic. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association's review board decision. Yeah, it's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. Center visitor room. Oh, this is cool. It even looks like the old visitors room with the old guard. That's nice. 6 hours? Yeah, we still got some more to go.
What a strange sight doth mine eyes behold.
Excuse me.
2 men at either side of a single transparent plane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so as to speak.
The forger
A forger of fakes walks free, while the innocent languishes with these plexiglass confines.
There's been no proof that I forged anything.
No proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you?
Little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. Jesus Christ.
Boy, since you are here, what shall we discuss?
Shooting a magnified gamma eye, for one. Hold on. Who pulled the trigger? Talent? Partner Zach. Partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm gonna get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. Hey, look! It's been a while. How you doing? How you been? Let's see. It's gonna be nice to hear some of Phoenix's investigation lines. Once again. Smile here on candid camera. I just had to say it. Old habits die hard. Maybe I should do a few tricks for the viewers at home? That guard keeps stealing glances in this direction and scratching his head. Maybe our resident magician showed him a trick or two. Ah, the Phoenix silhouette is great.
I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent.
Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it.
Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. And yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation.
Revealing what?
That Gamma killed Magnify. It's as good as a signed confession.
That's certainly been public opinion's take on it.
I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare.
Planning on jumping back into magic right away?
As long as the audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valent, and also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnify's repertoire is mine. Valent Gamera is a tradition to uphold.
Is that true?
Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or not. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity.
Suspicion on you isn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You're just as obligated to follow Magnify's instructions as your partner.
So I was, but only Zack Gamera followed him. Let us not speak anymore. Who shot what? Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot.
I'm more interested in learning something else, actually.
What might that be?
I want to know what Magnify had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him?
That trick up his sleeve. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps you do not know.
Know what?
A great magician never reveals his secrets.
I didn't think it would be that easy. But you will reveal them to me! Oh, that's great. Honestly, though, I don't know. I feel like... Mr. Valent, what are your opinions on boomerangs? I don't know. I feel like it could have been done as more of a surprise than him talking about how he has his Magatama in the intro to this section. Like, imagine if you had just gone and you're like, oh, cool, I'm playing as Phoenix Wright, and all of a sudden, boom, Psyche locks are back. Like, I feel like, it would, investigate the Magatama in third person? Good idea. Like, I feel like that would have actually, I don't have it. Like, I feel like that would have actually been like a really cool reveal, you know? But I'm not complaining about getting some good old Phoenix Wright action.
The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight.
And Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks on people's hearts. And if I unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. Now Magatama starts it all. Magatama ends it. Yes, so we got to use the Magatama on that one. Yeah, what else do we have? We have the crime photo, autopsy report, the notebook page, the IV report, the chart, the small syringe, the letter, second letter, the stage pistol. Bullet. They did that not to confuse the players in whose first game of the series is this one. Wait, I feel like they could have done an introduction to them after the Psyche Locks showed up. Like, the Psyche Locks just show up, they're like, what the fuck is this? And then Phoenix is like, you know. And then, you know, Phoenix can introduce the Magatama, you know? I feel like that would have still worked. Bullets found in the victim. Okay, we have the pistol. We have the diary. Clearly a page has been torn out, but I suppose it's possible that Kristoff tore a page out and had that, you know, the writing on that page for us. But yeah, let's see what we can get if we use the Magatama. The trick up his sleeve. Now imagine if someone had the Magatama and the ring. Now they would be fucking unstoppable. You know? I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading to the evidence, from all the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. Ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world. That's asking someone to commit murder.
Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales.
And he got his wish. His life was taken. Can't investigate Magatime in 3D? No, it's not counted as evidence here. That weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing... What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess? It was a matter of life or death.
Care to explain?
Your troop lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it?
Let us make this as painless as possible. If you're proof of this danger, then show it.
The pistol.
Why, it's one of ours.
Specially designed for your own, for your show, I gather. Single bullet, one shot.
What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers.
I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident.
Zack and Valent's quick draw shooting.
Right, that image we saw in the intro, slides of someone getting like shot during a performance.
How long has it been since those shots were last heard?
There must be a reason why they stopped that. Why would he admit the pistol was there? Oh no, we know the pistol is theirs. That was like that isn't a secret. That is, it's like pretty like it's like a world famous act too. Was the shoot 'em canceled because someone might get hurt?
Of course. What other reason could there be?
Well, it could have been canceled because someone had already been hurt.
Fascinating. My fortune forging friend. But tell me, what could you prove with a single pistol?
Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage?
The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It's concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot?
Looks like you've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed, the show might go on. This shows who it was. Yeah, no, I got nothing. I still don't have. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Okay, so we gotta check some other places out first. Cool. Let's actually present some evidence to him, see what he has to say. Mr. Valent, could you look at this for me? Please?
Yes, I accept your challenge. Well,
Challenge, huh?
you want me to make it float, disappear? Shall I simply eat it?
I didn't come here to play games, Mr. Valent, or watch you do tricks. Okay. Notebook page. No. You clearly hear the Japanifornia influence. Anything on the AV report? Nope. Chart the small syringe you're connected to. It's not. What about the letter you got? Nope. Yeah, what about the pistol? Yeah, okay, so he's not gonna be telling us jack shit. We're gonna need to come back to him later. Alright, let's pick a different location. "7 years ago, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over.
Ah, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Zack?
There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this.
Mr. Enigmar? The defendant's escaped. Find him, quick!
Bailiff, close all exits of the building. Oh, the double. He must not be allowed to escape.
When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. Now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Gumshoe? Hey, are you there? No way! He's back! No! I don't even remember what voice I did for this guy. I have to go all the way back to my fucking Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney playthrough before we even started streaming, the ones that were pre-recorded. Insane. Hold on just a moment. The best character in Ace Attorney. Give him a shaggy voice. I know, for consistency, I need to keep the same voice. Let's see. Alright, let me see if I can pull up my Let's Play of Rise from the Ashes so that I can actually, you know. Okay, so now where is Officer Meekins? He should show up in the credits. Hold on 1 second. Give him a shaggy voice? Let's see. Let's hear how bad it was.
Oh, there we go. Oh, no, you.
Okay, I got it. All right, but yeah, I like how it's this game has chosen to bring back characters from Rise from the Ashes, because I really like that case, and it's kind of weird that they never show up in Trials and Tribulations and Justice for All, for obvious reasons, since, you know, they were kind of written out of order, but, you know. Down to the heads, floor, on your head. No. What's the big deal? My ears. No, unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed? Zoink! Just say it like this, sir. And it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friends, my girl, even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on cases, always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there is only now, sir. Okay, you're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir, court bailiff, Mike Meekins, your service, sir. Okay. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Oh no. Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here! It's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, Lost my friends, my girl, even my wallet. I guess I wasn't the only victim. Okay. I must have seen that painting 1,000 times, but never really looked at it until now. Guess my head was too stuck on the trials. Never had time to stop and appreciate the art. I have time now. Okay, let's appreciate it. Actually, it's pretty lame. I actually took a nap on that couch once when I was still practicing law. Boy, was that a mistake. I never even sit on lobby sofas now. Never let my clients sit on them either. That's bad luck. It's the first case of the second game. You know, I think this was the lobby I used for my very first case. This plan has seen me grow from a rookie to an ace to a has-been. It's Mike Hawk! I hate you, plant. Just kidding. That's it's Charlie's third cousin. Rice removed. Yeah, I guess this door was officially a prop in Zach Garamurai's last show. Oh, I mean, I guess I'll save. I clicked that accidentally, but sure. He passed through the lobby door and vanished. There. Choreographed the entire fateful trial according to his grand scenario. I hate magicians. Alright, Meekins it is. Last time we met, you're a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy stuck a rising star in the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. Glad we've gotten a conclusion to the Meekins storyline. That takes real talent. Actually, they don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to stare from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform? I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here. A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope, and tragedy strikes. Anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gamurai's disappearance. Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. What? Yes, it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss, and the door slams open. Slam! Some guy's face right there in front of me. Face! So you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being the bailiff of Little Standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk kite all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Okay. It's courtroom 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, near your friend, on my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Garamurai run after busting through the courtroom door? Hey, he went up like this, then around the corner, like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw the bench man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself into the room. Why? I remember it like it was right here. Because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I don't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished, like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Phoenix cannot tell you what legal means because he is no longer an attorney. Yes, the word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, I promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did he search the lobby?
I searched.
Why the pause?
There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right. Nothing was here, sir.
Oh, how can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? So, Zach was in the room when he vanished.
Absolutely, sir. I saw in my own eyes. The red Sinclair, the flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room.
Silcat Cape. That's Zach, alright.
But, sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir.
What about now? Have any ideas?
Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir? If you don't mind me asking.
You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? You have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? God damn it, Mike! Psyche locks! I should have known. Let's see how hard this one's gonna be. The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out.
Hey, what's the atmosphere in here all of a sudden?
You know something, and I'm gonna find out what. Find out what. Zach Garamer, I vanished from this room. How'd he do it?
How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say, sir.
Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something from me?
Well, sir.
Oh, 1 second.
Alright. See, at the time, sir, I was here, and, listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyways?
Yep. I was thinking of that. That the person he chased, that he chased wasn't actually Zach. What did you just say?
Sir, did I just say something, sir?
No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there?
Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking.
It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in the room that day. Yeah, so, yeah, Trucy was essentially just a decoy.
Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day.
Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it.
Sir! Sir, that day, she was here, in the room, sir. But he wasn't.
You mean you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot tall magician.
7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Garamer, but you saw something. Therein lies the trick. I think I know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look similar? So yeah, okay, we've got nothing right now. Imagine it's probably gonna be Mr. Hat. And I imagine presenting stuff is gonna be worthless here. For example, the pistol. Any thoughts on this, Mr. Meekins?
This is an
opinions on plenty of things he thinks I know nothing about, but no one's ever asked me my opinion before. No, there's no need to shout, really. So, no opinion? I know nothing about that, sir. But I thought, no, never mind. This is demonstrably false, considering we have asked his opinion in the past. 2 years ago, in fact. Yeah, so we're done here for now. Let's check out the law offices, back when they were not in complete disarray.
Morning, Daddy.
Oh, I'm glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picked on you?
I'm fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me, after all. That's a young man to you. Good morning. It's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
God damn it. Ah, yes, your first show. Helping your father escape from fucking murder case. Jesus Christ. 2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. 2 weeks since your father disappeared. And if you're gonna be staying with me, yeah, get with the program. Put on some blue clothes. We don't wear red around here. Red is Edgeworth color. Can't allow that. Been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future.
It's for my next trick. I'm gonna bring my father out of prison.
I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but I have no living relatives. So I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. But just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. 7 years later! I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places that you might like to stay at. Oh, this is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
I guess so? Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney?
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you like, and it doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay, say Daddy?
That was quick.
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. Oh, and this office? It's a little black. A little color goes a long way, you know? Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Trucy, how old are you? Small Trucy strikes the exact same pose as old Trucy. She's fucking adorable. Phoenix, don't tell the kid to call you Daddy.
Oh, I'm 8. Don't let your parents just deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Yeah, thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Alright, so we should be able to get Mr. Hat from her, ideally. But first, there's some stuff that we must do. My desk. Not that I have any reason to sit there anymore. I guess Trucy can use it. That's great for studying math. English, geography, magic. I'm not crying. I just kept those in my eye. At the collection of law books, my mentor bought them all. I used to be too busy to read them. Now that I have the time to read them, there's no need. But I can't just sell them. Maybe Trucy will want to read them someday? Nah. Save those for Apollo. An old movie poster hangs on the wall. I finally found out the title after not knowing for the longest time. I actually rented the movie the other day. Cried my eyes out. Just thinking about it makes me want to tear up. Wait, that's just allergies, really? I should show it to her when she's a little older. Wait, what was it called again? Incredible. Phoenix's mental health is already declining. Great start to unemployment. Truly fantastic. See about Charlie. My mentor's favorite plant. Charlie! I guess watering Charlie's my only real job now. Wait, I have a child now. Can't feed Trucy like this. Probably needs more than the occasional watering, too. I'm guessing. You can still see the hotel from the window here. Every time I look out, I think back on those old cases. I wonder if the view looks different now that I'm not wearing my old badge.
I really think the far out view, Daddy.
Thanks! Well, she must have learned a lot of words from her parents. No mention of the bellboy? No! The bellboy! Let's see what we got.
Now, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside of something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk like that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So here's my idea. I'll make a new office. That just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
Wasn't Phoenix studying something else at college during 3-1? I don't remember. I feel like he was studying something else on the side besides law. And the problem was calling it an office. We should
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but that required talent?
You got me, don't you? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yep. That's right. I am directly descended from the famous Zack Gamurai.
Directly descended. He's your father.
Oh. And I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright too.
I think an 80-year-old just massaged my ego. The literature or something. Yeah, something like that. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, or Zack Gamurai?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy sound amazing. The biggest star of Troop Gamurai. And they're big.
Gamurais? They're on television a lot. I haven't seen them on much recently. Come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zack and Violet Gamurai together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top.
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what'll happen with me, with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? Here we go, this might be what we need to break the next lock on, Valent. I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic, and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are gonna be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Oh, Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes, it's like the thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs?
They say that?
I always said it was funny though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right, so in conclusion, You're a professional magician, Trucy.
That's right. Well, ready to see a trick?
No, Firewall, we can't. We can't. Please show me. Actually, I would like to see your trick. Is it Mr. Hat? The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
There's the spirit. Ready? Here it goes. Ta-da!
Yep.
Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. And I gotta say, it's good to be seen.
Ah! Well, that was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat, at your service.
He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady.
My friendly neighborhood hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Where does she store Mr. Hat? I don't know, under her cape or something. Tell me about your mommy, if it's okay.
Mommy was so pretty. Just like an angel right up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zack and Violet, smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
Here's a grand illusion. But she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then. A lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here.
This is your mother. She's beautiful.
Name's Telessa. Telessa Gamerai.
Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. Now her daddy vanished too, right before her eyes.
Hey, Daddy, come on.
Don't worry, I won't vanish. I promise.
Right. You can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Yeah, you always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. Alright, that's gonna be important. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're a family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Town Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
And you. That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You don't have any tricks? No standbys? This will not do. A boy should have some trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something. Edgeworth can be the mommy. Yes, there we go. Edgeworth, pick the fucking phone up. Right, what the hell is this? I'm in Europe. It's fucking 2 in the morning here. I will beat your fucking ass. Okay, Edgeworth, move in with me. Right, why the hell would I do that? I have adopted a child. What the actual fuck, right? I'll be right there.
There's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-O.
A team, right. Well, that's 3 and counting. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy. She was my light. Alright, so that's that, one finished. Cool. I wonder, can we actually go to the present, or are we just not allowed? No, we're not allowed to do the present yet. We have to do the past first. Yeah, we got Mr. Hats. We can definitely go finish off Meekins. Who's here this day? Trucy Enigma. Now, Trucy Wright. The amazing Mr. Hat, Trucy's favorite trick. Startlingly realistic. Check button for details. Oh, that'll be interesting. Oh, it's just a picture. I thought we could actually see Mr. Hat in 3D. Trucy's locket. Oh fuck! I didn't. That was a misclick. Damn it. Yeah, no, we can definitely crack him. We just need to present Mr. Hat. Then we present Mr. Hat. What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. And she uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? No. It wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night, on stage, I saw a vision. Except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists. Alright, we got him. I remember clearly. I thought the details are a little vague. Zach Cartwright exited the courtroom. I gave Jason Corner in the corner room, sir. Zach Cartwright, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down your hands, floor, on your head. Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
No, that is... So, sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Cartwright, do you know him?
Oh, I love that Cartwright. His music is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see. That's why you're wearing the costume you're wearing. Anyway, very same Zach came into this room.
No one's been in here except me.
But he has to be in here somewhere. On the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. There's not even a rug in this room. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him. Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it'd all been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week? But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. No. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act. He was standing in front of lobby number 2, along with Mr. Hat. That's the meaning of it. So, while you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs through the closest door to lobby number 1. This when you got it. Turn the corner, and rather lukewarm pursuit. Lukewarm pursuit. And at the very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then, all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest moments. And then I saw the cape, that Garmar's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir! All my days of posing queers and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see the melting to such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case.
It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times. Thunders more than once. This is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me.
So this ain't the first time Trucy had to fool the courtroom with Mr. Hat? Well, I mean, this is the first time, but the time she did it during, Turnabout Corner, that wasn't the first time, no. Actually, about that girl, I'm sort of her guardian now.
Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor.
Okay.
I'll let the defendant escape. That's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be sitting side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe!
Soon to be Chief of Police Gumshoe. Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar, if you want.
It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of times I've had taken from me, but no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time, sir.
Look forward to it. All eyes are on Zach Garamurai in that day in court until his mysterious So, Chief of Police Meekins? Wait. So, do you reckon the bailiff during the, in 7 years in the future, the one that's always here, you know, with Apollo, do you reckon that bailiff is Meekins? Now that would be something else, right? If he was there the whole time. All eyes were on Zach Garamurai that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. And why am I playing as Phoenix? Cause this is sort of like this is like a flashback case, kind of like how in kind of like how for Bridge to the Turnabout you have the previous I think is the first Turnabout, the one with you know, the one replay as Mia. So yeah, we're essentially trying to figure out why everything went badly originally. Because this case from 7 years ago is connected to the current case we're working. Now part of the mystery has been revealed. Magic remained out of sight. It'd be 7 years before I met him again. Yes, the basement of the Borscht Bowl Club, where he would then proceed to get murdered by Kristoff. Alright. Oh, we're heading to the present now. Ah, and that unlocks the Borscht Bowl Club. Intriguing. So, alright. Well, let's head to the detention center before we actually do, before we actually head to the present. I would just want to check out if I, because now I'm sure I can progress a little bit further with Valent. Let's see. Alright, so the first one is the gun.
Take that!
The person that died was Thalassa. Well, that's Zach Garamurai's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe was her name.
Alakazam! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets?
Hell in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot. This clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Okay, we need some actual, like a picture of the act itself. So we're not done with that just. But yeah, so it looked like I was right. There was an accident and Talassa got killed during one of the performances, and so then essentially Magnify Garamarai was essentially blackmailing Zack and Valent using it. Can I actually head back? Yeah, okay, I can head back to the completed places. I don't think I can present anything, right? Like, even if I present the amazing... Yeah, no, I don't think presenting things really fucking works in this investigation, so I'm just gonna refrain from that. Alright, let's check out Drew's studio. Back in the olden days. 7 years ago, Drew's studio. Yeah, this is when... figured you'd come sooner or later? Someone. Yeah, so this is back before this was, you know, they renovated the place. There he is. I decided on sooner. Drew Mission, was it?
I haven't done anything illegal.
And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions.
I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me.
I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations.
At Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer if I can.
I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched tensely. Oh, hi there! The true forger, that is.
Ah, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello.
He's gone.
Shall we begin then?
Yeah, I just want to look around here first, because this place is actually interesting. Because we've been in this place 7 years from now as Apollo, but not as Phoenix.
Going home by any chance?
No, I was just checking out the door.
Oh.
Good thing I'm far too stubborn to take hints like that. Really doesn't like company. What's this painting here?
That's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table.
Not a feeling I know anything about. At least not yet. So it looks like he came here before he, it looks like he came here before meeting Trucy.
Going home by any chance?
Oh, no. I didn't mean to click the door. Paints are scattered all around. Probably the ones he's currently using. Very artistic. There's something very artistic about a messy room. Not that this is anything compared to my office. I guess that would make my office a masterpiece. It's got no. So that. There. Yeah, everything, you know, he's got a lot less equipment. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. That's a jar. Is that like a jar of perfume? A pretty bottle.
Don't touch that. Please, I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. Looks at it often.
A light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing? Ah, okay. So right, right, that's the nail polish she always uses. And this is, you know, the envelope. Picture? This is you and Vera?
Yes. We took that one quite recently. I know, I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately.
Ah, right. Shouldn't you practice? That's an awfully small frame. What's inside it? Stamp?
Please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera. You see? She always puts it somewhere she can see it.
There, that's exactly what we need. Well, actually, not quite, but it is good. That's Zack and Valent, the Garmarais, isn't it?
Yeah, post office issued a commemorative stamp last year, or when the Garmarais were at the height of their popularity.
Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth, and the other one's dead. The envelope looks tasty. Well, actually, the poison wasn't in the glue, it was in the stamp. But yes, let's lick the stamp.
Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been dedicated fan ever since. I watched them every time they came on TV, until the end.
I see.
That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it.
Imagine if fucking Phoenix at some point ran into, like, little baby boy Apollo back in the day. That would be cool. Commemorative stamp. Like how Mia ran into Phoenix. Little baby boy Phoenix. What's this red envelope?
Don't touch that. It's quite important.
Painter's face just changed hues. I guess I better behave. It's tempting to just grab it. You could have saved yourself a lot of trouble with that. Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves. Some noticeable gaps.
It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. I insist on buying the ones I use with my own money.
I can see how you'd want to do that, sure.
Perhaps you've heard that you can make any color, as long as you have the 3 primary colors. Well, that's a lie.
Poor guy. Use these gizmos for painting? They're pretty elaborate.
Those aren't for painting. They're for analyzing. Paint composition, age, every conceivable angle.
Tools of the forgery trade, I see. Yeah, because he needs, you need to make sure that they match the actual parameters perfectly. No, that's the... Yeah, this is him forging the, material from him forging the letter. Oh, come on, look at it. That's literally the, the Garamarai symbol. God damn it. Whatever. There's some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look all that bad, really.
I'll sell you one for 50 cents.
That's okay. They look kind of heavy.
Oh.
Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit more. Very depressed man. I think we're done. Oh, there's something on the table. But we can't actually look at it. Okay, so yeah, we're done examining this place. So yeah, now we've got the Troop Garamarai. That doesn't help us that much. Judging from this place, you're a painter?
Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I wouldn't be able to get by. Were it only me.
Your daughter.
Her mother grew wary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That's why I began my other occupation.
Forgeries.
Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for.
But some of your works aren't paintings, correct?
You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work. Outside painting.
I mean, they're not your work. Yeah, small Vera. Also adorable. What?
I think I will be used as evidence in a murder trial.
I never even imagined the possibility.
Then why did you take the job?
I was, well, paid. Very well paid.
I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. And of course, fucking Kristoff, the devil himself, was gonna he found this random guy who makes forged paintings, had him forge a fake note so that he could help his client escape a murder charge and get someone's, well, possibly escape a murder charge and steal someone else's, the rights to the Garamorai tricks. And along the process, put an innocent man in jail. And then he was also gonna murder fucking Drew to clear up the loose ends. He's fucking insane. Past is hard to escape.
Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. Worth apologies to you, of course.
Sorry, bud. It's not going to be quite so easy. Try to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Okay. We are gonna need a present here. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. That copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. You have to tell me.
I know it would be difficult to escape this.
Then let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did?
It was unlike anything I had attempted before.
I guess it would be a little different from paintings.
That's not what I mean. Now, my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy.
This wasn't a copy?
The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client.
So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote. So the entire page was a forgery by Kristoff. Intriguing.
Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature.
So, who was your client?
As I said in court, I do not know.
Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester.
I never met them. And not personally,
Yep, and that's a lie. We know that. Psyche-Lock, of course. And we know that because we know Vera has met Kristoff and calls him the devil. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Alright, let's see if we can break any of these. I doubt it, but we can give it a try. You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Mission?
I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met my client.
True, when I asked the client's name, there was no Psyche-Lock in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Think you can break them? I mean, I'll give it a try.
Why are you doing this to me?
Well, I've made my stand. No backing down now. What's Mr. Misham hiding? The forger, the sample, the client. He's hiding the forger, Vera. And I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said.
What is it then?
You told me that you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any Psyche-Locks.
Psyche-Locks? Is that some kind of a silent security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps?
But then, I love how he just says that out loud and everyone's like confused. But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client?
As I said in court, I do not know.
Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester.
I never met them. Personally,
Not personally. Those words triggered a psyche lock.
Again with the psycho locks. I really must know what they are.
So, you didn't meet with the client. Someone else did. Yeah, why would the fuck would he, so he sent Vera to meet with Kristoff, and he made an impression, to say the least. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence.
Oh, perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me.
Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psyche locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there.
And your conclusion is?
The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Mission.
Rappycock.
I don't
know what you're talking about. It's my work, I tell you. Right here in my studio. Who else could have been but me?
That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is... Vera. Oh, we got some new profiles, so let's actually look at them. Pettingmar, Valent, Painter, Drew Garamarai, Mike Meekins, Alasa Garamarai. Lucy's mother still missing after her son's disappearance. There's some suspicion of poisoning. Okay, so this is still has the fucking the report from the future. Currently, we're breaking the timeline here, but okay. But yeah, no, she's adorable.
Take that!
The real forger is your daughter. They're a mission, isn't it?
Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism.
Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The psyche locks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility.
Oh. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself.
So Phoenix is known most of everything related to our, the current case, the one that Apollo's working. He's known that from the beginning, and he's just been orchestrating the whole thing, I guess.
I don't know how you know, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius, you might call her.
Precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. Yep.
I let her play in the studio, and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought, but they become necessary, are my little girl's playthings now.
So I detect a bit of fatherly pride. So, Vera was the one who made this page? Would she know who the client was then?
Actually, a client came once. Here, this studio.
What? Why didn't you say so sooner?
Their face was covered, and they did not want to talk to me.
So they talked to your daughter?
I'll speak only with the artist, the client told me.
Then that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more? It's time to turn my attention to Vera. I think we're done with the father. Yeah, I think we're done with the father. Mr. Mission, I have a request.
Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter.
Can I?
Daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so. To be exact, with only one exception.
Which was?
Oddly enough, it was the client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and he was laughing. The first time I'd seen anything of the sort.
Please, let me speak with her.
All right.
And yet somehow she refers to him as the devil. Uh-oh, this could be tough. Just fucking starts shoving a Magatama in her face.
What are your secrets? Tell me! Where is he?
Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the key that says Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. Oh, no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Vera, was it? Would you like to okay. So we need to trigger her memory with something. I imagine. Let's see, let's ask about the notebook page. What do you think about this? I think I just made her nervous. I need something to grab her attention. What? Yeah, the Garamurai commemorative stamp. Then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp. Great magicians, aren't they? Isn't True Garamurai amazing? Yeah? Oh. I especially like those two, Zack and Valent. I mean, they're just so magical. It gives super small Vera a low voice.
Aren't they? Aren't they?
Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa! Magic! You know!
Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic, yeah.
Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start.
I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Garamurai Museum of Magic.
Garamurai Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now. They have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows?
Yes, once. When I was little, with Father. Garamurai's on stage. Feels like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all.
Yeah. Maybe he keeps telling me stuff like this? You know, about Zack and Valent, maybe.
Oh, sure.
Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind. You like to have a look at an authentic Garamurai prop? I guess not. Bad news, small Vera. One of them died, one of them evaporated. I don't know, and the third one is in prison. Well, no, he's probably gotten out of lockup by now. The third one is a murderer.
I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here.
Why don't you like it outside?
There's bad people out there.
Well, true, but there are lots of good people too.
Actually, I should tell you. He was almost kidnapped once.
Kidnapped?
Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. Said she went to the Garamurai Museum. With you, in fact.
Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm.
Good luck charm?
For when I absolutely had to go outside.
So apparently she received something. Gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was.
Father, I told you to keep that a secret.
From the client, huh? This I have to hear about. So, your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things.
I really like painting. A lot. Father's always very happy when I paint them exactly the same.
Well, have I got a job opportunity for you? You see, the Right Anything Agency is hiring, and we'd like you. I think it could work, you know? Now that her dad's dead, she's gotta pay the bill somehow, right? Right Anything Agency could get, could do with a painter. And by painter, I do not mean fucking Laurice Duxnim.
Father's always very happy when I paint them exactly the same.
So, you did this too?
Oh yes, that was my first job.
First?
All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. This was totally different. The pen slips, the way the writer held the pen, and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer.
She seems happy. Odd, her work was the last nail in the Garamarai coffin. I guess no one told her. Laurice Duxnip.
They're the best in the world.
No? Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Garamarai, of course. The Garamarai theme is great.
Father gave it to me.
Your father? But I asked him about it. It's incredibly lucky she never licked it once. Or ever, like she didn't, touch it and then touch her mouth or something. Like, there were so many times this child could have fucking died. But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it.
I guess I just took it. Yeah.
Took it?
Father got a letter from that person.
That person? You mean the letter was from the client?
Oh, we talked about the Garamarais forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent the stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
A sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. Yeah, so how does he come... Which, okay, fair enough, but how does he come to be known as the devil? Because that's a pretty stunning statement. Especially since fucking Emma doing his impression fucking jump scared me in court. Alright, let's ask about Kristoff. So, you met a person that asked you to do this job. And you talked with them? What's this about good luck charm you received?
I can't talk about it.
Huh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll say it. Why not? I feel like Vera's the type of kid to not even open a gift she's received, let alone play with a stamp. I don't know. I feel like she watches TV, right? She's a normal kid. At the end of the day. Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Small child is lying to me. Right, time to do some psyche unlocking.
Where is he? Where is he? Magatama!
You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp.
No, that's not why. They listened to me. My problem.
A problem that keeps her inside all the time.
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I have to do is use a good luck charm.
Good luck charm? Client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? Yeah, I've got nothing. Alright, we'll have to come back to this one. Don't worry, small Vera, I must travel to the future, and I'll be back. This whole like going between like different time shit. This feels like some Zero Escape shit, you know? Alright, let's head to the present. We should be able to do the Borscht Bowl Club where we met Zach Garamurai after all that time. Present day, Borscht Bowl Club. I'll be taking my leave now. I still have some work to do back at the office. And I guess I'll go back to my piano. And to be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. The frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. Right, yeah, these two, you know, were friends and they would eat together, you know, frequently. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, then I can play it. Yeah, he's looking very different, but... So I imagine Kristoff walked past them on his way out and was like, what the fuck? Oh, I am fucked! And then immediately ran back and was like, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? And the second he saw an opportunity, he's like, murder, 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 murder! And that's how I imagine it happened. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from the Night of the Keys. I seek true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is a place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. This is a friend of yours? You brought him along? I guess he is actually incredibly trustworthy. So I'm not surprised. But yeah, so okay. There's a friend of yours.
Don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman.
He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I'll send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. Fuck off, Brushel.
The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. I'm number 2. I play piano. Sort of. No, it's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker.
Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember.
But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash. And they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Out of the 6-hour walkthrough, you only have 2 hours left? Intriguing. Then we might be able to finish it? We've been going at a rate of about 3-ish, 2 to 3 hours per hour. Which means, yeah, probably not. Probably not. I have about 4 hours left, so I imagine we'll probably get to 1 hour left, and then we'll have to finish up tomorrow. The handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith.
Oh, and I'm Brushel. Spark Brushel, news reporter.
Oh, I'm...
No, Phoenix Wright.
Huh?
You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions.
Yeah, so Brushel was here, even though he was never mentioned, even though he was never, you know, brought up in the case. And yeah, so Phoenix doesn't recognize Shady yet, so that's interesting. Really fun thing. Oh, you leaving Firewall? Alright, yeah, I imagine tomorrow in the afternoon I'll probably be wrapping up the game, I assume. Spark Brushel is love, Spark Brushel is life, of course. Still do not know who I am. We met? Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this. Mr. Enigmar? And the defendant escaped. Find him, quick!
Bailiff, close all exits for the building.
Yeah, see you tomorrow if you can make it. Thanks for being here.
The double. He must not be allowed to escape.
You can't be. But you're Zack Garamarai? Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I only have an audience of one. You. Zack Garamarai? This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there. Da? Da. We will play soon. Ready to the room. There, I will be preparing the hideout for you. Are you really him? The Zack Garamarai? No, I'm Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you so much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, she's fine. I've got her working already. I hope you don't mind. I hardly need to express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That, and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker. He's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so I've decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take the time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I you! Okay, so we have a little chat before we have our poker match, and he ends up getting killed. Very nice. How can we present? This person in the photo is Trucy's mother. Oh, did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then, is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots?
Ah, I know.
Whoa, you're still here?
According to my in-depth research, Tracy's mother magnified Gararai's only daughter. End quote.
What? Magnify's daughter? Is that true? Mr. Zack? Brushel, you say too much.
What? Why am I the bad guy? Why?
Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Lassa Garamarai, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather some more evidence clearly. Mr. Zack, could you tell me about this? Mr. Wright, we meet for the first time in 7 years, and you offer me this. Please. It wasn't a present. This guy's a hard sell. Probably won't get a rise out of him unless I show him something real interesting. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes. You must have been surprised. Call to the detention center out of the blue. 2, 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. But only lost twice. Was the first. The man I killed, of course. Ah, okay, now I'm understanding this dialogue. Yes, okay. So, his first time losing was against Magnify Garamarai. Yeah. Who he killed. And then Phoenix, you know, he lost to Phoenix, and then he came back for revenge and lost him again. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, some are fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power. Trucy, she's at a class of her own. For 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borge Bowl Club. Never lost one. Good. Not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring Trucy. She sends me signals.
Eddie, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
So he does cheat! What a Sigma male! Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reaction is a staple of performing magic. Those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnify Garamarai. That was the first time I learned of this power. Hold it. Wait, so you're saying the power is genetic? Just in the Garamarai blood or something? I mean, Phoenix, you've met a family of spirit mediums. This isn't too far-fetched. Blood. Yeah, okay, that triggered something. I'm sorry, but it's not something to told lightly to outsiders. And it's nothing you need to know at this time. What kind of Garamarai secret then? Fine. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow your footsteps, you know? I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you're planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. I could not have been found guilty that day. Because of this. This transfer of rights. You see the signature. Transfer. That's Magnify Garamarai's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic. The recipient named below. The recipient's name is you, Zach Garamarai. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page is clearly ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Oh, wait, let me see that.
How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. So he essentially gave Zach the rights to the Garamarai credits because Zach didn't kill him. I see. Magnify, give it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize.
It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from the courtroom. The greatest of magnified Gamera's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. That's like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Brushel.
Sir? Ah, here we go.
What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy.
Ah, so that's what the letter is. And he's been holding on to it the whole time.
I would have you sign here as witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. You need a public notary. Besides,
Ah, I may not look at it, but I'm a certified notary. You are? By day, I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well.
your signature, please. And this is the first reason I've come here tonight.
The transfer of rights. Nice. Ah, I finally figured it out. How I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said.
Precisely.
There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions.
Exactly. That's why I'm here. I'll risk showing my face in this public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. Might say I'm securing my daughter's inheritance.
But do you really need this document? Would it just inherit your estate automatically?
Not in this case, I'm afraid.
This case.
Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnify Garamara. However, this was done in secret, without witnesses. Before Magnify died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zack Garamarai, and Valiant Garamarai. Not Trucy.
I see. So, you do need this document.
I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust.
So Brushel was sent to talk to. So that's how Brushel got the scoop about Drew, and then he went to talk to Drew because he was trying to, like, you know, expose. Yeah, he was trying to expose Valiant. But when he gets there, Drew fucking drops dead right in front of him. Incredible. So yeah, like I said, Brushel is a trustworthy man.
I've known Brushel since before I vanished. He's a man I trust. Now, only 3 know of my birth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background. Found you had no other close of kin. Is as you say.
Okay, I was kinda hoping you'd say something about the mother at that point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother? That's a mystery.
Well, that prelude may have no longer been the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition.
Final? Why?
As you said, I've come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground.
Not seeing your daughter?
It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnify. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose.
It's just a rumor.
Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation to think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed a document for you.
Maybe you could try lightening up. But yeah, I guess my question is, why does Phoenix need Drosy? I mean, with the Magatama, right? He should be able to just, with the Magatama, he should be able to tell if people are lying. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up. That was that. This is this. Well, that's one hell of a line. Hold on, I do need to screenshot that for a reason. Hold on, let me get that out of the way. That is that, and this is this. Incredible! Hold on. That is that. Alright, good enough. Alright, I need that for, because I need that. For my final competition, I'll destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Unbrushable, you may leave.
Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop.
I punch and I punch, but still, it is not enough.
Ah, I just remembered a future prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice to meet you, Piano Man.
Then let us begin. Dealer, you will be witness to a competition.
It is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? Right, because she's also working for Zack.
That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered the restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Kevin, I believe was his name.
You know him?
After a fashion, listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this.
The Garamarai power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. I knew where to get it. Drusy's mother. I needed to meet the reporter again. That was clear. Oh, this is like a fucking noir thriller. Like, he's not even investigating a case. He's fucking just like doing like a full investigation, plus like the sepia tone of the music. This really feels like we're just, like it's a noir thriller. I needed, especially with the narrating, I needed to meet the reporter again. That was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. Name of a man now in prison. The name Zack Garamarai knew. But how? Why? Solitary Cell Third. Oh, we're visiting Christopher! No! Christopher! Gavin! Oh dear, this is gonna be intense. Oh boy! Oh, 1 second. Hold on. Alright, we're back. Hold on, let me go back to the Borscht Ball Club real quick because we're not done here. Yeah, we still have the Garamurai secret. To try to... Oh, damn it. To try to crack out of him, you know? Yeah, it looks like, so the Garamurais have like a special power to be able to like gauge people based on how they look? Is that like Apollo's perceive? Is Apollo a fucking secretly a Garamurai? That would be interesting, like a, you know, like many generations split off or something? Maybe Garamurai means justice in Croatian, I don't know. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she could see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. After you're done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother. Halassa Garamurai? I will not speak of that. Halassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know you don't want to talk about her. I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. No, we still don't have anything about what happened to Thalassa. Which I need that. That's the crucial piece that I need to break Zack, and I need it to also break Valant. They're both super coy about what actually happened with Thalassa. Roof Studio. What did I need? What did I need for Vera? Hold on, let me see. What did I need to crack Vera? Hello, small child. Ah, good luck charm. Okay. No. I imagine we're gonna talk to Kristoff regarding that, and then we're gonna be able to get some idea from him, maybe. Let's see. So yeah, I guess our next step is to go talk to Kristoff. Before I do that, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Just, you know, quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. All right, let's go meet Christopher. A fucking cozy ass cell. Present day, Central Prison, Solitary Cell 13. Oh, don't worry, little Christopher. I'll make sure you get the death penalty soon.
Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines?
Gavin?
Is this your idea of revenge?
Phoenix, right.
Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago.
My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction.
I'm Justice.
Fine. I'm glad we can have this little tete-a-tete, right?
You look well, Phoenix, right?
You too, Gavin. Nice roses. You taking care of this one here?
Ah, yes. She's surprisingly delicate, you know. It requires careful tending. But she is my best friend, as they say.
Best. Come on now, I'm starting to feel bad for you.
Oh, of course. She's known to bite if handled roughly.
Your rose bites?
Now, speaking of the photo next to the rose, my retriever. Vongol. Cute but feisty.
Every dog has its thorns.
It's strange, you know? Here I am in solitary, and yet the books keep piling up.
Looks like we got more than books up there.
Ah, yes, my collection. Quite a few friends on the prison staff. They show me a little kindness.
Just a little? And oh, I see a yellow envelope. That's some chair. Just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. You probably have to add a whole digit to the price of one of my office chairs.
And here, comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. You'd have to add 2 digits to the price of the standard prison-issued chair for this.
Those prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. There's the yellow envelope that that Drew sent off before he bit the dust. This envelope's been bothering me since I came here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail here in jail?
That I do. Though they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however.
Sneaking peek is out of the question.
Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I have no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge.
And I bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith, the name of the man you killed. You know who he really was?
Who he was?
Zach Garamarai. You know, the defendant.
I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible.
Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence.
What did you just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think?
After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. My mistake I plan to remedy.
You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to?
I might not be an attorney, but I do have an attorney that works for me. So that works out pretty well, I'd say. You know? But yeah, no, this is definitely motivated by revenge, possibly a bit of spite. I mean, fucking ruined my career. You piece of shit. I'm gonna make sure you hang for this, Kristoff. And I'm very interested as to why someone would refer to you as the devil. That's the one that I keep, it's the one that keeps coming back to me. Things message yours can lead to. I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I'm an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. You know why you did it, Gavin. Because he could probably expose his forgery. You recall the case 7 years ago? Yes. The trial where Zach Garmarai pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prospect of Reveal's crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review voted unanimously for strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. And it was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position after. For 7 years, we've been friends, and yet I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what to think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. That Garmarai mentioned your name, Gavin. Oh, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered the restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. Seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Hey, please. Cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Garmarai. Whoa! I've never seen Psyche-Locks like this before! Cause he's the devil! Dark. Cold. Full of despair. Despair! I even unlock these things? There's something wrong, right? No! It's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know? He's doing his nails? Yeah, with the same fucking thing that, the nail polish. That's the thing that keeps her, that's the thing that keeps her fucking, that allows her to go outside, yes. Does he also do that when he's stressed? You're thinking, a self-respecting man uses nail polish. Not really. I know appearances are a big thing to you. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. It certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. Like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Nail polish, nice. Alright, and with that, but yeah, we can't even attempt to crack those Psyche-Locks, which makes me think we're gonna have to use Trucy's power to break through them, right? That's what I would guess. But yeah, now that we actually have now that we have the nail polish, we can actually head back and talk to Vera. And that should break the first bit of her hello, small child. That should break the first bit of her psyche locks. I'm not sure about the rest though. I wonder. So again, I've always said that I don't think an anime adaptation for Apollo Justice is possible, if only due to the fact that it follows the Rise from the Ashes continuity with, you know, Emma Sky and Officer Meekins, and the Ace Attorney anime. In the Ace Attorney anime, Rise from the Ashes isn't canon, so you'd have to like do a separate OVA. You would have to retcon the first season of the anime in order to be able to make that work. Also, by the way, speaking of the anime, we watched the first season on the channel for the 100 subscriber special. You can check that out. And we're gonna be, and if you get us to 200 subscribers, that's gonna be the special. We're gonna be watching the second season for the 200 subscriber special. But yeah, yeah, this case in particular, the whole traveling back and forth in time, this one would certainly be interesting to, it would certainly be interesting to adapt. Yes, the nail polish.
Take that!
This was what they gave you, wasn't it?
Ah,
The same bottle's over there at your desk. Good luck charm, right?
I heard once. Cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? Christoph Gavin.
Take that!
This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promised not to tell.
Let's talk about the client.
I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client. I promised. If I break my promise, the spell won't work.
I don't need a name anymore. Got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then.
They might be the devil.
Huh?
Maybe an angel?
What do you mean?
I saw it. They gave me this. I saw the devil's face.
You saying the client's face looked like the devil's?
No, I was gentle, with a gentle smile.
So where'd you see this devil, then?
It was so quick. Remember well. That's what I knew. Person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm.
I'm not sure what this devil she saw was. It's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Oh, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now.
Sorry for what happened.
If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Garamarai.
Did I do something bad?
What makes you think that?
Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad.
I'll put on my smile next time I come. I promise. Hope to see you smile then too, Vera.
Oh, okay.
Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with a young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it's already too late. It really is like a fucking noir mystery. God damn. And that's Drew's studio finished. Beautiful. So yeah, there's something about Gavin. That man is evil. Jesus. We still have nothing to work off on the detention center. Go back to cell 13. See if we can present something to him. What do you think about this, Gavin?
I hardly need to remind you, I'm not a free man. I care little about the outside world, save advances in share technology.
No information forthcoming there, I guess. Growth rights, commemoratives. Yeah, the stamp. This might get a reaction. This. No, he's good. The locket, the hat, diary, the pistol. Yeah, what about the page you had forged? No. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this guy. I want to get a peek at that yellow letter. Is the key to all this. It's been bothering me since Okay, what do we have? We can talk to the Borscht Bowl Club Detention Center. Solitary self-there. Try the Borscht Bowl Club, maybe. Stage pistol. Mr. Zach, could you tell me about this?
Mr. Wright. No.
Let's give these psyche locks a try. Because we gotta start finding a spot to break in somewhere, because I'm running out of options here. Don't want to talk about her. Because she is the blackmail, right? Well, Mr. Zach?
Let me be frank. It is true I do not wish to talk of her. And now there's another I could care less about. You.
Ah!
Take care you do not end up missing yourself.
Huh. For some reason, it's extra scary when magicians threaten me. Now I better rethink my strategy here. She's officially missing, and I think I know you don't want to talk about her. Yeah, I've got nothing. Getting tough. I get nothing from Valant, because for Valant, I need... Yeah, I need the actual act where she gets killed. I don't have shit for that, right? Like if I talk to him, what specifically does it ask me? Proof of this danger, the stage pistol. Person who died. Just Thalassa. Davis, how can he say she was struck by one of our bullets? Wasn't the greatest risk being found. This really shows how much danger she was in. Photo magnifies autopsy report. Diary, IV, chart. Binge. This? No. Syringe, the letters, page pistol, diary, the hat, locket. No, nothing. I don't have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Yeah, I am stumped. I present to him anything. Is his locket? What about the commemorative stamp? No? Transfer of rights? The diary. No, it looks like we really need some depiction of the act that they used to perform. Or else we're getting nothing out of it. Okay. Moving back over to the present. Let's see, the Borscht Bowl Club. Let's see what presenting. Think about the letter? No. Oh, 1 second. Okay, moving on. Magnified diary. You already presented the pistol. Let's use this. Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can present to him. Talk is cheap. Lock it. So, what Marcia would say. Need to gather some evidence, clearly. Gavin. Notebook page? Oh god, this guy's gonna be a pain in the ass to present a bunch of stuff to because we have to go through that little animation every single time. Right, the stamp. Still the book. Locket. Mr. Hat. Ow! There you go, Phoenix. You're seeing the devil. I can't even attempt to break that. Nothing I present to him seems to work. What now?
Did I miss something in my examination? Did that. Piano, the chair, the bookcase. No, nothing else. Huh. Kind of clueless here, so I think we're just gonna need to present everything to everyone, maybe. At the 3 locations that we haven't finished off yet. Let's start with Valent. Let's just go down the list presenting, I guess. For me. So Magnify's daughter was the one who died. She got shot. Question is, how do I prove that to these guys? How do I show that to these idiots? Did I present the letter to Shady? To Zach? Maybe. Just locket. A stamp, maybe? I don't know. No polish. Maybe I could try examining some of these things a bit more thoroughly. Let's see. In the meantime, I should actually go ahead and save. No, stay here. Zach's signature. I'm sure he's written it many times, being an ex-star and all. But there's plenty of people out there who'd kill for Zach Garamurai's autograph. And now he's dead. That's sealed. Polish. Ooh, what's that? Ariadne. I've heard of that brand. This must be the brand symbol. Maybe some kind of flower? Wait, no, maybe it's a hand? Wait, on second thought. Is that an eagle? Who makes these things up anyways? I think they'd try for a clearer symbol at least. So, you can't get fucking jack shit out of Valent. Because we need something regarding the act that they performed, you know? I don't think I have anything related to that. As for Zach, let's try see what presenting does. He's nice and quick. No, like, crazy animations or anything. And generic. I should examine the Borscht Bowl Club. I don't think I actually examined this place.
I must say, it comes as quite a surprise. I never knew you played. I'll do anything else if I could, believe me. Oh yeah, there's something you could help me with. You think you can make a piano disappear? It'd help out a lot of ways, really. Oh, you say the funniest things with the stupidest face! Always tell me that, except I wasn't joking. This is grape juice. Is it refreshing? I usually drink too much and it ends up making me thirsty. Oh, Mr. Wright, there's something inside the bottle. Huh? My business card. You aren't surprised at all. Perhaps you don't like magic. I sure felt surprised. Maybe I had my poker face. The restaurant tables. This one's the closest to the piano. Which makes it the hardest to eat at, I hear. On days when I'm playing, that is. What do you think about the ukulele? The sound is slight, the annoyance curtailed. Ukulele in a Russian restaurant? Then you must go to a Hawaiian restaurant. Hawaiian shirts don't go with my complexion. Ha 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 ha! I give up. I think that's just the piano. No, nothing gained from examination of this area. Come on, give me information on literally anything. Everything's locked up, I don't know what to do. Transfer of rights. Nail polish? No, it's all worthless. Okay, cool. Yeah, presented everything to Zach. That did nothing. Let's present everything to Kristoff then. See how that goes. Ugh. This is gonna be exhausting. This one's gonna take a while just because of that fucking head. That head shake is gonna be horrible to deal with. Yeah, I want to finish the investigation today and then do the final trial tomorrow. This is tough though. I'm very stuck. Yeah. Shake your fucking head. Shit. What do you think about this, Gavin? Shake your fucking head. Shake your fucking head. Ah, God, this is painful.
Nope, he's got nothing to say to me about anything. Incredible. So I guess, and examining, we've already examined everything there is to see here, other than, of course, the envelope, but we weren't able to get anything from that. Okay, there's nothing I can do here, which means I have to give Shady Smith a try. He's the only one who I think even have like a remote chance of breaking, I think. I'm gonna try to present the pistol for his psyche locks, so we'll see how that goes. Talk to her because she got shot. Yes! Okay. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame that not many know. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So we're gonna be taking like a 15-ish minute break here. Because I really, I do need to go to the bathroom. So 15-minute break. We'll be right back. We will be finishing the investigation today. All right, we're back. Let's get this finished up. Yet there's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Lhasa lost her life during a rehearsal. You and Valiant Garmarai's bullets.
It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa?
I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention.
Damn you.
Which is, you know, kind of the whole point of why, Magnify set it up like this.
Eyes. I always loved Thalassa's eyes. I think they could read my mind. Frightening. If there was a warmth that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnify Gamera has joined her.
So the only one with her power left now is Trucy?
Mr. Zack, I do not know.
I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else, someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power.
How could you? How would I know?
Chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. Actually, what does he say about Apollo? You're no defense attorney. Happen to meet him. I happen to meet him. I call Apollo, age 22. So, there's two possibilities here, okay? The first one, Apollo Justice. Now, he uses a ring, sure, but he does seem to have an uncanny ability to know whenever people are being untruthful and the ability to perceive through that deception, right? So that makes me think Apollo might be a Garamarai, right? The other option, they're a mission. Because when we talked to her, she mentioned that when she looked at Gavin, he saw the devil. And that could be an indication of that sort of power, so I don't know. Unless it's Spark Brushel. That would be a twist. What the twist? Apollo Justice. It's not Kristoff. Not you. Percy. Valiant. Is Valiant? Valiant wasn't born a Garamarai, was it? Was he? He met him like Zack did. He wasn't born a Garamarai, correct? Okay. Drew Misham is dead, although not at this point in time. Magnify Garamarai, founder of the troop, great magician, mentor, Zack and all that. Does that, like, beard go into his... I don't want to know. Mike Meekins. Thalassa Garamarai, she's mother and daughter of Magnify Garamarai, whereabouts currently unknown. She's dead. Vera Misham, arrested on suspicion of poisoning her father. Drew Misham, currently in trial. We don't know who her mother is. She is 4 years older than Trucy. And we know that her mother left Drew. So, I mean, it's theoretically possible for Vera's mother to be Thalassa, and then they got separated, and that's when Thalassa and Zack got together. So I suppose that could be a possibility, right? Similarly, we don't know, we haven't met any of Apollo's parents. He's, you know,
He's old again. He's older than Trucy, so that is a possibility. True mission. What does Talassa look like? Brown hair, black eyes. Much like Trucy. Much like Spark Brushel. Can smell a scoop from miles away. No.
It couldn't be.
Is his ability to smell scoops the Garamarai power or some bullshit? Oh, this is so hard. Someone other than Trucy? Hold on, let me go back here. Let me just restart this whole thing. I just want to go through this. I want to hear the wording of this specifically. Of the second bit. Right, because these stars around. There's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Like the accident. Invalid Garamarai's bullets. Accident, it was me. Go shoot my deer. I'm sure Valent would say the same thing. Sounds like another murder. There was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She's dead and Magnify. Garamarai has joined her, so the only one with her power left now is Trucy, Zack, there's someone else, someone other than Trucy, who inherited Talassa's power. Now I'm thinking either I'm thinking either Apollo or Vera. That comment about her seeing the devil in Kristoff, that is something that's always stuck to me because Kristoff seems to have a pretty pleasant effect on most people he meets, right? I think most people seem to like him. I have no clue. Alright. I'm gonna guess. Era? Okay, let's think about this. Let's try to not think about powers, but just circumstances, right? Vera Misham seems to have an obsession with the Garamarais. I would imagine her father would tell her if her mother was Talassa Garamarai, so I think we're gonna rule that one out. Okay, I'm gonna go with Apollo because he's the one that we consistently see using that perceived power, you know?
Take that!
This boy. His name is, I forget, something weird. Oh right, this was before. This was before he met Apollo. Interesting. Okay, yes. Yes, okay, this is making some more sense. But yes, okay, it is Apollo. That's what yes, I had that sort of inkling that, like, what about Apollo's sort of, what about Apollo's power? I mean, it's kind of similar, right? And I mean, just like Trucy, brown hair, black eyes. Yeah? And they both, and, yeah, the red, color.
Who could he be?
An attorney?
Attorney?
I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices.
So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like.
But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh.
Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring.
A ring?
Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I also happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Oh. Okay, so we're actually getting ahead of ourselves here, and we're not actually... Okay, unless... Hold on. Does she have the ring? I certainly don't see it. Yeah, no, if he is linked to... It's certainly... Yeah, the ring is certainly the thing here, the sticking point here, but I don't have the ring. So what do I do? Stage pistol. Diary. Commemorative stamp. I can't see anything. Don't have the ring. Evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Follow justice. I feel like I should do. I can do. Alan's been here for so long. I feel like I should be able to do him. Especially since we just talked to, we know what happened to her, right? Touch button for details. Troop Garamarai. Sage pistol. Proof that she was in danger. I don't know. I've tried so many different things and nothing works. Yes, of course there's danger. Person who died was Thalassa, Garamarai's wife, and she's mother. Thalassa, I believe was her name. But how can you say that? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. I don't have a picture, though! The best thing I have is a commemorative fucking stamp. The commemorative stamp is like the only thing I have.
Take that!
Troop Garamari's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame.
We were not merely the latest craze. We were an age. A golden age.
It's all here on this stamp. That's Thalassa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her?
I don't know.
Part of his memory is still locked up.
There's one thing you're failing to access.
What's that?
As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader Magnify was so inclined, he could hide anything you wished with ease. But Mr. Right, then he would have a hit a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail.
Well, it's got a point. One of the troop members died in an accident and Magnify covered it up. His innocence would come into question.
Found the right address, Mr. Right.
So close, there has to be something about how Talassa's death could affect Zack and Valent's relationship with Magnify.
I see in your eyes, you still have something to say.
How could he possibly prove more than you already have? I can prove why Talassa's accident tied your hands completely. Why Talassa's accident tied your hands completely? Evident. Okay. I don't think I have. I mean. Well, that just shows that they were tied, but it doesn't prove why. Because of Trucy, right? Because you don't want Trucy to learn the truth? So yeah, Apollo was 15 at the time of this incident. Alright. With a person, Trucy. And it's gonna take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both of your hands. This information proves why Magnify held so much power over you. Trucy Enigma. It has to be, right?
Take that!
Were you by any chance trying to threaten me?
No, of course not.
You never make a good blackmail artist. Never!
Not a real choice I'd consider, actually.
Give up your dreams. Work an honest job. That's my advice.
A was a tightly knit unit. It's all about the people involved, their personalities, their histories. Who was Thalassa, really?
I see in your eyes. You still have something to say. You possibly prove more than you already have.
Why Thalassa actually ties your hands completely? I don't have evidence. It has to be with a person. Or just throwing shit at the wall here. The fact that she was his daughter, maybe? Oh, 1 second. Let's see. Was it a question of who shot Thalassa? Thalassa herself was the problem.
What? What do you mean?
She was Zack Garamarai's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnify Garamarai's only daughter.
Ugh.
There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. That wasn't the key to Magnify's power over you. I don't know what was.
It was an accident.
Nice, and we got our health back.
There's no proof. None at all.
Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together.
Ours was a complex family.
I mean, Troop Garamarai.
Master, Magnify Gamarai, his only daughter, his 2 disciples.
That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it?
Don't be tempted into this faulty fight of fancy. Yeah, there was an accident, but that's all it was. An accident. Zack and Valence toward the force. The guns blazed, the bullets fly straight towards that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, zing, pow into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day we were practicing, same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. As for whose bullets stole Thalassa's life, yeah, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnify his daughter.
Oh, hold on. I need to unpin my comment about the 15-minute break, since the break is over already, you know? Whatever. And that led to blackmail, I take it.
It's all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls.
Why did Magnify Gamarai try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died.
All I can say is, it was a critical time for Troop Gamarai, passing of the torch from Magnify to Zack and Valent. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not.
What do you mean?
In time, myself, and Zack found no longer oppose Magnify's wishes.
Oh.
Magnify forced us to perform his art for his benefit.
I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter.
But do you not find cowardice in his actions?
Huh?
To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but to hang the death as a guillotine over our heads.
Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Gamarai, that's for sure. Is Trucy now?
She was not told, naturally. You'd want to know that her father might have taken her mother's life.
True.
I had not thought of that accident for a very long time.
Sorry to dredge up the old memories, but this has helped a lot.
Not to find Magnify's there, I should think.
True.
After that accident, there was one who came sniffing, quite persistently.
A reporter.
He called himself a newsman all the time, at the time. Often I spied him lurking around the dressing rooms doing his research.
You happen to remember his name?
What was his name? Sorry, I've forgotten. In the course of his interview, he became quite close to my partner, Zach. I liked him not.
I see.
His name, I do not recall. The scent, the clawing aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often.
I see. Thanks for your help.
It does not good. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds.
Phoenix has done his fair share of tangling with the past. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Garamarai, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from the darkness. The reporter he mentioned. Newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile, the sweet smell of mint. The last floss thin thread connecting Zach Garamarai to the world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. Alright, we're done with Valent. Finally. That took a while. But is that complete? Yes. Okay. And we've got something new over in the present, it would seem like. Bruce Studio, nowadays. Oh. And the Sunshine Coliseum. Okay, so the present day is now fully opened up. Alright, I need to go eat dinner. When I come back, we will finish we will finish the investigation, and then tomorrow, we will finish the game. So yeah, I'm gonna go eat dinner real quick. I'll be right back. Alright. All right, we're back. We're back. I'm gonna go ahead and try to finish this up. So yeah, we need something for the Borscht Bowl Club. Sorry to tell yourself 13 is impossible. Let's head to the studio, see if we can meet Vera in the present day. Ah, that is... Why is that not coming off? Damn. Ah, hi Bushel. How's it going? Remember me?
Of course I remember you. Journalist beats ex-attorney in bar, end quote.
Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Mitchum was poisoned and his daughter.
Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know. Yes.
Okay, so this is actually taking place in the present, right? Like, after the murder.
It caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he'd track down case just a little quicker. End quote.
Were you on the trail of this case the whole time?
Zach Garamrai was a good friend.
Zach said something to that effect back in the Borscht Bowl Club.
What a character. What a man. If a little, no, a lot, no, extremely rough around the edges.
Think I could ask you a few questions?
Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not other way around. End quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately.
Alright, Bushel. Yeah, let's go ahead and examine this place first up. Door outside. Vera might come walking in any moment if she wasn't in intensive care. Would she ever come through that door again, I wonder? Yeah, how did she get poisoned? That is the interesting bit, right? Unless... there is one possibility. One that is... extremely dark. That is... that the nail polish that, yeah. The nail polish that, what's his face? Gavin gave to Vera was poisonous. The idea being that he told her to only use it if, you know, to use it when she, you know, left her house. Of course, it was in his interest that she never leave her house, because if she does, that could, you know, she's a loose end. As long as she stays in her house, she's perfectly safe, but when she gets out, she uses the, she'll use the nail polish, and she'll get poison all over her fingernails, and then, you know, she was biting her fingernails during the first trial, right? Yes, Apollo specifically makes note that at one point she's biting her fingernails. The nail polish that that Kristoff gave her is poisonous. That's what had the poison. So if she ever left her home, that would pose a threat to Kristoff. But of course, he told her that, but of course, to do that, she would, you know, she would use the nail polish, keep herself comfortable outside. And as a result, she'd have poison all over her fingers. And then just naturally, you know, people touch their face, their mouth, their ears, their eyes all the time. Eventually, that poison would find its way in, and it would kill her. He gave her that bottle as a sort of failsafe to ensure that if she ever left the house, she would die.
and she just got very lucky with the dosage. I think that's a pretty compelling theory. This is where Mr. Mission fell. Never thought our 7-year reunion would be quite like this.
Wait, you knew Mr. Mission?
I met him once, in court. It was a brief meeting, but one I'll remember for the rest of my life.
Now that's a story right there, isn't it? I smell scoop. Ex-attorney now down on his luck be at his place and not of sorrow, end quote. I'm all yours. Let's have it. Don't hold anything back.
Could you at least get rid of the down on his luck part? Classic Phoenix. And that's the same thing. Those 3 paintings.
Aldrew's works, of course. Just to say, Vera's works, really. Or to be more precise, Vera's forgeries and someone else's works. Of course, if you don't mind utter and total precision. Actually, there's nothing more.
I was about to say. Nothing about the specific paintings? No. Alright. Look at the desk in a bit. Look at all the jars of paint and pigments. Why are there so many jars of the same color?
My guess is that they're sort of by age.
Age?
You're making a forgery. It's important to match the age of the original, see? Paint composition changed a lot over the years.
Oh, right. Did you learn that in journalism school?
Journalist relies on writing skill and imagination.
As long as you don't do news stories by imagination.
Either that or they just bought a lot of the same color by mistake.
I find myself not caring anymore. That's an odd assortment of equipment to find in a painter's studio. Oh, accidental save incoming. Let's go. Right, 2 hours left before I have to go, so let's get this finished up. That should be enough, though. Of course, it makes more sense when you know they were making forgeries. I guess that's why they never took visitors here. I don't really want people seeing all this.
Yeah, in fact, I was the very first human who ever set foot inside the studio. Other than Mr. Mission, of course. And Vera, too. And this assuming I'm human, of course.
I'm beginning to have my doubts. An odd assortment of equipment to find in a painter's studio. Of course, it makes more sense when you know they were making forgeries. No. A drafting table. Probably making detailed designs for forgeries.
You know what I think about that? I'll tell you. Painting should be done freehand. No rules, no restrictions. Do you really think a line drawn by rulers gonna move anyone? I smell a letter to the editor. Could you write an article up with a ruler? End quote. Unless you wanted a ruler to write their address on your blackmail letter straight. That's what I think. You can quote me on it, too.
You could drop this guy on a desert island and he wouldn't get bored. Let's take a closer look at the desk. Picture of a young Mr. Misham and a very young Vera. They're smiling, they look happy. Of course, now Mr. Misham's passed away. Vera's on death's doorstep at the hospital. So yeah, this is very similar to the Dahlia Hawthorne cases, right? A man gets poisoned, and then sometime after, another person gets poisoned. They don't die from it. They instead end up in critical condition. In this case, Vera. In the other case, Diego Armando. Yeah, I guess I'll just do what I can. I hope it's enough. I just have to do that when I see this pose. I can't
believe it's been 7 years. I have to stop torturing myself with these things. I know, just pretend it's saying something else. The post office? Why, it's right over there. Good day, sir. Oh, that's so cool. Also, don't worry, I'm sure if we can prove all this stuff, I'm sure you can get your license reinstated if we can prove that this was, that, you know, that the whole thing was a setup, right? Alright, the tiny frame. This frame looks even smaller sitting next to that photo. Just the right size for a commemorative stamp indeed. Commemorative stamp put there by a daughter that killed her father. Sometimes, life just sucks. You would know something about that. There's envelopes from the client who requested the forgery. Just think. That had gotten lost in the mail. I'd still be wearing my attorney's badge. Talk about family of forgers. It's tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter.
Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what really did them in, though, don't you?
Yes, a forged diary page.
The head I interviewed him. I found something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known.
What's that?
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Balls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote.
Yeah, when we showed up for the first time here, many years ago, we felt like we were being watched. So I wonder if someone did plant some kind of bugs in his room to keep track of him. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty?
No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been to this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation in the back of neck, freaks out, end quote.
Because you felt guilty?
Why would I feel guilty?
It felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Drew Misham felt like he was being watched? And you along with him? It sure wasn't just nerves?
Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I just stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. And I felt it too. Journalist sure he is being watched. End quote. Do you wonder why Zach Garamari got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me. He completely vanishes from the courtroom. And for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. And just as his remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made.
And then he dies.
Starting to put the pieces together, are we?
And you were being watched this whole time?
Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too.
Me?
I meant Zach, the case actually.
You mean the shooting of Magnified Garamari?
No, before that, it's not widely known.
You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot 'em practice?
My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite a scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy. All for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Well,
Valiant Garamari did mention one particularly nosy reporter.
in fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnified Garamari at the time. And it was daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it?
Really?
And Thalassa disappeared quite suddenly at that, and Magnify wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of scoop, goes on feeding frenzy. End quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, you see?
Zach Garamari.
Something strange was in the air over Troop Gamurai in those days. The whole screwy mentor controlling discipline scene started by that, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it, all right. Come on, you can tell me, off the record.
Sorry, I don't know.
Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punches me once or twice, or 5 times. But over time, he came to see me as his confidant.
Interesting. So yeah, I'm really thinking that that theory of the nail polish being being the poison. The nail polish is colorless. Yeah, I'd like to have those. Yeah, I'd like to have their her nails checked. You know. Yeah, I'd like to have Vera's nails checked with the spray.
He'd been waiting this whole time. 7 years, huh?
Waiting.
That first big comeback, of course. A big revival of the magnified miracle. Of course, it was all a dream.
Because of this. The performance rates.
In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zack and Valent?
So Valent waited until Zack died, legally at least.
Time finally comes, and Valent's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's
getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know?
If that document sees the legal light of day, it's gotta put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valent, Garamarai. Lost out to his partner at work, and in love too.
Love?
It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. Oh. But it's 3 sides and all of them pointy. A love triangle.
Ah, that is pretty classic.
And when you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. Rather than entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing.
And in the middle of it all, Thalassa has Trucy.
And
then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. So how does Apollo come into the picture then? Apollo must be the bastard child of Thalassa and fucking someone. I don't know who. Maybe we just haven't met them. Maybe we never will. Well, again, no Psyche locks. Brushel is a lad. Just absolute Chad. Just gave us all the information we needed. Some really, some pretty fucking important information with that last one on the love triangle. And no Psyche locks, nothing to break. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Mr. Brushel, can you take a look at this?
I hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear. Oh, you want me to write an article on that, right? What's the angle?
Actually, no, that's okay. I don't need an article. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on this.
I hear you. You want me to sniff around for a scoop? Well, you go for the right nose, my friend. It's odorless.
Thanks. Okay, that was less than informative. Okay, I don't know about anything here. Oh, but wait, we're not done with the Drew studio yet, though. I think there has to be more. We've talked to him about everything, which means we have to present something to him. Nail polish. Oh. This is, this is Thalassa. Let's ask about her. Mr. Brussel, you know this person.
Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zack after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I'd never forget his wife.
Thalassa Garamarai. Magnify Garamarai's only daughter. You think you could tell me more about her?
Why the heck not?
Alright, beautiful. Any secret love child? Because that would be very helpful.
So, Thalassa married Zack and had Trucy. You see? It's her second marriage, actually.
You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. There we go.
Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. He died in an accident on stage. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year.
I didn't know.
Ah, but she was a beauty. They'll carry a portrait photo of her around, you know?
There's the bracelets.
I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. Got the better deal, really. He got you for family, after all.
What do you mean?
Just reminiscent, you know. Lhasa has another child besides Trucy. End quote.
What? Trucy said she was an only child.
Ah, yes, this one she had with her previous husband.
His husband? Her first husband who died on the stage?
Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. There's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now.
Thalassa had another child. Think I could borrow this photo?
Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know?
I won't need this locket anymore. Better return to Trucy before I forget.
People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think?
I was too busy wondering about Biggerer to listen to anything you were saying.
Sometimes you just gotta accept it. You won't be able to untangle it all, I think.
Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. I have to tell what I find to those who come next.
Next, you say?
I'm not the only one who closed the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore.
Magnify. Now I was just wondering what Magnify would think of all this.
What do you mean?
Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power.
You mean how I can't lie to Trucy?
Yeah, it's the same with Magnify. And with his daughter, Thalassa.
It's a strange thing. I think it's a Garamrai gene.
Magnify told me once, back when Zack married Thalassa, he said Zack had good eyes. Not good like a Garamrai's eyes. Not that good.
Wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Garamrai secret was?
Maybe nobody. Now that Zack's gone.
That Garamrai. Plot has finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in Garamrai fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Garamrai's power. See, what kind of doesn't make sense here is that... Oh. Power which passed from Magnify Garamrai to Thalassa for the next generation. And I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. So this is kind of weird because he got the information that leads him to the conclusion that, you know, about the Garamrai power and Apollo being the secret love child before, you know, in the Drew studio, but he talks about it before with Shady in the Borscht Bowl. So like, I don't know how he would have that information here. And if he did have it here, why would he need to get it and act like it was his first time hearing it from Brushel? Because like the whole, like, supposedly according to this bit, the whole reason why he picked Apollo to be his defense was that he saw that he recognized the bracelet on him and saw him as being, and recognized that he had the Garamrai power. But I don't know. But yeah, we can finally crack Shady. So yeah, like the reason why he supposedly chose Apollo is because Apollo had that sort of that Garamrai power. Which he summarized based on the fact that,
Take that!
his bracelet, right? But then later on, when he learns that Thalassa had another child, he seems surprised. Kind of weird. Power.
Take that!
Something weird.
Who could it be? Who could it be?
An attorney.
An attorney?
I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices.
So, what are we going to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like, but you could at least say something like, I'm this boy! I could use a laugh.
Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. This so happens to have evidence showing this missing link.
Take that!
Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second.
How did you know that?
Her first husband, he died a year after they were wed, yes?
He was a performer, and they met when he joined the Garmarais as a guest for our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. You say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here.
Which you got in the future, somehow. I could not but notice she was wearing when I first saw this.
Those bracelets stand out. They are Garmarai family heirloom. This boy
wears a bracelet just like the one in the picture.
What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where the other one went. She gave it to this boy, a son.
So Apollo and Trucy are siblings, it would appear. So again, yeah, this is a bit of a plot hole because Phoenix because he manages to learn about Apollo's true gift. He managed to learn about Apollo's gift based on a picture of Thalassa and noticing his bracelet. However, he should theoretically have not gotten that picture or learned about the bracelet until meeting Brushel months later during the events of... Yeah, no, that is some continuity errors that I'll have to look those up to, 'cause I might just be messing up like what's going on, but like that feels like a continuity error and I have to hold that against this case even if it is really cool. So I'll look into it. Yeah, the Garmarai secret.
This strange power, I myself do not know where it comes, but the fact is that it is passed down the Garmarai lines. It runs in their veins.
What is it?
I asked her, Thalassa, once. And this is what she told me. The power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person, they become tense, even slightly. Then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it. Not quite. This is the strangest part of all. She would have realized that she was subconsciously detecting this tension without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects.
Objects?
Why? Is something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I admit the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion.
What kind of power could a bracelet have?
I have made a decision. I won't tell you all I know. I consider it a gift.
Okay. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point.
Those two. A brother and sister, yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs.
Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that.
Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding.
Press X to doubt.
I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt, once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something? Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of the wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power? What have I told you? The Garamrai power reacts to tension in others. When a Garamrai senses tension, they too become tense. This tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute, they cannot sense it on their own. Muscles. So that's what the bracelets are for. With the bracelets on, one can sense these contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. But when the person there gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. That alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? That sounds simple enough. Right, perceive. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball that goes stopped if focused. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus, and when we focus, we see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. Basically, what you're saying is, the Garamrais can see really well? But for them, seeing is more than believing, it is knowing. Their power relies on the eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me, too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone can tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Lucy doesn't have any bracelets. You're talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, it probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has ever realized this. That is all I know of things Garamrai. Thank you, Mr. Zack. This boy's bracelet is the real thing. You will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. Keep that in mind. So yeah. Well, shall we play a game? So Phoenix has been aware of Trucy and Apollo being siblings basically this whole time. Said too much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor, Magnified Garamrai, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols, with 2 letters sent. This was Magnify's test. In his last years, Magnified Garamrai worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him, so I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer.
Take this. I give my art to you, Zack.
What?
It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand.
How could I have shot you? You're my mentor.
I thought you might say that. I went home.
If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then?
But of course, I would have given Valent his chance.
And if I had shot you in the forehead instead?
Then it would be over. If you or Valent were to shoot me in the head, then I, to the darkness, would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Ah, it's this ending too. Gives me no cause for regret. Thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I've done much that is wrong in my day.
It seems that Magnify wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the exam he gave you was earlier than Valent's. Perhaps, but there's not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die. 7 years pass like this? The performance rights go to him. Ah. And now here I am. And his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know? What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There have been rumors that Valent helped you pull it off. But that's madness. Well, it seemed that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life could prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? Huh. That night, Zack Garamarai was killed. He died a shady smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. His confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valent Garamarai. Zack's confession added. To whom it may concern, 7 years passed, Okay, cool. We'll come back to Solitary Cell 13. Before then, let's go to the Sunshine Coliseum to talk to Zack, I assume. Present day, Sunshine Coliseum.
Well, this is a blast from a distant past.
Long time no see, Mr. Valent.
7 years has it been? Frankly, I don't think I'd ever see you again.
Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you.
I've spoken to the press. I've nothing more to say.
I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. Then I realized I need to hear it from you. So, let me see. God, we have so much evidence. 7 years passed. I, Zack Garamarai, murdered my mentor, Magnify Garamarai. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court. Hereby confess to my crime.
So, but if Zack didn't kill him, that means Valent actually did, but... I mean, I suppose Valent didn't have a choice, right?
Let's look around. I don't think I've ever seen a hot air balloon so close.
It's a favorite of mine. I've often thought of how to use one in my shows. Perhaps for the climax of Valent's quick draw shooting returns. I stand on stage and the hot air balloon is pierced. It explodes.
Oh, hey, Luck! How you doing? Yeah, 10 hours. This is... Yeah, no, definitely the longest stream I've done. But this case is just a blast. I'm not even tired at all. So...
What do you think? Really, yes?
A little, I guess. But no one inside the Coliseum to be able to see it.
Bravo! Took me 4 days of planning to realize that.
Oh no. The Garamarai name is doomed. Is that just the hot air balloon again? Yeah. Oh, the Blue Badger! Man in a costume is handing out balloons to the kids. Nice to know kids still like balloons somehow.
They're a favorite of mine. Balloon sellers, that is. I would have them join me on the big stage. They could hand out balloons to the children in the audience.
Wouldn't all those balloons get in the way of seeing your show?
Bravo! The possibility had not even occurred to me.
Phoenix Wright, entertainment consultant. The Sunshine Coliseum, was it? I'm not sure it actually qualifies as a Coliseum, but it's a great forum.
Yes, it's a favorite of mine. I've always been fond of Sunshine. Speaking of which, have you heard what happened here recently?
Oh yeah, something about something going on during some concert.
Exactamundo. I see no reason to hide the fact that I too was involved in that case.
That's something. Did you help solve it?
Ha! What do you take me for? No, I merely serve to deepen the mystery.
What a fucking asshole. He's like,
Oh yeah, I made that murder so much harder to solve. Murder almost fucking walked free, and I was laughing my ass off.
that's obstruction of justice?
I'm a magician. It's my sworn duty to create mystery wherever possible.
Sure is a big sign.
Yes, it's a favorite of mine. Impressive, isn't it? I've considered using it for one wall of my house when the show's over.
Wow, your house is that big?
Actually, as fate would have it, I currently live in a one-bed in a one-room apartment. But following the wide success of my show, I intend to build a luxurious mansion. I was torn over just how big to make it, until that sign whispered the answer to me.
That's really beautiful? What a strange man. Anyways, let's talk to him.
I haven't walked a difficult road these past 7 years.
Guess he couldn't perform Magnify's repertoire?
Do not be deceived. Advanced skill is the real deal, and I require my mentor's hand-me-downs. Now, here's my partner who slowed me on my way.
Zach Garmarai.
His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. So I thought, Zach Garmarai murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime.
You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you?
I remember as if it were only yesterday. Yeah. Yet, it was not the way of it in the end. But while he banished, the suspicion upon my own person never did. His partner Zach vanished to protect him. That's why those thieving magpies of the press did.
I had no idea.
Yet that very same press... Yet that very same press comes to me now, finding interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if we're a vaudevillian distraction. And here are my stands, smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player in some fiendish farce?
Might I suggest this because you made it clear what happened? Magnify's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. Lovely. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later.
The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. I must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight.
That's an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Can I actually just show you the confession? Can you take a look at this for me, Mr. Valent?
Your forgiveness, I beg. Van his eyes for naught but the preparation for his show. The Colosseum, the hot air balloon, the sign, and the balloon seller.
Oh, right. Sorry. What's the balloon guy have to do with the show? Alright, well let's try to break him. This is like basically the last one we're doing, so we should already have everything we need, right? Magnify's death.
Ask what you will. You get nothing from me.
As much as a part of this affair as you are now, I have to know what happened.
For 7 long years, I've endured. Now finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our shoot finally within my grasp.
It's hard to do this, Valent, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping the bomb. Let's shake things up. Valent, I don't want to be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this.
Take that!
And what might that be? I see it bears the Gamma Eye seal.
I should have brought this to your attention sooner. I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast.
What is this?
A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnify's miracle.
What? Zack Gamma Eye? He wrote this. What? He passed everything to his daughter.
Trucy Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days.
Preposterous. Zack's gone. Vanished into the void.
This is the genuine article. Zack was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this.
What? Why? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead?
You're not the only one with that problem.
But he shot Magnify. Yes, it was Zack. It was. And then he left. And my career as a magician fell into darkness.
Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zack Garamai shot Magnify. Is that why you testified?
Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out.
Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valent. All you need is a way to prove your case. You really killed Magnify Garamai.
Take that!
I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zack Garamai wrote one more thing before passing on.
Yes, but this is a confession.
Which he admits to the killing of Magnify Garamai. See? All according to your plan.
I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yeah, it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zack wrote this right in...
Oh, that's Finn. Zack wrote this right in front of me. After I explained your situation to him.
Alakazum! You do not know that this... You do know this confession is nothing but lies.
Yes, it's my opinion that Zack Garamai killed no one. As his defense attorney. I know you did it.
Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Kill received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes.
So he vanished to protect me, his partner. Ha 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 ha! A staring tale. 'Tis true.
Did you shoot Magnify Garamai in the forehead?
I had, and I told you. What would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There's nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I need my mentor Magnify's repertoire. It's as if a little demon grabbed hold of me.
I knew it. Valent Garamai did kill the great Magnify.
So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor.
I'm sorry, what? If it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there?
Another disciple, such as...
I don't know. Knack and talent? Garamai, maybe?
Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valent received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night.
Magnify himself. He waited until Zack left, then shot himself. to I don't know, take Valent down? I don't know. That man is crazy. Yeah, that old man is crazy. But if he had shot himself, wouldn't there be gunpowder burns indicating that he had been shot at close range and that could be a suicide?
I just suppose you figured it out by now.
It wasn't Zach or Valent who shot Magnify. And it had to be the only other person in the scene, which means...
Wait,
You don't mean...
yeah, the great Magnify Garamari himself.
So Magnify Garamari committed suicide?
You find it hard to believe?
To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility.
When I arrived that night, the man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned to me to leave the room, the old man called out to me.
So you spoke to Magnify Garamari?
Yes, it's why I knew what he had done. Magnify transferred the rights of his repertoire to my partner, Zach Garamari, not me.
Let's see. And I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it.
You owe me no apologies.
Huh?
My crime was, in a way, more serious than murder.
What? Your crime? Is Valent Garamari confessing something to me? That's a first. It could be more serious than murder.
You see, I knew the 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It's easy to find out. That's when I understood Magnify's plan.
You wanted to die by one of your hands?
Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That's when I heard it. A little demon whispering inside my heart.
Demon?
Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnify. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime.
What?
That night, I prepared something before going to Magnify's hospital room.
Which was...
IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zach did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his own hands.
Fuck, my Aussie accent is slipping.
Garamari! That was my plan.
But you didn't shoot him.
I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. And then Magnify called me back. I am sorry, Valent. I am giving my magic to Zach, not you. You still like the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left that room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I'd just been told consumed me. That's when I heard the fateful gunshot.
Magnify Garamari, killing himself.
Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zach killed him. He was the one. Frame him and the magic would be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. Took the pistol from his hands, wiped off the prints. Then I used the syringe to add IV liquid I brought.
So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnify died and you framed Zach for his murder.
As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think?
Very interesting. So yeah, that's very cool because it's got a lot of like the emotional stakes of like the like Turnabout Big Top, but like with like really good characters. Like this case is like, with the exception of some of the continuity errors, specifically the one with the conversation between Phoenix and Shady in the Borscht Bowl Club. With pretty much with the exception of that continuity error, this is easily one of my favorite cases so far.
Do you believe my story? Can't be believed. Truly.
That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but
Yes.
glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valent. Thank you.
It's I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision.
Going to turn yourself in?
My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt says, always begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts.
I understand.
I thought my life was ruled by a dead man, but I find I was wrong. For Zack Gamurai was alive,
Oh, not anymore.
and now it occurs to me, what if he was not the one who would survive?
What do you mean?
See, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body.
Her?
I'm racist and the mouth flaps on. My apologies, forget this matter. I can only hope the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zack Gamurai. Then, I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I am glad we have this chance to talk. Thank you.
That Gamurai, Shady Smith, whatever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. Truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver. The impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good. And it would involve paying that man a visit. Oh, that man! Okay, we're talking to him like he's fucking Asuka from Guilty Gear. That man. Jesus Christ. Alright, one last thing. Solitary cell 13. 13 being the number of death, by the way.
Oh, sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied.
I see. Do you know when he'll be finished?
Well,
Could you go find out?
certainly, sir. Please wait here for a moment.
Apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. Yes, the envelope! The perfect opportunity. There it is. Yellow envelope. Sender is Misham. I was right.
I arrived at the studio. Mission was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter. He quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene.
If this is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote, there's something I need to do. Last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. See if this Atriconine spray finds anything. So this was Drew Mission's messenger of death. It was the stamp, all right, no mistaking it. In his last letter, sent to Christoph Gavin. He said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you, so please. The interview request came, like you said it would. They're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you, so please release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. So he just accidentally Christoph must have been over the moon when he saw that the fucking that he had used the fucking suicide stamp. And please release the spell you put on my daughter. Yeah, the whole what do you call it? He can't, she won't go outside without using the nail polish. Gotcha. Letter from Mission. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin? I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny night. Right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atroquinine poisoning. But it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving the letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Okay, this is creepy. The fucking pin on his beanie is a secret spy camera? That's insane. We've seen all of the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it's time. Every story has an ending. Until the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. The only ones who can. One final trial. Okay. And yeah, we finished this off with... Oh. Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant Vera Misham innocent or guilty? Oh, he's speaking to the jury? The jurists. Are we the jurists? I see. So, in between the trials, Phoenix has been essentially showing the jurists, us, all the data he has on the case over the course of 7 years. The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. You ready to begin? Courtroom number 3. Preparations complete. Something inside me, rising, surfacing. All coming together. The devil. Something important. Lost long ago. Close now, so close. Number 3.
Court is now in session. Yeah.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready to rock. Alright, well, we're gonna leave it here. Because that was very interesting. They revealed that okay. So the jurors, I see. Very interesting. Okay. I mean, we basically got everything, right? Yeah, we basically have all the evidence that we need for this trial. I assume Phoenix has passed all the relevant information over to Apollo, just off camera. That's fine. Yeah, we're ready to begin the trial. This is this is a very cool story with the whole the drama between Zach Zach and Valent, and Apollo being being Trucy's brother, and then Christopher Gavin, and I'm just very interested to know how the hell Kristoff, I guess is his name. I keep calling him Christopher, but it's just Kristoff. How Kristoff is actually tied into this whole thing, right? Because he clearly has some kind of motive for sabotaging, Zack's Zack's defense, for ruining me as an attorney. I guess I'm playing as Apollo now, so ruining Phoenix as an attorney, and then, trying to murder Mission. Like, what was he trying? Why? What was the point of it all? Valen did have that one comment about perhaps Thalassa is still alive. That is one thing he sort of hinted at, so I wonder if it could have something to do with that? I don't know. But yeah, no, this is gonna be very interesting, I'm sure. But yeah, we're gonna leave this for the next episode. This was 10.5 hour long stream. It's the longest stream we've ever done, so consider leaving a like and subscribing, as well as joining the Discord, so you get notified when we're live. And yeah, we'll be coming back tomorrow to finish off Apollo Justice, and what has been so far one of the best cases in the series. This is truly top tier. Yeah, it's definitely up there with Farewell, My Turnabout, and Rise from the Ashes. I'll have to think about placement when I do the tier list. But yeah, tomorrow, late in the afternoon, we will be going through the final case, going through this final trial, concluding the game, and we will be updating our tier list with the cases from this game. So, with that being said, I'll be leaving you all off here, and yeah, see you all tomorrow. Thanks for watching.